A man got cancer but never died. Instead, he lived for more than 2,000 years. Every time he was about to die, he would be reborn on the day he found out he had cancer. Just like that, he was reborn 10,000 times, each time trying a different kind of life. In this endless cycle for over 2,000 years, I have mastered all the skills and languages in the world, and have worked in every profession in the world. But after I'm reborn, everyone forgets me. To avoid going insane from the constant rebirth, I reluctantly set a goal for myself on the 1000th rebirth, to conquer 1,000 exceptional women. The current Miss Xie is the most challenging woman to conquer. So, at the last moment of rebirth, I tied her up. At this moment, Xie Rutian is filled with intense fear, because at 18, she was pursued by her classmate Li Zixuan. Xie Rutian repeatedly rejected him in a humiliating manner, so Li Zixuan tied her up in a fit of rage. But Xie Rutian not only refused to beg for mercy, she also threatened to destroy the Li family. Li Zixuan, furious, stripped Xie Rutian on the spot, but thankfully, the bodyguards arrived in time. It's because of all this that she developed an extreme aversion to men. She won't even let her father touch her. As I finished speaking, everyone in the room fell silent and involuntarily turned their gaze to Xie Rutian. Xie Rutian turned pale. Besides her, the only other person who knew about this was one of the participants in the incident. Upon learning about this, Xie's father, Xie Yuan, was furious and unleashed a brutal retaliation against the Li family. The Li family was not only ruined, but also suffered great loss of life. Li Zixuan was also castrated and fled abroad in obscurity. The ruffians involved at the time died in various accidents within a few days. Xie Rutian looked puzzled, while I just smiled faintly. I can't remember which reincarnation it was when I caught your parents and used hypnosis to find out about these things. Suddenly, Xie Rutian interrupted me, her eyes filled with embarrassment. What do you want to do? I laughed heartily. Indeed, Miss Xie, you quickly grasped the crux of the matter. I certainly don't lack money. With the winning lottery numbers in my mind, I can earn countless banknotes. Moreover, I've already enjoyed everything I should. Money is just meaningless numbers to me. The reason I kidnapped you was to fulfill a promise. What silence? Xie Rutian stared at me intently. I sighed softly. That's another story. But before I tell that story, I have to do something else. Then I raised my watch. I glanced at Xie Rutian and the others, all wearing inexplicable expressions. My name is Zhuang Liming. I'm a negotiation expert from the police. I'm here to hear your terms. Suddenly, without warning, I said these words, and the next second, a middle-aged man walked in with his hand raised. My name is Zhuang Liming. I'm a negotiation expert from the police. I'm here to hear your terms. Xie Rutian was horrified after listening, as the newcomer's words were exactly the same as mine. Zhuang Liming felt relieved after seeing that Xie Rutian was okay. Hello, can I come closer? It's too far here. I have to speak very loudly. Before Zhuang Liming could speak, I smiled and said these words to Xie Rutian and the others. Then everyone inexplicably looked at Zhuang Liming. The next moment, Zhuang Liming indeed raised his hand and said these words. Xie Rutian was completely dumbfounded. She really felt that the person in front of her had been reborn 10,000 times. Just stay there. Don't move. I can't guarantee what will happen if you do. Without even looking at Zhuang Liming, I then picked up the black box from the ground and opened it in front of Xie Rutian and the others. When Xie Rutian saw what was inside the box, she was dumbfounded. There was a laptop inside, and underneath the laptop, a sniper rifle appeared. I put the laptop aside, then took out the sniper rifle and assembled it within a minute, then set it up on the dining table. Miss Xie, guess why? Even though my body is so weak, I've been standing here without sitting down. As I spoke, I smiled and looked out the window, still smiling. Xie Rutian's expression flickered slightly through the scope. He looked at me first, then surveyed the surroundings. It seemed like he understood something. There's a sniper outside. I couldn't help but burst into laughter, laughing and then coughing. But this time the coughing was particularly intense, because blood started to flow from the corner of my mouth. Miss Xie's insight is indeed sharp. I casually wiped the blood from the corner of my mouth and burst into laughter again. This place is surrounded by walls on 3 sides, so the sniper can't take a shot. And although the front view is undisturbed, but with the 2 of you in front, they wouldn't dare to shoot as you'd serve as human shields. When this negotiation expert arrived, the sniper locked onto me. If I move more than a meter from this position, I'll be taken out. Xie Rutian looked at me and suddenly asked, isn't this the first time you've kidnapped me? I smiled and shrugged. You see, this is the advantage of being able to be reborn infinitely. I can continue to make mistakes, and thus find out the reasons for my own failure. As I spoke, I suddenly leaned over to the sniper rifle, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. My movements were extremely fast. The whole process was seamless. In just a few seconds, the crisp sound of the gun rang out. Immediately after, a second crisp sound was heard, and a clear bullet hole appeared on the tempered glass of the restaurant. Just then, Zhuang Liming's earpiece suddenly picked up a voice. Liming, be careful. Our sniper's rifle was destroyed by the enemy. The sniper is now hiding and has retreated. Zhuang Liming took a sharp breath. You should know it's nighttime now. And yet I was inside a brightly lit restaurant, and I managed to hit the sniper rifle of the sniper in the darkness. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed such a thing could happen. And judging by my actions, it seems like I had anticipated the sniper and had prepared the sniper rifle in advance. I shifted my body and then walked to the opposite side of Xie and sat down. Alright, now let me tell the second story. As I mentioned before, in order to keep myself from going crazy, I set various goals for myself and even started playing different roles. This time, I gave myself the identity of an urban thief. As I spoke, the Zhuang Liming behind me was very embarrassed at the moment. I never paid any attention to him from start to finish. He stood there feeling at a loss. Liming, we've already identified the kidnapper. There was a sound in Zhuang Liming's earpiece, but she didn't speak. He is Yeshen, a wanted criminal pursued by over 70 countries worldwide. Zhuang Liming was suddenly alert, then looked at me in disbelief. Because Yeshen is not an ordinary person, but a globally famous wanted criminal. 3 months ago, I not only stole the world-famous Mona Lisa's smile, even Gates' valuable Hummel manuscript worth over $100 million disappeared from his home, leaving behind the moniker of the Dark Knight God. After these events, the name of the Dark Knight God shook the whole world. Those tycoons joined forces to offer a whopping $500 million reward, all wanting to capture me. However, this did not stop me. 10 days ago, I infiltrated the Louvre and stole its treasures. I even wrote the words Dark Knight God was here on the president's forehead, and no one noticed. Zhuang Liming, upon realizing that I was the Dark Knight God, was stunned for half a day. He couldn't understand why someone targeting world treasures like me would kidnap Xie, marking my first time kidnapping a hostage. While Zhuang Liming was still puzzled, I swiftly started operating on the laptop. At the same time, the screens of major video and live streaming platforms worldwide forcibly switched to my face. I smiled and waved at the camera. Welcome everyone to watch my first and final live broadcast. This show will be very exciting. At this moment, the global simultaneous viewership exceeded 100 million. Seeing this, they all thought their devices had malfunctioned. Before long, most people knew that these platforms had all been hijacked at the same time. This meant that a hacker had simultaneously shut down all video and live streaming platforms. What on earth had happened? At the same time, shutting down all video and live streaming websites is probably something only a hacker group can achieve. My goodness, how did he manage to do that? I remember now. This man seems to be the internationally wanted criminal Yeshen, the one with a $500 million bounty on his head. They all want to know what I'm going to do next. After greeting everyone, I turned my gaze to Zhuang Liming. Mr. Zhuang, if the network here goes down, people could die. Zhuang Liming's expression changed, as he had just received a notification from the command center, learning about the hacking of those platforms. Although they don't know what I want to do, they already understand the importance of this matter. If not handled properly, everyone will be in big trouble. So the command center just officially informed him to prepare to use a jammer to block the signal here. After warning Zhuang Liming, I turned my gaze back to Xie and smiled, saying, "Now, I'll tell you the reason I've tied you up." Xie expression was full of uncertainty and surprise at this moment. On one hand, she was somewhat shaken and starting to believe what Qin Feng had said. On the other hand, she couldn't understand what Qin Feng really wanted to do. She had heard everything he said just now, and she never expected that this man would be live streaming at this time. What was he thinking? Qin Feng paid no attention to the puzzled expressions of everyone and continued with a faint smile. 10 days ago, I had just returned from the United States. Due to being wanted by many countries, I couldn't enter through normal means and had to contact a snakehead to smuggle me in. Unfortunately, the smuggling boat was discovered by the police just before reaching the shore, so I had to jump into the sea in advance and swim back to Pengcheng. When I landed, I had lost everything, not a penny on me, and after being cooped up in the cargo hold for a long time, I basically looked like a beggar when I came ashore. However, for me, it was not a big deal, just a matter of spending more time. The first thing I did when I landed was to borrow money from someone. Well, I borrowed money from a stranger on the street. The exact words were, "Lend me 1,000 yuan in cash, and I can fulfill a wish for you." Not only Xie and others looked bewildered, but those watching the live stream who understood Chinese almost burst out laughing. It would be truly miraculous if one could borrow money in this way from strangers on the street. Qin Feng noticed their expressions and chuckled, "Don't look at me like that. After living for so many years, one must find some strange things to do. However, it's pretty much as you imagine. Everyone treated me like a crazy beggar, some didn't even wait for me to speak before showing disdain and then keeping their distance. But there was one exception. When Qin Feng said this, Xie and others had surprised expressions on their faces, clearly indicating that someone had indeed lent him money. Qin Feng continued with a smile. It was an elderly man in his 60s. When he heard my unreasonable words, he didn't mock or show disgust, but simply asked if I was in trouble. When Chen Feng mentioned this, there was a strange smile on his face. Actually, even I was surprised at the time because although I didn't look like a beggar, my behavior was like that of a madman, with a very slim chance of success. But I didn't care because I was just too bored, had endless time, and didn't mind wasting time and energy on meaningless things. That old man's name was Han Jiwei, and he ran a noodle shop called Jiwei Xian on the roadside. This name should be familiar to Miss Xie, right? When Xia Ruyan heard the name Han Jiwei, her face suddenly changed, clearly struck by Chen Feng's words. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Mr. Han didn't say whether he would lend me money or not, but first asked if I was hungry. I was exhausted at the time, indeed tired and hungry, so I bluntly said I was hungry. Mr. Han went to cook and brought me a bowl of noodles. When I tasted that bowl of noodles, I was amazed. In over 2,000 years, I have tasted all the delicacies in the world and am a master chef myself, very picky about taste. But the noodles made by Mr. Han still made me feel like one of the best foods I had ever tasted. I was extremely surprised because if the noodles were so delicious, how could Jiwei Xian not have a single customer? After savoring the noodles carefully, I immediately called out the main ingredients and seasonings used in the noodles, but there were still some key things that I hadn't figured out yet. Mr. Han was also very shocked and immediately asked me if my last name was Xie. When he found out that I was not surnamed Xie and had no relation to the Xie family, Mr. Han relaxed. I chatted with Mr. Han while eating, and we were both surprised by each other. Our conversation ranged from astronomy and geography to business and technology, covering almost everything, and I was surprised that Mr. Han, a noodle shop owner, had such knowledge. When I asked Mr. Han what he used to do, he just had the son helping in the shop go to the nearby ATM to withdraw 1,000 yuan and asked me to leave quickly. Seeing that Mr. Han didn't want to answer, I didn't insist. When I received the 1,000 yuan, I asked Mr. Han if he had any wishes that I could fulfill for him. Mr. Han smiled and said he was almost in his coffin, so he had no unfinished wishes. I knew Mr. Han was joking about what I said, but I kept asking persistently. Seeing my persistence, Mr. Han, perhaps eager to send me away, casually said, I have only one wish, to let the Han family escape this fate. When Chen Feng said this, he suddenly paused and looked at Xia Ruyan, smiling. Miss Xie, you should now guess why I kidnapped you, right? Xia Ruyan looked a bit uncomfortable. As Chen Feng said, she did indeed guess the reason. She just couldn't believe that Chen Feng had gone to such lengths just for that casual promise. Xia Ruyan didn't know how to respond for a moment. She was silent for a moment. If I can resolve that matter, will you let us go? Chen Feng laughed. No, if it's just solving that matter, I have at least dozens of ways to do it. There's no need to waste so much effort. And most importantly, my world will be reset after today, so I need to choose the most sensational way. Well, now these viewers don't know what we're talking about, please allow me to continue the story. At this moment, Night God kidnapped Xia Ruyan and Pengcheng and started the live broadcast, which spread rapidly around the world like a nuclear explosion. This also caused the number of viewers watching the live broadcast globally to increase exponentially at the same time. Although many foreigners couldn't understand, the television stations started broadcasting at this time. Unlike regular video and live streaming platforms, most television stations have translators, and some even have simultaneous interpreters. With the broadcast of these television stations, at least 1 billion people around the world were watching the live broadcast at the same time. In fact, as Chen Feng said, all the viewers were in a fog, not knowing the reason for Chen Feng's kidnapping of Xia Ruyan, but they were all looking forward to his next content. When I left Zaiweixuan, I deliberately waited outside for a while, and then I saw a Bentley with the license plate 88888 parked at the entrance of Zaiweixuan. Then an old man who looked about 60 years old and was wearing ordinary Zhongshan suit entered Zaiweixuan. At that moment, I immediately recognized who that person was, because in the past 2,000 years, I have known almost every prominent person in Pengcheng. That person was the helm of the Xie family, Xie Yuan, who was also Miss Xie's grandfather. Mr. Han and his son welcomed Xie Yuan at the door with a respectful attitude as if they were servants. Chen Feng sighed softly. Xie Yuan didn't stay long in the noodle shop before Mr. Han brought a bowl of noodles to him. Xie Yuan buried himself in eating, slow and focused, seemingly oblivious to the outside world, with only the bowl of noodles in his eyes. After finishing, he didn't say goodbye, just left the Jiwei pavilion and then drove away. Mr. Han then closed the shop and went home with his son. When I saw this, I was initially surprised, but in a very short time, I realized that Jiwei pavilion seemed to be open only for Xie Yuan. It only opened for a short while each day, just to make that bowl of noodles for him before closing. Jiwei Pavilion has a prime location in the commercial center, and if rented out, the monthly rent would not be less than 50,000. Of course, this amount is nothing to the Xie family, not a big deal at all. If Xie Yuan is willing to pay such a price to make Mr. Han his exclusive chef, there's nothing strange about it, as it's a mutual agreement. But after spending a few days investigating the whole situation, I couldn't help but sincerely admire the Xie family's dominance and unscrupulous behavior. Jiwei Pavilion was opened when Pengcheng became an economic special zone, with a history of nearly 40 years. The original owner was Mr. Han's father, so Mr. Han's father directly used his name for the shop. Jiwei Pavilion, shortly after opening, became famous far and wide for its unique taste, with many people queuing outside all morning just to eat a bowl of noodles there. It was at that time that Xie Yuan, who had just turned 30, noticed this noodle shop called Jiwei Pavilion. When he had his first bowl of noodles, he offered Mr. Han's father a reward he couldn't refuse and even bought the property rights of the noodle shop from the landlord to give to the Han family. From then on, Jiwei Pavilion only made noodles for him, and only he could taste that earthly delicacy. Mr. Han's father had been in the business for 20 years, now over 60 years old, weakened by age and suffering from pancreatic cancer. His skills were not as good as before, and the noodles he made started to decline in quality. So Mr. Han wanted to find an apprentice to inherit this craft. However, the secret recipe for the noodles was a family heirloom of the Han family, and Mr. Han's father had only one son and didn't want to pass it on to an outsider. Mr. Han, at the age of 20, got into Yale University, where he struggled for 20 years, successfully immigrated to the United States, and became the CFO of a listed company in Silicon Valley. With Mr. Han's status at that time, he had no intention of inheriting his father's insignificant family business. But Xie Yuan used some means, and in the end, he came back and learned the craft. When Chen Feng reached this point, not only did the restaurant become quiet, even the audience watching the live broadcast couldn't help but gasp. CFO stands for Chief Financial Officer, one of the top executives of a listed company, second only to the CEO. Han Jiwei is still the CFO of a Silicon Valley listed company. For a Chinese to achieve this position in the United States, even now, you can count them on one hand, let alone Han Jiwei, who did it 20 years ago. Although Chen Feng didn't say what means Xie Yuan used to make Han Jiwei give up the CFO position, anyone with a bit of sense would know it wasn't a normal method. This also shows how terrifying Xie Yuan is, willing to sacrifice someone's future for his own desires, forcing the other person to come back and be his personal chef. At the same time, domestic audiences began frantically searching for all information about the Xie family, quickly making it the #1 trending topic. Who is Xie Yuan? The Xie family from Guangdong province. Jiwei Pavilion. In a short moment, these keywords successfully dominated the top 3 hot searches. However, to everyone's surprise, the Xie family is exceptionally low-key. Even though there is the listed real estate company, Yaoshe Real Estate, in the family, it remains unclear which members of the family own what industries. Both direct and collateral members of the Xie family rarely appear in media reports. Even Xia Ruoyan, a nationally renowned beautiful female president, has limited information available about her, only her age, education, and work experience at Yaoshe Real Estate, with the rest being a blank slate. In this modern society where information is so developed, it is almost impossible, but the Xie family manages to achieve it. However, the more they do so, the more terrifying the Xie family appears. This silent behemoth lurking in the shadows poses a threat far greater than those openly known families. Chen Feng suddenly laughed silently. Do you think this is the end? Remember what I said earlier, is Mr. Han and his son still inside the noodle shop? Mr. Han's son was born in the United States and received Western education from a young age. He could not accept this situation in the Han family. He once tried to rebel and wanted to leave Huaguo, but in the end, he returned to Jiwei Xian, the noodle shop, and started learning the ancestral craft from Mr. Han. If all goes well, Mr. Han's grandson will also inherit the noodle shop, continuing Jiwei Xian either for Xie Yuan alone or for the future leader of the Xie family. There is a saying in "The Foolish Old Man Removes the Mountains" that is very suitable for the situation of Mr. Han's family. Generation after generation, there is no end to the accumulation. As long as the Xie family continues to possess extraordinary power, the Han family will never escape the fate of becoming the Xie family's dedicated chef. When Chen Feng reached this point, the air in the restaurant seemed to freeze, becoming extremely quiet. Except for Xia Ruoyan, people like Zhuang Liming and Xia Fan, who worked for the Xie family, were hearing about this for the first time. These people felt a chill creeping up from their feet, giving them a shiver. Xie Yuan not only had 3 generations of ancestors come to work as chefs for him but also had no intention of sparing their descendants. Xia Fan and others had spent a lot of time with the Xie family and had heard various legends about Xie Yuan, knowing the terrifying nature of the Xie family's leader. However, when they heard about this matter, they couldn't help but feel a tremor in their hearts. The audience in the live broadcast room exploded instantly. It was already 2019, yet such bullying behavior had reached this level. The arrogance and dominance of the Xie family had reached an intolerable level, sparking the anger of countless people. The current situation was clear: as long as Xie Yuan was alive, or even as long as the Xie family existed, the Han family at Jiwei would probably not escape this fate. At that moment, any enterprise associated with the Xie family was being searched online. For example, the official website of Yaoshi Real Estate Group was maliciously attacked by a large number of netizens, causing the website to crash and become inaccessible. Those who had planned to purchase properties developed by Yaoshi Real Estate or had signed contracts without payment cancelled their transactions at that moment. Even indignant netizens organized to leave messages under the police's official social media accounts, demanding a thorough investigation of the Xie family. At this point, everyone knew that the Xie family was in deep trouble. If such a matter were exposed online, it could be suppressed by using connections. However, Qin Feng was broadcasting live worldwide, holding Xia Ruyan and others hostage, making it impossible to cut off the broadcast. At this stage, whether Xie Yuan had done this no longer mattered. Xia Ruyan's expression turned pale. She could already foresee the situation tomorrow. She feared that as soon as the market opened, the stock price of Yaoshi Real Estate would hit the limit down, and no one could save it. Xia Ruyan had never imagined that the powerful Xie family would be so fragile. She knew that her grandfather, Xie Yuan, was here at this moment, but he couldn't resolve the situation. Because the man in front of her was risking his life to do this, while the people of the Xie family were not willing to risk their lives, so they were at an unequal position from the beginning. In a mansion in Peng City. It was a seaside estate consisting of more than 10 luxury villas, covering several hectares of land, with a helipad outside and even a golf course, extremely luxurious. However, in one of the villas in the main house, there was a sound of furious yelling and things being smashed. The bodyguards and servants in the villa instinctively moved away from the villa. At this moment, Xie Yuan was madly smashing things in the living room, shattering everything from porcelain to jade ornaments on the table. Although he was 70 years old, he had been well taken care of and looked like he was in his 50s. But now he was furious, yelling as he smashed things, "Han Jiwei! You ungrateful wolf! I will make you wish you were dead!" In the living room, besides Xie Yuan, there were his 4 sons and other core members of the Xie family, including Xia Ruyan's father, Xia Yixian. Although these people had different expressions, they all shared a deep sense of worry and panic. With such an incident happening, everyone present knew that the Xie family was in trouble this time, and it was possible that they might fall. Especially seeing Xie Yuan in such a state, their ominous premonitions grew stronger. Everyone present was seeing Xie Yuan so furious for the first time. As the helmsman of the Xie family, Xie Yuan had been the pillar of the Xie family for many years. No matter what challenges he faced, Xie Yuan could handle them calmly, as if there was nothing he couldn't solve. Now, with Xie Yuan losing control of his emotions, the panic spread to everyone present. Xie Yuan stared at Chen Feng's face on the screen for a long time before calming down and saying in a cold voice, "This night god, has anyone in our Xie family offended him?" "Dad, we checked. This night god, Chen Feng, has been in Peng City all along, but has had no dealings with our Xie family." Xia Yixian cautiously replied after glancing at Xie Yuan. "Is it your precious daughter?" Xie Yuan's gaze turned cold suddenly. Xia Yixian's heart skipped a beat. The Xie family had arranged many suitable suitors for Xia Ruyan, all of whom she had rejected in a cold and heartless manner, offending many people. Not only Xie Yuan, but everyone in the Xie family had some grievances against Xia Ruyan. "Dad, this really has nothing to do with Ruyan, you saw it in the live broadcast." Xia Yixian suddenly stopped, not daring to continue. What Qin Feng said in the live broadcast was related to Xie Yuan, so mentioning it was like slapping Xie Yuan in the face. Indeed, Xie Yuan immediately became angry at the mention, grabbed a blue and white porcelain from the table and threw it at Xia Yixian. "You fool! Do you really think it's because of Han Jiwei?" Seeing the porcelain flying towards him, Xia Yixian hurriedly dodged. "Dad, please don't be angry, let me explain to you." Xie Yuan missed the throw, grabbed something else and threw it wildly, roaring, "This night god is willing to put himself in such a predicament for a promise, just to target our Xie family, what does he want?" This was clearly premeditated. There must be someone behind this, either from the Feng family or the Zhang family. In Xie Yuan's view, there is no hatred without reason in the world, nor is there love without reason. Everyone acts for a certain benefit, whether it is for financial gain, emotions, status, etc. Chen Feng's actions cannot possibly be because of a promise. Who would take such a big risk and risk their life to fulfill a promise? Thinking up to this point, Xie Yuan stopped smashing Xie Xian and coldly said, "The bloodthirsty assassin should still be in Peng City. Have them send someone to kill this night god immediately." Xie Xian opened his mouth, looking hesitant. "Dad, if we kill him now, everyone will know it's us." Xie Yuan looked at Xie Xian as if he were an idiot. "First, this night god has a bounty of $500 million. The assassins are doing it for the reward. It has nothing to do with our Xie family. Second, there are police snipers on the scene. Even if he is taken out, everyone will think it was the police trying to rescue the hostages." Xie Xian hesitated for a moment and quickly responded, "I'll contact them right away." Xie Yuan gave Xie Xian a disappointed look and then turned to a middle-aged man sitting on the sofa who bore a striking resemblance to him, and indifferently said, "Elder, sell off all industries and company shares related to our Xie family as quickly as possible. Contact our uncle in the United States, initiate the Break the Pot plan, and start transferring assets." Xie Nan, Xie Yuan's eldest son, was taken aback. "Dad, by doing this, we will probably lose more than 50% of our assets." "Are we really at this point?" Xie Yuan coldly retorted, "What do you think?" Xie Nan was speechless and dared not ask any more questions, immediately leaving to make the phone calls. Dad, Ruyan is calling." Just as Xie Xian finished contacting the assassins, he saw his phone ringing, only to find it was his daughter's calling, which startled him. Everyone in the living room was stunned, knowing that Ruyan was currently being held hostage. At this moment, receiving a call from her phone, it was clear that it was from the live broadcast scene. They all turned their gaze to the TV screen, which was broadcasting the scene at the Rose restaurant. Chen Feng, dressed in a white suit, was holding a phone, smiling at the camera, waving and pointing at the phone, clearly signaling to answer the call. Xie Yuan's expression changed slightly. For some reason, even though Chen Feng did not explicitly mention talking to anyone, he could sense that Chen Feng was referring to him. "Give me the phone," Xie Yuan said, extending his hand to Xie Xian. "Dad, the whole world is watching this live broadcast. Answering the call at this time, I'm afraid. Not answering would only confirm our guilt," Xie Yuan sneered. "I want to see what this kid is up to." Xie Xian didn't dare to argue and obediently handed over his phone. "Hello, Mr. Xie." Chen Feng's calm voice came through the phone. "Do you know who I am?" "Of course, Mr. Xie Yuan." Xie Yuan remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "How did you know it would be me answering the call?" Chen Feng chuckled and turned his gaze to the present Xie Ruyan, as the saying goes, like father, like daughter. But in the Xie family, this saying doesn't seem to apply. Mr. Xie has 4 sons and 3 daughters, but most of them are mediocre and they tend to fight among themselves, refusing to acknowledge each other. As a result, even though Mr. Xie is almost 70 years old, he has yet to choose a successor to lead the Xie family. In this situation, only 2 people in the Xie family dare to answer my call. One is Mr. Xie himself, and the other is the Miss Xie in front of me. It's just a pity that if Miss Xie were a man, Mr. Xie would probably have skipped the 2nd generation and made her the heir. When Chen Feng said this, the expression on Xie Yuan's face in the Xie family manners suddenly became very ugly, and even the faces of Xie Yuan's 4 sons and other core members of the Xie family in the living room became unnatural. With just a few words, Chen Feng revealed how many core members the Xie family had in the current situation of the Xie family. Moreover, from the information revealed in Chen Feng's words, it was clear that he had a deep understanding of the Xie family. However, most people were extremely dissatisfied because Chen Feng's words clearly showed contempt for the Xie family, implying that only 2 people in the entire Xie family were worthy in his eyes. Xie Yuan fell silent again because he knew that what Chen Feng said was true. He was nearing 70, and his energy and strength were clearly declining, and he had long wanted to retire. It was not a matter of reluctance to let go, but rather that none of his 4 sons could put his mind at ease. Xie Yuan wanted to find a suitable heir in the 3rd generation, but unfortunately, among the grandchildren, apart from Xie Ruyan, none of them were promising. To put it simply, it had reached a point where only the worst could be chosen. Xie Yuan, belonging to the older generation, had a strong preference for males, believing that daughters were ultimately from other families, so Xie Ruyan was destined not to become the heir. Xie Yuan had lamented more than once that Xie Ruyan was a woman, but in the end, he could only choose the best among the worst. He was even forced to look for candidates to groom in the 4th generation, even though the oldest in the 4th generation was barely in their early teens. "You called, it shouldn't be to tell me these nonsense." Xie Yuan said coldly, "If I'm not mistaken, our competitors sent you to abduct Ruyan and defame me during the live broadcast." Upon hearing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Indeed, Mr. Xie, in such a short time, you've already thought of a counterattack." Chen Feng knew exactly what Xie Yuan was planning. The reason the other party dared to answer the call was to tell the viewers through the phone that Chen Feng might have been hired and instructed to do this. Xie Yuan sneered, "Am I wrong? People in this world do things for some kind of benefit. In just 3 months, you, night god, have stolen treasures from around the world and sold them at high prices on the black market. Even if you donate all the money to charity, theft is theft, and it doesn't change the fact that you are a thief. Perhaps what you want is not monetary gain, but reputation. I really can't understand the words of someone like you, why so many people believe in them." Xie Yuan's stern voice echoed through the restaurant via the phone speaker, reaching countless viewers of the live broadcast. As soon as he spoke, many people in the live stream were stunned because most of them believed what Chen Feng said without question, without even thinking about whether this matter was true. Now, with Xie Yuan's reminder, many viewers couldn't help but start to doubt. After all, Chen Feng was an international thief, and the credibility of his words was questionable. Chen Feng laughed heartily, becoming happier as he laughed. "Mr. Xie, you're right about one thing. I didn't call you to listen to these nonsense. I called you to lay down a condition." Upon hearing that Chen Feng did not respond directly, Xie Yuan felt a sudden joy. With his understanding of human nature, the less Chen Feng explained, the more the viewers in the live stream would question. "Please tell me more." "It's nothing much, just ask Mr. Xie to go and kowtow to Mr. Han and his family to apologize." Upon hearing this, Xie Yuan's heart surged with anger, his face turning red, but he knew he couldn't lose his temper at this moment. Xie Yuan sneered and said, "Although I have been to the noodle shop you mentioned called Zaiwaixuan, I absolutely did not do the things you said. Don't even think about using this to threaten me." Chen Feng seemed unsurprised by this response and laughed, "If you don't go, I will kill Miss Xie, what do you say?" With Chen Feng's words, the restaurant fell silent once again, even Xia Ruyan clenched her red lips, seemingly waiting for Xie Yuan's response. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked, not expecting Chen Feng to use Xia Ruyan's life to threaten Xie Yuan. Xie Yuan almost without hesitation said, "Since you are using Ruyan's life as a threat, even if I haven't done the things you said, even if I have to give up my dignity, I will do as you ask. But after I apologize, I hope you will release Ruyan. If you are still not at ease, I can go as your hostage. I am already 70 years old, with not much time left, Ruyan still has a long life ahead." Xie Yuan's tone became more and more somber as he spoke, and by the end, he even had a pleading voice with a hint of tears. Xie Yuan's words immediately evoked sympathy from many of the live broadcast viewers, as they heard an elderly man facing a ruthless bandit, forced to compromise in order to protect his granddaughter. Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh heartily again, and due to laughing too hard, he triggered his illness again and couldn't help but cough repeatedly. "Ha, Xie old man, it's a pity you're not an actor." Chen Feng laughed heartily while coughing violently, then his gaze turned to Xia Ruyan again, panting as he said, "Miss Xie, do you believe what Xie old man said?" Xia Ruyan's expression changed slightly. She naturally knew what kind of person Xie Yuan was. If it weren't for the billions of people watching this live broadcast, Xie Yuan wouldn't even kneel down to apologize to the Han Jiwei family even if he watched her die. Xie Yuan's immediate agreement was just a show. If he refused to kneel down to save his granddaughter, all the noble words he said earlier would be meaningless, and it would make everyone question his character. "Of course, I believe what my grandfather said." Xia Ruyan may not believe Xie Yuan, but she knew that she couldn't show any hesitation at this moment. Chen Feng laughed heartily, "Good, very good, then I'll give Xie old man another choice." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he suddenly brought over a computer, quickly operated it with his fingers, and finally pressed the send button. "Xie old man, I have sent a document to Mr. Xie's father's email, you might as well take a look first, and then listen to the other choice I provide you." Chen Feng's mouth curved into a smile, showing that his emotions were not affected at all. Xie Yuan's expression changed slightly. Chen Feng's expression was too relaxed, even though he was guiding the audience in the live broadcast to question Chen Feng, and turning his own image into a victim. But Chen Feng didn't care at all, instead calmly sent a document to Xie Xian, indicating that the other party still had a trump card. Xie Xian had already brought a computer over, and opened his own email in a fluster. Sure enough, there was a new email inside, but the content was quite extensive, with several tens of gigabytes and attachments alone. When Xie Xian opened the content, his hand couldn't help but tremble, and the laptop almost fell to the ground. "Dad!" Xie Yuan and the others were originally staring at Xie Xian. When they saw him exclaim in shock, coupled with a look of despair, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, knowing that there must be something extraordinary in it. Xie Yuan's face darkened, he took a few steps forward, snatched the laptop away, and then looked at the content on it. Other people were also extremely uneasy in their hearts, and they all gathered around to see what was on the notebook. Xie Yuan saw the contents of the email, then opened the attachments of the video and photos, and his face turned pale in an instant, his expression becoming similar to Xie Yixian's. The other members of the Xie family also had expressions as if they had seen a ghost, their faces filled with panic, unease, and fear in an instant. The contents of the email included many illegal activities that the Xie family had been involved in over the years, including bribery, stock manipulation, insider trading, hiring hitmen, money laundering, illegal possession of firearms, and more. Just mentioning these crimes wouldn't scare the Xie family members, but the key was that in Chen Feng's email, there was a complete chain of evidence. From planning the crimes to execution, there were photos, recordings, videos, and even confessions from the perpetrators. And these were things that the people present had done themselves or instructed others to do. They were certain that if this evidence were to be made public, everyone present would end up in jail, and even face the possibility of the death penalty. How did Chen Feng manage to do this? A boundless fear arose in everyone's hearts. With this evidence in the hands of Chen Feng, who was hostile towards them, it felt like doomsday. Chen Feng's ability to achieve this was not in question, as although he had only met Han Jiwei 10 days ago, collecting evidence of the Xie family's crimes was not something he had done overnight. During the rebirth when he had saved Xie Ruoyan, Chen Feng had spent some time collecting evidence of the Xie family's crimes in order to help Xie Ruoyan gain control of the family. With Chen Feng's almost omnipotent and all-knowing abilities, obtaining this information was not too difficult. For example, some of the events had taken place during the 90 days when Chen Feng was trapped. He had directly hacked their computers, phones, surveillance, and even recorded the entire criminal process. And the Xie family was not the first. Chen Feng had once given himself the title of a super investigator. Not digging into the affairs of celebrities, but specifically uncovering the secrets and scandals of prominent figures. He had thoroughly investigated all the prominent figures in Pengcheng out of boredom, and had even gone on to investigate all the top-tier cities in the country and the secrets of super-rich families abroad. In fact, it was proven that very few people could withstand such scrutiny. Chen Feng had countless dirty secrets of various prominent figures in his hands, but due to the constant resetting, he had simply memorized them. As for the evidence related to the crimes, some could not be discarded, such as the evidence of bribery by the Xie family, which they wanted to keep to threaten the recipients of the bribes, so they had kept it. Chen Feng knew where all this evidence was hidden, so he easily found it. It was no exaggeration to say that the secrets Chen Feng now held could fill more than 10 books, and revealing them would be enough to turn the world upside down. So, now Mr. Xie should be willing to hear my other choice. Chen Feng smiled slightly and continued speaking to the screen. Now, Mr. Xie, please make a choice between this information and Miss Xie. There are only 2 copies of this information, one that I sent to you, and the original backup. Choose the information, and Miss Xie dies, I will delete the backup. Choose to save Miss Xie, and I will make this information public. Mr. Xie, you have only 1 minute to decide, so please be careful. With Chen Feng's words, the restaurant fell silent once again, and everyone, except for Xie Ruoyan, couldn't help but swallow nervously. At this moment, even though Chen Feng was not directly threatening them, everyone could feel a palpable pressure and tension. The billions of viewers watching the live broadcast exploded in shock, as they had not expected Chen Feng to suddenly propose such a condition. But what really piqued their curiosity was what Chen Feng had sent to the Xie family. Xie Yuan on the other end of the phone fell silent once again, and Chen Feng did not rush him. The atmosphere was so quiet that even the audience held their breath, anxiously staring at the screen, waiting for Xie Yuan's answer. Xie Yuan silenced his phone, quickly turned to Xie Tian and others, and ordered, transfer the assets out at the fastest speed, at all costs. Everyone go to Hong Kong first, then move to Europe and the United States. At this moment, Xie Tian and the others were all restless, losing their composure, waiting for Xie Yuan's command. When they heard his orders, they all snapped out of their daze and began preparing to flee. Time's up. Chen Feng's calm voice drifted through the phone. Xie Yuan, still on the call, walked outside, saying, I can't believe your words. No matter what I choose, you will expose this information. By giving me this choice, you simply want to embarrass me in front of the world. Chen Feng chuckled softly, Xie Laoyi, I always do what I say, and I will follow through on my words. Oh, I see now, you're stalling for time, getting ready to escape, aren't you? Xie Yuan's expression changed abruptly upon hearing this, not understanding how Chen Feng had guessed their plan to evacuate. But he knew he had to keep Chen Feng stable at this moment, or else if he hung up the phone or admitted to anything, the other party might immediately hand over the evidence to the police. The Xie family conducts itself with integrity and has nothing to hide. Why would we need to run? Xie Yuan snorted coldly, slowing down his pace, adjusting his breathing, before disdainfully snorting. Chen Feng chuckled silently. Oh? Let's get back to the point, Xie Laoyi, please make your choice. Xie Yuan sneered, just as I said earlier, why should I believe that what you're saying is true? You're just trying to sow discord. Chen Feng laughed heartily. Xie Laoyi, you have no choice now, you can only take a gamble. If you don't choose, that information will be sent directly to the police and will be published online, then your escape plan will be ruined. Xie Yuan fell silent on the other end of the phone because he knew what Chen Feng said was true. Although the Xie family had connections with the police, if Chen Feng were to publish that information online, who would dare to stand up for the Xie family? And Chen Feng's tone was so certain, convinced that the Xie family was currently preparing to move. Once that information was exposed, if the police did not take action, they would be condemned by the public. And if the police issued an order restricting the members of the Xie family from leaving the country, none of them would be able to escape. Chen Feng's words also aroused intense curiosity among the viewers watching the live broadcast. They were eager to know what Chen Feng had sent to Xie Yuan that made the entire Xie family ready to flee. Judging from Xie Yuan's words and reactions, anyone with a bit of intelligence could guess that Chen Feng had sent something extremely damaging. The escape might not be real, but Xie Yuan's panic was genuine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly softened his tone and questioned whether Chen Feng would keep his promise. After an awkward silence, Xie Yuan finally spoke, I choose. Wait. A clear female voice suddenly interrupted, cutting off what Xie Yuan was about to say. Not only the people present and the viewers in the livestream were stunned, even Chen Feng looked at Xie Ruoyan on the seat with some surprise. Miss Xie, do you have something to say? Xie Ruoyan looked calmly at Chen Feng. Since you said you always keep your word, then I now want you to fulfill the promise you made at the beginning. Chen Feng was slightly taken aback, then realized what Xie Ruoyan was referring to, the statement he made at the beginning. As long as Miss Xie kisses me voluntarily, I will let you go. Chen Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Good, very good, Miss Xie, you are truly impressive. No, I should say I really like you, you are the woman I have set my eyes on. Xie Ruoyan was sure she knew what Xie Yuan wanted to say. With her understanding of her grandfather, there was a 99% chance that he would choose the documents over her. If Xie Yuan said that sentence, even if Chen Feng kept his promise not to reveal the documents, the reputation of the Xie family would be completely ruined. Xie Ruoyan could see clearly that Chen Feng was planning to slowly destroy the Xie family. Although it felt unbelievable, Xie Ruoyan was starting to believe that Chen Feng had truly been reborn countless times, because the things happening with this mysterious man were too miraculous to be explained otherwise. If Chen Feng had truly been reborn countless times, then everything happening today was probably within his calculations and control. Even if Xie Yuan said he was giving up on Xie Ruoyan, Chen Feng probably had a backup plan to completely ruin the Xie family. So Xie Ruoyan directly interrupted, making Chen Feng keep his promise. He would be in a dilemma whether to keep his promise or not. If he let go of Xie Ruoyan, Chen Feng would lose his most important leverage. If he didn't let go, it would be like admitting in public that he was untrustworthy. As I said, I have many flaws, but keeping my word is one of my few virtues. As long as Miss Xie kisses me, I will let you go, I will not break my promise. Chen Feng said as he walked up to Xie Ruoyan, smiling at her. Xie Ruoyan, with a visibly uncomfortable expression on her face, couldn't help but take a few steps back. But when she thought about what she had just said, she suppressed her discomfort and walked back towards him. Chen Feng calmly stood in front of Xie Ruoyan, then pointed to his mouth, and leaned down to kiss her. The audience in the live broadcast room was stunned, as they didn't know what promise Chen Feng had made to Xie Ruoyan earlier. When they saw that Chen Feng was clearly going to kiss Xie Ruoyan, they were shocked and didn't know how the situation had changed so suddenly. You didn't say it was a kiss. Xie Ruoyan clenched her red lips, glaring at Chen Feng with an extremely angry expression. The final decision is in my hands. When I say a kiss, I mean a kiss on the lips. Miss Xie, do you have a problem with that? Chen Feng said with a smile, looking at Xie Ruoyan. Xie Ruoyan's expression changed several times, clearly engaged in intense internal struggle. But after a moment, she gritted her teeth and agreed. Xie Ruoyan, looking determined, walked up to Chen Feng, with a resolute expression as if sacrificing herself, closed her eyes and kissed Chen Feng on the lips. Chen Feng, seeing Xie Ruoyan's panicked yet shy expression, suddenly placed his phone on the table, put one hand around her waist, placed the other hand on the back of her head, and kissed her. As their lips touched, Xie Ruoyan trembled, feeling a sense of disgust rising in her heart, about to push Chen Feng away. But at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly hugged her tightly, used his tongue to open her mouth, and deepened the kiss. Xia Ruoyan's eyes widened instantly, feeling a mix of anger and urgency, struggling violently to break free from Chen Feng's grasp. Just then, Chen Feng abruptly opened his eyes, reached out a hand, and firmly grabbed the dining knife that Xia Ruoyan was about to stab him with. With a resolute expression, Xia Ruoyan then used her elbow to fiercely strike Chen Feng's abdomen. Chen Feng smiled faintly, pivoted on his right foot, swiftly moved behind Xia Ruoyan, not only avoiding the strike but also embracing her from behind. Xia Ruoyan remained calm, and with her right hand holding the dining knife, she suddenly stabbed behind her. Chen Feng chuckled, slightly dodged the knife, then raised his thigh and hit the acupoint on Xia Ruoyan's right arm. A numb and weak sensation came over her, causing the dining knife in her hand to slip and fall to the ground with a crisp sound. Xia Ruoyan remained cold and did not give up. She fiercely slammed her left elbow backward, while her high heel stomped on Chen Feng's instep. Chen Feng smiled even more, calmly extended his left hand, and pressed on the acupoint on Xia Ruoyan's left elbow with his fingers. Xia Ruoyan felt a strong numbness in her arms, causing her hands to hang weakly. Miss Xie, I've told you that once I have you in my hands, I know you've been practicing martial arts diligently since being kidnapped, even obtaining a black belt in Taekwondo. Chen Feng skillfully avoided Xia Ruoyan's high heel strike, then embraced her waist, leaned close to her ear, and said with a light laugh. Xia Ruoyan felt extremely uncomfortable, resisting any physical contact with men, especially being tightly held by Chen Feng, and whispered to in her ear, making her feel even worse than being killed. Let me go. Xia Ruoyan struggled several times but couldn't break free. Although Chen Feng appeared weak, he had a special technique that kept her trapped, feeling like being entwined by a python with no room for resistance. The audience in the live stream was stunned. They had just seen the two kissing, and the next moment they were fighting for their lives, which was unexpected. What shocked them even more was that the fight between the two seemed effortless, but the movements were fast and fierce, all happening in less than a minute. Even without experiencing it firsthand, just by watching Xia Ruoyan's skilled and swift attacks, they knew being hit wouldn't be pleasant. This indicated that Xia Ruoyan was a skilled fighter, possibly even a master. When Chen Feng mentioned Xia Ruoyan's black belt in Taekwondo, the audience was once again astonished, but even more surprising was that Xia Ruoyan, with a black belt level, was not a match for Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled, then released Xia Ruoyan. From the moment Xia Ruoyan asked him to fulfill his promise, Chen Feng knew she intended to take advantage of his weakness to defeat him and resolve the crisis facing the Xie family once and for all. Chen Feng admired this woman very much. There were not many people in the world he respected, and Xia Ruoyan was one of them. In this critical situation, she was not thinking about escaping safely but about permanently solving the troubles of the Xie family. Xia Ruoyan was well aware that she and the Xie family were in the same boat. If the Xie family fell, her fate would not be any better. Chen Feng easily controlled her despite his weakness, having mastered all forms of combat. He used the famous Brazilian jiu-jitsu, known for using weakness to defeat strength, using softness to overcome hardness, a combat style based on grappling and submission techniques. Miss Xie can leave, including your entourage. Chen Feng smiled and gestured for her to go. This statement shocked everyone in the Rose restaurant and the billions of viewers in the live stream. They never expected Chen Feng to let Xia Ruoyan go, let alone allow her entourage to leave, as if he had given up all his advantages. At that time, the police no longer had any reservations. Was Chen Feng not seeking death? Are you really letting me go? Although Xia Ruoyan's eyes showed disgust, she was still somewhat surprised at this moment. She had just attacked Chen Feng, so it wouldn't be strange if he used this as an excuse not to let her go. Chen Feng smiled faintly. I've always said that I always keep my word. Since you can overcome your psychological barriers, I will naturally keep my promise. Please go. After saying this, Chen Feng threw the key to the handcuffs to Xia Fan and said, unlock them. Xia Fan hesitated for a moment, carefully looked at Chen Feng, and then at Xia Ruoyan. When she received confirmation from Xia Ruoyan's eyes, she hurriedly went over to unlock the 4 bodyguards who were handcuffed on the ground. You guys leave here first. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned again, even Chen Feng looked at Xia Ruoyan in surprise. Miss, are you okay? Aren't you leaving? Xia Fan was at a loss, watching Xia Ruoyan sit back down as if nothing had happened. She was almost on the verge of collapse. The robber said to let them go, but Xia Ruoyan chose not to leave. Was she out of her mind? Not only Xia Fan and the bodyguards thought so, even the people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded. Chen Feng looked at Xia Ruoyan, who remained calm, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Due to laughing too hard, he started coughing violently again. You heard what Miss Xie said, hurry up and leave, or I will kill all of you. Chen Feng took out a gun from behind and slammed it on the table. Xia Fan and the bodyguards were startled and dared not stay any longer, so they hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Miss Xie, please don't act impulsively. If there's anything, we can discuss it downstairs, okay? Zhuang Liming was anxious. He couldn't understand why Xia Ruoyan, who could have left, chose to stay. Bang! Chen Feng picked up the gun from the table, without even looking, and shot at Zhuang Liming. Zhuang Liming was shocked. He never expected Chen Feng to shoot without warning. In the moment the gun went off, he tried to dodge, but his body couldn't react in time. Fear surged in Zhuang Liming's heart, and he closed his eyes in despair, waiting for death. But after a while, death did not come. He only felt a chill in his lower body, and then no other sensation. Wen Zhuang. Liming looked down in astonishment. His face instantly turned red because his crotch had been grazed by the bullet, giving him a chilling sensation. Zhuang Liming felt embarrassed, ashamed, and terrified. It was obvious that the other party had no intention of killing him. If they had wanted to kill him, the bullet would have hit his private parts directly. Chen Feng's shot had grazed his crotch, clearly a warning. Thinking back to when Chen Feng had used a sniper rifle to shoot the sniper in the darkness, Zhuang Liming realized how terrifying Chen Feng's marksmanship was. Mr. Zhuang, if you say one more word, the next shot will be an inch higher. Chen Feng turned to Zhuang Liming with a slight smile. Now, please leave with them. Zhuang Liming's expression changed, and he dared not say anything more. He immediately followed Xia Fan and the others into the elevator. Soon, only Chen Feng and Xia Ruoyan were left in the restaurant. Chen Feng looked at Xia Ruoyan sitting across from him with interest, and asked with a smile, Miss Xie, did you really think I wouldn't dare to kill? Xia Ruoyan calmly replied, it's not that you wouldn't dare, but that you wouldn't. Chen Feng chuckled and asked, oh? How do you know? Xia Ruoyan calmly said, because your initial goal was not me. The kidnapping was just a way to create this situation. The ultimate goal was to destroy the Xie family. And I can tell that you are not only acting recklessly, but also have a deep-rooted sense of pride. Such a person naturally disdains breaking promises. Chen Feng sighed and said, that's why people shouldn't be too smart. Overly smart people tend to be narcissistic and die quickly. However, there are too many foolish people in this world, and I still prefer to deal with intelligent people. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he continued to ask, so, Miss Xie stayed behind to stop me from destroying the Xie family? Xia Ruoyan shook her head and said, no, since you said you have been reborn 10,000 times, you must have made many mistakes in advance and made thorough preparations. Even if I leave, you probably have a backup plan. Anyway, I can't do anything by leaving here. So I might as well stay and see if you will really die. Chen Feng exclaimed, do you believe what I said? Xia Ruoyan calmly replied, no matter what, I can't figure out how you got to this point, so the only reasonable explanation is what you said. Chen Feng stared at Xia Ruoyan for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, interesting. Do you know that I have told this story to many people, and Miss Xie is the first one to truly believe me? Chen Feng, with his keen insight and over 2,000 years of experience, combined with expertise in psychology and other factors, could discern whether a person was lying with just one glance. Xia Ruoyan truly believed that he had been reborn 10,000 times and had the courage to stay and see if he would die today. Even Chen Feng had to admit that she was an extremely intriguing woman. If he hadn't been constantly reborn, he might have developed a worldly attitude and might even pursue this woman in his next life. Since Miss Xie is interested in seeing my performance to the end, I will naturally satisfy you. Chen Feng smiled slightly, picked up the phone from the table again, and said, Mr. Xie, you should already know what happened just now. Miss Xie is now a free agent, so the condition for her choice no longer exists. Therefore, let's change to another one. Mr. Xie, go apologize to Mr. Han's family, and I will delete the backup. Xie Yuan's expression changed, and he was a bit puzzled by Chen Feng's intentions. Since you are determined to destroy our Xie family, whether I go or not, you will still release that information. Why should I listen to you? Chen Feng laughed, it's simple. Mr. Xie, you have no choice now. If I release it, none of you from the Xie family can escape. You can only take a gamble now, gamble that I will keep my promise. At least before you go to see Mr. Han, I won't release the information, giving you some time to fight for yourselves, right? Xie Yuan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Chen Feng had truly understood his mindset. In fact, Xie Yuan's plan was to delay Chen Feng for a while, as Shenzhen is adjacent to Hong Kong, and it takes less than half an hour to fly there by helicopter. As long as they delay for this half an hour, the Xie family members can directly charter a plane to Europe and the United States once they reach Hong Kong. Xie Yuan had formulated a contingency plan many years ago, to be prepared and prevent the Xie family from facing such a crisis. After a moment of silence, Xie Yuan said, "Okay, I agree. Then, Mr. Xie, please set off. And during this process, make sure not to hang up the phone." Xie Yuan didn't say anything more, but muted the call. When the other end couldn't hear any sound, he immediately turned to his eldest son Xie Yinan and urgently said, "Transfer all the liquid assets through the underground banks in Hong Kong and send the bloodthirsty assassins over now." Xie Yinan hurriedly responded and quickly made the necessary calls. Chen Feng smiled, placed the phone back on the table, and calmly looked at Xia Ruyan sitting across from him. But at this moment, it was close to midnight, and Chen Feng's body was getting weaker, his face as pale as paper. Even sitting on the sofa, he was gasping for breath, as if even breathing had become difficult. Chen Feng struggled to take out a small box from his pocket, took out a few pills from it, and swallowed them. After these pills went down, a hint of abnormal flush appeared on Chen Feng's face, and he suddenly regained his vitality, even his breathing became much smoother. "Are you using stimulants?" Xia Ruyan had been silently watching. The man in front of her was mysterious and full of a strange charm. Even though he had kidnapped her and wanted to destroy the Xie family, she seemed to have little hatred in her heart, except for just now, that kiss. Chen Feng smiled and nodded. "Yes, it's something I researched myself, similar to adrenaline, completely stimulating a person's physical strength, but with severe side effects. However, the time should be enough." At that moment, there was a sudden beep from Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng smiled and took out another phone from his pocket, opened a notification message in English inside. "Your account 6265XXXX has received a transfer of $5 billion US. Chen Feng turned the phone around and showed the message to Xia Ruyan. "Is Miss Xie familiar with this number?" Xia Ruyan naturally understood English. When she saw this number, she didn't feel much, but when she saw the meaningful smile on Chen Feng's face, she suddenly felt a chill in her heart. Xia Ruyan was very familiar with the financial situation of the Xie family. The current liquid assets on the Xie family's books were almost exactly 30 billion renminbi, which was roughly equivalent to $5 billion US. This is the Xie family's money? Chen Feng laughed heartily. "It seems that Mr. Xie's efficiency is very high. In less than 10 minutes, he has converted such a large sum of money into US dollars and successfully transferred it out." Xia Ruyan suddenly understood something. She stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, unable to speak for a while. The man in front of her was truly terrifying, causing a deep chill to surge uncontrollably in her heart. On the other end of the phone, Xie Yuan had been listening to the conversation at the Rose restaurant. When he heard Xia Ruyan mention the Xie family's money, he felt goosebumps all over his body because he also sensed that something was wrong. Xie Yuan quickly muted the phone, took out his phone, and called his eldest son, Xie Yinan. "Where did the money go?" Xie Yinan heard his father Xie Yuan's frantic voice, and he was instantly confused. It took him a while to say, "It's in our Swiss bank account." "Check. Is the money in the account?" Xie Yinan panicked as well. He quickly had someone bring the computer and logged into the Swiss bank account to check. When he checked, all the color drained from his face because none of the money he had transferred before had arrived. Dad, the money is gone." Xie Yinan's voice was trembling, filled with deep fear. Upon hearing what Xie Yinan said, Xie Yuan's vision darkened, his body went limp and he fell backward. If it weren't for the quick actions of the bodyguards behind him who caught him, he might have fallen to the ground directly. It's over. Xie Yuan's urgent anger led to a sudden spike in his blood pressure. When the news about the Xie family was broadcast live, Xie Yuan was already furious, and he had to take a lot of medicine to calm down. Now, with this fatal blow, no amount of medicine would help. He could barely muster any strength now, and even walking was becoming difficult. Xie Yuan's heart was bleeding at this moment. The $5 billion were all the liquid assets that the Xie family could take away now. The rest were immovable properties, such as real estate, which could not be converted into cash in a day or two. Moreover, to convert all the money into US dollars in a short period of time, they could only do so through underground banks. However, with such a large amount of money needed urgently, the fees charged by underground banks were extremely high. When transferring out $5 billion, they would charge $15 billion, nearly 30% in fees. Even if they ran away to another country now, without this money, they would be almost as good as dead. Everything you did before was ultimately to pave the way for this step? In the Rose restaurant, Xia Ruyan stared at Chen Feng, gritting her teeth and asking. Xia Ruyan was not a fool. Upon learning that Chen Feng had intercepted the money from the Xie family, she instantly understood what had happened. As she had anticipated, Chen Feng had been planning to destroy the Xie family from the beginning. Sending them to prison was not enough for him, he was prepared to directly cut off the Xie family's roots. Even if all the core members of the Xie family were imprisoned, there were still people in the Xie family who had not committed any crimes and could inherit everything, such as Xie Ruyan standing before her. With Xie Ruyan's abilities, even if she could not stay in the country, as long as she sold off the assets of the Xie family at a low price, then emigrated abroad, she could start anew. Now, Chen Feng had created a situation where it seemed like the Xie family was about to collapse. Under the panic of Xie Yuan and others, they did not have time to think of a solution, they only wanted to transfer the funds in the shortest time possible and escape abroad. In fact, if Xie Ruyan were in Xie Yuan's shoes, her choice would probably be the same. This was the terrifying aspect of Chen Feng, he had planned everything from the beginning and left only one path for Xie Yuan to choose. Then, when the Xie family was transferring funds through underground banks, by some means, he intercepted that money. In other words, Chen Feng had even predicted in advance which underground bank Xie Yuan would use for the transfer. Chen Feng smiled slightly, no, one more step. As he spoke, he used his phone to donate $30 billion and transferred $20 billion to Han Jiwei's bank account in the United States. After doing these things, he tapped a few times on his phone and played a recording. The bloodthirsty killer should still be in Peng City. Send someone to kill the night god immediately. First, the night god has a $500 million reward. Boss, investigate all industries and company shares related to our Xie family. When Xie Ruyan heard the voice, she knew it was Xie Yuan's voice. And when she heard the content, her heart sank instantly to the bottom of the valley. She didn't need to think to guess what Xie Yuan's response would be to this situation. The hundreds of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were not as familiar with Xie Yuan's voice as Xie Ruyan, so they were initially confused. However, since Xie Yuan had just spoken with Chen Feng, they quickly realized that the person speaking was indeed Xie Yuan. The content of the recording undoubtedly proved that Xie Yuan had been acting from the beginning of his conversation with Chen Feng. Hiring assassins, preparing to flee with the money, all these actions indirectly proved that the things the Xie family had done were true. They could even hire killers. Forcing Han Jiwei's family to serve as chefs for generations was nothing. In the next moment, all the viewers felt deceived and insulted. They became angry and started to criticize the Xie family on social media and in the live broadcast room. Chen Feng smiled faintly and then said to the camera, I will now release all the evidence of the Xie family's crimes online and send a copy to the police. As for whether the people of the Xie family will receive the punishment they deserve, let the viewers supervise. Chen Feng casually opened his email and sent the complete information directly to the Pengcheng police's reporting email. At the same time, he also posted the information on many platforms. When Xie Yuan, who had already boarded the helicopter, heard what Chen Feng said, his body, which had just recovered, suddenly spurted out blood and then fainted. Dad! Dad! What's wrong with you? Xie Yuan's other sons were terrified by this scene and hurried to check on Xie Yuan's condition. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces turned pale because Xie Yuan was only exhaling through his nose, without inhaling, and it seemed like he was on the verge of collapse. The Xie family panicked, feeling like doomsday had arrived without even their backbone. When Chen Feng finished all this, he noticed Xie Ruyan looking at him with a deep gaze. Is what you did meaningful? Xie Ruyan regained her calm demeanor and said, as you said, after today, you will be reborn again, everything will go back to New Year's Day, and the Xie family will still be the Xie family. Are you ready to do it all over again? Chen Feng chuckled and asked, has Miss Xie played games before? Xie Ruyan was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood what the other party meant. Chen Feng was treating each rebirth as a game. Those who play games know that the pleasure gained in the game is only temporary, and in reality, they gain nothing. Chen Feng shrugged, so what? You can only keep unlocking achievements in the game to maximize your pleasure. As I said before, I'm not doing all this for some lofty goal, in the end, it's just to keep myself from going crazy. I'm currently playing the role of an urban thief, so naturally, I have to take this role to the extreme and let this game revel to the end. Xie Ruyan fell silent. Although Chen Feng was smiling, the loneliness in his voice was palpable, which inexplicably evoked a sense of sympathy in her. Chen Feng smiled, picked up his phone, tapped a few times, and the image inside the Xie family's helicopter appeared. By now, Xie Yuan had already died violently, and his sons were crying loudly around his body, mourning as if it were the end of the world. This scene was also part of Chen Feng's calculations. As Xie Yuan grew older, he suffered from high blood pressure for a long time. He deliberately created such a big scene not only to push the Xie family to the brink but also to gradually stimulate Xie Yuan layer by layer into hell. Seeing this, Chen Feng calmly tapped the screen and switched to another camera. The camera now showed a rooftop of a skyscraper, where a casually dressed Caucasian with blonde hair and blue eyes stopped with a black box. He placed the black box on the ground, took out a sniper rifle from it, and quickly began assembling it on the ground. Chen Feng grinned and pointed his phone camera at the computer camera. "Let me introduce you all. This is the ace killer of the international criminal organization Blood of Blood, codenamed Lucifer. Not only were the viewers in the live stream stunned, but even Xia Ruyan had a bewildered expression, not understanding how Chen Feng had inexplicably jumped to this point. However, they quickly noticed the mention of the international criminal organization Blood of Blood, which was the assassin organization Xie Yuan had hired to kill Chen Feng before. When they saw the killer named Lucifer assembling a sniper rifle on the ground, everyone realized that this was the assassin sent by Blood of Blood to kill Chen Feng. Everyone widened their eyes, unable to understand Chen Feng's thinking. He knew that the other party was going to use a sniper rifle to take him out, yet he acted as if nothing was wrong, chatting and laughing as if everything was normal. What shocked them even more was that Chen Feng could observe the other party's every move through his phone, clearly having set up cameras in the sniper point in advance, allowing him to know the other party's actions. How did he do it? The audience in the live stream room couldn't comprehend it at all. It's understandable to know in advance that someone wants to kill you, but to know where they plan to do it is mind-boggling. Many people don't know what kind of organization Blood for Blood is. Even someone like Mr. Xie only knows about their assassin business, but in reality, they do much more than that. Chen Feng took back his phone and continued with a smile. Blood for Blood originated in Europe, but no one knows how long it has been established, not even the members of Blood for Blood. I spent over 10 years investigating, searching through countless historical records, and even managed to interrogate some members of Blood for Blood. I eventually discovered that the earliest records of Blood for Blood can be traced back to the Middle Ages in Europe, starting from the time of the Crusades. In other words, this is a mysterious organization hidden in the dark corners of the world for over 1,000 years. In its early years, Blood for Blood started with the assassin business, but now they no longer rely on this business as their main source of profit. Known as the Sovereign Thieves, Blood for Blood has a deep-rooted influence in various Western countries, and their means of profit involve manipulating a country's situation behind the scenes to gain huge profits. For example, during the Dubai debt crisis years ago, which led to a sharp drop in European stock markets, they already knew the outcome in advance. By heavily shorting Dubai's currency, they made over billions of dollars in profit. The subsequent Greek debt crisis was even directly influenced by them following the Dubai debt crisis, continuing to short the Greek currency and easily gaining hundreds of billions of dollars in profit. As Chen Feng spoke, not only were the audience in the live stream room stunned, but even Xia Ruyan was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a while. Not to mention the ordinary viewers, even Xia Ruyan had never imagined that these international financial events were actually the result of someone secretly pushing behind the scenes. She thought her level of understanding was high enough, but now, upon hearing about the terrifying organization Blood for Blood, she realized she had been too naive. The influence of an organization like Blood for Blood is not limited to just Europe, it is likely spread globally. Chen Feng smiled and continued, Blood for Blood is led by 7 titans, and no one knows their real names, only a code name, each using the name of a famous emperor from European history. Such as Alexander the Great, Caesar, Augustus, Charlemagne, Peter the Great, and so on. After each titan dies, the remaining titans collectively select the next successor to inherit the title. At this point, Chen Feng suddenly looked at his phone for the time. Alright, time is almost up, the educational session is over. The audience in the live stream room, who had been nervously watching the computer screen, wanting to hear more about Blood for Blood, were left feeling extremely uncomfortable when Chen Feng suddenly stopped talking. Xia Ruyan glanced at the time and instantly understood what Chen Feng meant by the time being almost up. It was only 1 minute away from midnight. If everything Chen Feng said was true, then he only had 1 minute left to live. Chen Feng stood up, walked to the window, and reached into his suit to pull out something that looked like a remote control. Let this fireworks display be the finale of this 10,000th rebirth. Chen Feng smiled and pressed the remote control in his hand. Boom! 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 Several loud explosions rang out. Xia Ruyan was shocked to see a fierce fire rising from the rooftop of a skyscraper a kilometer away, shooting straight up into the sky. The sound of the explosions also came from above the Rose restaurant, shattering all the tempered glass outer walls of the restaurant. Glass shards rained down from the sky, and the strong wind blew in uncontrollably, making Xia Ruyan almost unable to open her eyes. After the initial shock, Xie Ruyan quickly reacted. No wonder Chen Feng didn't care that the assassin named Lucifer was outside preparing to snipe him, because he had not only set up surveillance there but also placed remote-controlled bombs. The moment Lucifer set up the sniper rifle ready to shoot, Chen Feng detonated the bomb, sending the assassin straight to the afterlife. The bomb Chen Feng set up at the Rose restaurant was clearly not meant to kill anyone, just to blow up the glass. As for what he wanted to do, Xie Ruyan had a guess. Chen Feng stood at the edge of the glass outer wall, his white suit rustling in the strong wind. Despite standing at the brink of an abyss, he showed no fear in his eyes, only a determined smile on his face. Chen Feng turned to Xie Ruyan and waved, "When I wake up, maybe I'll come find you, don't leave without me." After saying that, Chen Feng opened his arms and laughed loudly at the sky. "I blew in death, like a brilliant meteor, leaving the most dazzling trace in the world." Xie Ruyan had a premonition, her heart suddenly trembling. She rushed from her seat, wanting to grab Chen Feng and pull him back. She didn't know why, even though the man in front of her had kidnapped her and destroyed the Xie family in front of her, she didn't want to see this man, full of strange charm, die in front of her. However, her actions were too slow, and Chen Feng's figure had already fallen backward. By the time Xie Ruyan reached the edge, she saw Chen Feng spreading his arms towards the sky, as if he wanted to fly. As he disappeared from her sight, Chen Feng waved at her with a smile, showing no fear of death. For a moment, Xie Ruyan was stunned, biting her lip until Chen Feng finally disappeared, and she still hadn't come back to her senses. After some time, Chen Feng slowly regained consciousness and opened his eyes. Instead of the familiar white-coated doctor named Li Hao, he saw an extremely unfamiliar face. Chen Feng suddenly froze because after each rebirth, the scene was always in the doctor's office, facing his liver disease Dr. Li Hao. The usual opening line was, "I regret to inform you that you have liver cancer, and you only have 3 months left. Does your family know? I suggest you be hospitalized and cooperate actively with treatment." Chen Feng had been reborn 10,000 times, and he was extremely familiar with this process. But now, he was not in the doctor's office, and the person in front of him was not the doctor. "Who gave you the courage to sleep in class?" The unfamiliar face glared at Chen Feng, waving a textbook in his hand and smashing it down on Chen Feng. "Was it the last in the class who gave you the courage?" Chen Feng frowned and calmly avoided the attack from the unfamiliar man. Chen Feng looked around the classroom in confusion and was shocked to find himself inside a classroom. Inside the classroom, dozens of students in school uniforms were staring at him with expressions ranging from playful, mocking, to gloating. Chen Feng always felt that this place and the students in front of him looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them before. Chen Feng became more and more puzzled in his heart, wondering if he had been reborn in another place. The next moment, when Chen Feng saw the way he was dressed, he was instantly stunned. He was wearing a school uniform with the words Dragon City High School written on it. What the hell? Dragon City High School was his alma mater in high school. Although he only studied there for 2 years, he experienced the most humiliating things of his life here, and he had wanted to commit suicide several times. So he couldn't forget this school. What's going on? Chen Feng couldn't help but look down at his body, only to realize that although he was physically weak, he felt completely different from when he was diagnosed with liver cancer. In simple terms, he felt more energetic and spirited than he did back then. Just as Chen Feng was amazed and puzzled, he suddenly noticed a line of words written at the front of the classroom, "Countdown to the college entrance examination, 179 days." Chen Feng was shocked, and he saw a strange man waving his textbook in a hurry. He grabbed the man's hand and anxiously asked, "What year is this?" The stranger, seeing Chen Feng daring to grab his hand, became extremely angry and shouted, "Let go of me! Are you out of your mind?" Chen Feng frowned at the man, feeling more and more familiar as he looked at him. Suddenly, a realization struck him, "You are Wang Aihua." The students in the classroom all stared wide-eyed, showing a hint of surprise in their eyes. According to past experience, Chen Feng should have been beaten up by the head teacher Wang Aihua, and maybe even have his parents called in for a scolding. But the Chen Feng in front of them actually grabbed the head teacher's hand, showing no signs of cowardice, and even called out Wang Aihua's name with an air of superiority. "You scoundrel," becoming more lawless by the day. Wang Aihua, with his right hand grabbed by Chen Feng, slapped him with his left hand. Chen Feng impatiently pushed him away, causing Wang Aihua to stagger back a few steps, avoiding the slap. After pushing Wang Aihua away, Chen Feng immediately began searching through his desk, eager to confirm the current timeline and paying no attention to Wang Aihua. Soon, Chen Feng found an old Nokia 3100 phone. As he checked the time on the phone's display, he was shocked to see that it was September 22, 2008. Even the hand holding the phone began to tremble slightly. This day happened to be his 18th birthday year. It can't be, have I been reborn at 18? Chen Feng muttered to himself. His voice was very low, but the entire classroom fell silent, and all the students heard him. Suddenly, someone chuckled, and the whole classroom couldn't help but burst into laughter, filled with mockery and ridicule. They almost all thought Chen Feng had been scared silly to say such crazy things. Wang Aihua's face turned pale with anger, and he walked up, wanting to continue punishing Chen Feng. But at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly burst into laughter. Staring at the phone screen, he suddenly burst into loud laughter, tears streaming down his face. His laughter was so loud, he was laughing uncontrollably, as if he had gone mad. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Have I finally escaped those damn 90 days? Chen Feng laughed wildly, pounding his desk, truly excited to the point of madness. Time had finally started moving. For over 2,000 years, trapped in those 90 days, Chen Feng had collapsed several times, wanting to die but unable to, as if it were the cruelest punishment in the world. Now, discovering that he had been reborn at the age of 18, Chen Feng felt a sense of liberation from the prison, regaining his freedom. The students in the classroom and Wang Aihua were startled to see Chen Feng burst into laughter, as he seemed truly insane, sending chills down their spines. After laughing for a while, Chen Feng suddenly seemed to remember something, shuddered all over, and said, if it was my birthday that day, then she would still be alive. Chen Feng's body stiffened suddenly, his head turning slowly towards his desk. There appeared a girl, with a perfect oval face, exquisite and exceptionally beautiful, stunningly beautiful. She exuded a natural and overflowing aura, a quality not easily possessed by ordinary girls, and she was an 18-year-old girl. Gu Qinghuan. Chen Feng's heart trembled, a tremendous joy surged within him, even greater than breaking the cycle of time. In the next moment, amidst everyone's astonished gazes, Chen Feng bent down and hugged this beautiful girl. You're alive, you're alive. Tears of excitement streamed down Chen Feng's face, fearing that this was a dream. In countless cycles of time, Chen Feng had done everything he wanted to do, except for Gu Qinghuan, the girl who had always been his eternal regret. When Chen Feng was in his third year of high school, a girl transferred to his class, the same girl he was now holding. Gu Qinghuan was too beautiful, with a strong presence that made any girl in school feel inferior. Even most boys felt inexplicably nervous around her, and she hardly showed any interest in anyone, causing many suitors to retreat. From the moment Chen Feng saw this girl, he knew he liked her, and she became his deskmate. However, he also fell into deep self-doubt, spending over half a month as deskmates without exchanging more than a few words. At that time, Chen Feng was not as reckless and carefree as he is now, indifferent to the world. Chen Feng's self-doubt was not because Gu Qinghuan was too outstanding, but because of himself. Chen Feng was not a native of Pengcheng, he was born in a rural family in Hubei province. When he was in 5th grade, his parents came to Pengcheng to work, leaving him with his grandparents. His parents, with only a junior high school education, had limited job opportunities and could only run a vegetable stall in the market in the Hualong district of Pengcheng, working hard from dawn till dusk to earn a living. In the eyes of his grandparents, their grandson was always an outsider, treated more like a lodger than family. From 5th grade to the 3rd year of junior high school, for 5 years, Chen Feng never received a penny of pocket money. It wasn't that his parents didn't give him any, but after giving the money to his grandparents, they never passed any on to him. If his grandparents bought fruits or anything, they would only share it with their biological grandson when Chen Feng was not around. At the age of 10, his parents left, and with the lack of care from his grandparents and uncle, Chen Feng, who had once been outgoing, suddenly fell into extreme self-doubt, even believing that his parents didn't want him anymore. This feeling persisted for several years until his parents, who had saved up some money, brought Chen Feng to Pengcheng to attend high school. However, upon arriving in Pengcheng, Chen Feng became even more self-conscious, even withdrawing into himself at one point. He couldn't speak Cantonese, spoke with a heavy accent from his hometown, and became the target of ridicule in the class, with his accent being mocked from time to time. Even though Chen Feng worked hard to improve his Mandarin and get rid of his accent, it didn't change his status as an outcast in the class. Chen Feng became a target of bullying, running errands and getting beaten up were common occurrences. He would often have all his pocket money taken away and be humiliated from time to time. For example, during a chemistry experiment in the lab, when there was just a small flame in the beaker, someone deliberately grabbed a fire extinguisher and sprayed wildly at him. When the teacher asked what happened, they said Chen Feng's experiment caused the fire to burn the tabletop. When such incidents became the norm and lasted for 2 full years, Chen Feng developed depression until a girl named Gu Qinghuan appeared. Chen Feng still remembers that day when he stood on the edge of the rooftop. Jumping from the 7th floor, you might not die, but if you do, at least it's clean. If you don't die, the most likely outcome is being paralyzed and lying in bed motionless, then burdening your parents to take care of you for the rest of your life. Chen Feng was startled at that moment, looking at the exceptionally beautiful girl saying those words to him. He was stunned. He hadn't planned to jump, but after Gu Qinghuan said that, he felt a sense of helplessness and amusement. It was the first time Gu Qinghuan spoke to Chen Feng after transferring to the school a month earlier. After that, Chen Feng's favorite thing to do in class every day was to secretly glance at Gu Qinghuan, and after evening self-study, he would secretly follow her home. Evening self-study in the 3rd year of high school usually lasted until 9 o'clock at night, and even though Chen Feng's home was far from Gu Qinghuan's, he was willing to spend an extra hour on the road every day just to see her. To others, this seemed like pure stalking, especially coming from someone like Chen Feng, who was always on the edge. One of the most ruthless bullies towards Chen Feng was a guy named Niawei. On one occasion when Chen Feng was following Gu Qinghuan again, Niawei intercepted him, teasing and slapping him, even forcing Chen Feng to kneel down and call him grandpa. At that moment of fear and helplessness, Chen Feng was astonished to see Gu Qinghuan rushing over from a nearby restaurant with a pot of hot water and pouring it on Niawei and his group. While they were scrambling to avoid it, Gu Qinghuan grabbed Chen Feng's hand and quickly fled the scene. Chen Feng still remembers that night when the moon was round and bright, everything was covered in a hazy moonlight, filled with a romantic atmosphere. Chen Feng stared blankly as Gu Qinghuan pulled him forward, wishing time could freeze in that moment forever. After getting rid of Niawei and his group, Gu Qinghuan coldly said, "Don't follow me anymore in the future," and left without looking back. Chen Feng knew he had fallen completely in love with this girl from that moment on, but shortly after the incident, he received a devastating blow. Gu Qinghuan had committed suicide. Chen Feng felt like his whole world had collapsed at that moment. Since his parents left, his life had been spent in suppression. Meeting Gu Qinghuan was like a sun shining in his world, and just as he was preparing to work hard to deserve her, he received this terrible news. The impact on him was simply devastating. After Gu Qinghuan's death, Chen Feng spiraled downward and lost all motivation, feeling like life had lost its meaning. Following that, due to being from another city, he couldn't take the college entrance exam in Pengcheng, and with the continued bullying at school, he transferred back to his hometown school. His grades were already poor, and with the added weight of Gu Qinghuan's incident, he couldn't focus on studying. He failed to meet the cutoff for even a junior college in his first attempt at the college entrance exam and had to retake a year before barely getting into a 3rd-tier university. Then it was a few years of confusion and haze, dating and breaking up in college, graduating and finding a job, and suddenly it was the year when Chen Feng was diagnosed with cancer at the age of 29. It can be said that besides his parents, the person who had the greatest impact on Chen Feng's life before the age of 29 was Gu Qinghuan. Over the past 2,000 years, Chen Feng had once investigated the reason for Gu Qinghuan's suicide. However, it had been 11 years since then, and many clues had completely disappeared. Chen Feng had contacted Gu Qinghuan's parents, relatives, friends, and their conclusions were surprisingly consistent. Gu Qinghuan did not seem like someone who would commit suicide, nor did she have a reason to do so. But Gu Qinghuan left a suicide note, and the surveillance camera clearly captured her jumping off the rooftop. Chen Feng had also seen the contents of the suicide note from Gu Qinghuan's parents, which only contained a few words: "There is too much ugliness in the world, I only hope that there will be no more human life in the next world." When Chen Feng saw this sentence, the impact on his heart was imaginable. Chen Feng did not know what Gu Qinghuan had experienced, but her words revealed a disgust for the world and even a plea for no more human life in the next world. However, it also revealed an attachment to life, otherwise she would not hope for another life. At that moment, Chen Feng suddenly remembered the day he wanted to jump off the building to commit suicide, and Gu Qinghuan was also standing on the edge of the rooftop. It was not entirely a coincidence, perhaps she was already thinking about suicide at that time. But Chen Feng had never thought in that direction at the time because he did not believe that the extraordinary and beautiful girl would choose to commit suicide. At this moment, Chen Feng discovered that Gu Qinghuan was still alive, and his joy was beyond words. However, Gu Qinghuan's face was full of astonishment and anger because she had only transferred to this school less than half a month ago and had not even spoken a word to this classmate, treating him as a complete stranger. Now, a stranger suddenly hugged her in front of the teacher and the whole class. Even if she had good manners, she could not bear it. "Are you happy?" Gu Qinghuan asked casually. Chen Feng was slightly stunned, then suddenly burst into laughter, and hugged Gu Qinghuan even tighter. "Happy? Of course I'm happy. Whether this is the damn next cycle or time has really changed, this is the happiest moment of my life in these thousands of years." However, Gu Qinghuan suddenly stood up, pushed Chen Feng away, and then fiercely kicked towards him. Chen Feng was caught off guard, took a few steps back from the push, and then felt a sharp pain in his calf as Gu Qinghuan kicked his muscle, causing him to gasp in pain. But Chen Feng was not angry, instead, he laughed even more happily. The intense pain indicated that he was not dreaming but had truly returned to the year 2008. Gu Qinghuan kicked Chen Feng, not stopping, but picking up the books on the desk and smashing them at him. Chen Feng naturally did not fight back against Gu Qinghuan, he blocked with his hands while watching the angry Gu Qinghuan with a smile. The classmates in the classroom were stunned, they had not expected Chen Feng to dare to hug Gu Qinghuan publicly, nor had they expected the usually elegant Gu Qinghuan to suddenly become violent and hit someone, completely different from her usual image. Enough! Stop it! Wang Aihua's angry roar echoed in the classroom. Gu Qinghuan's movement stopped immediately, as if realizing that her actions just now were a bit out of line. She quickly regained her composure and sat calmly in her seat, as if nothing had happened. The expressions of the students in the classroom were silent. Wang Aihua's reputation was not very good, often resorting to corporal punishment, so most of the students in the class were afraid of him. In 2008, far from being as strict as in later years, Wang Aihua dared to openly accept gifts from students' parents, and with a narrow mind, he naturally favored students who gave gifts. Besides arranging seats in good locations, they didn't even need to take turns on duty. For those who didn't give gifts, Wang Aihua would find trouble with various excuses, then mock, belittle, and even openly insult them. For example, just now with Chen Feng, Wang Aihua directly cursed Chen Feng as a despicable thing, and this was not the first time. There have been parents who reported this, but Wang Aihua and the vice principal had some kind of indirect family relationship, so it all ended without resolution. Are you really lawless? Wang Aihua roared in anger, took a few steps and rushed over, ignoring Gu Qinghuan, reaching out to grab Chen Feng's ear. Chen Feng's gaze shifted from Gu Qinghuan and casually glanced at Wang Aihua, then quickly grabbed his wrist and forcefully pulled Wang Aihua in front of him. Chen Feng leaned in close to Wang Aihua's ear and whispered something, like sharing a secret. But the next moment, Wang Aihua's expression changed abruptly, as if he had seen a ghost, pushing Chen Feng away and staggering back a few steps. His eyes showed fear, staring at Chen Feng, trembling. How did you know? The students in the class expected to see a familiar scene, but Chen Feng said something to Wang Aihua that changed his expression. Just a moment ago, he was furious and wanted to eat Chen Feng alive, but the next second, he looked terrified and panicked as if he had heard something extremely frightening. The change was as fast as a Sichuan opera face change. All the students were curious to death, wondering what Chen Feng had said to scare Wang Aihua like that. Even Gu Qinghuan looked over with some surprise, feeling a bit puzzled and curious. However, Chen Feng's voice was too low at the time, and even Gu Qinghuan nearby couldn't hear what he said. Chen Feng glanced at Wang Aihua indifferently. Teacher Wang, can we continue the class now? Wang Aihua's face turned pale and green, reaching a climax, repeatedly. Trying to say something but seeing the curious looks of the students around, he couldn't utter a word. Chen Feng smiled, returned to his seat as if no one was there. Wang Aihua stood frozen in place for a while, watching Chen Feng sit back down, not daring to bother him again. His mind was now full of how Chen Feng knew about that matter, and he had no more thoughts of teaching. You can study on your own. Just to clarify, this is not the next cycle, but time has truly changed. After Wang Aihua left the classroom, he anxiously took out his phone and dialed a number. Have you told anyone about our matter? A woman's voice came from the phone, but she kept it very low and sounded surprised. Wang Aihua, are you crazy? Can we tell others about our matter? Wang Aihua knew he was too flustered, almost losing his sanity, and the woman on the other end of the phone was not stupid. If that matter was mentioned to a third person, it would be like handing over leverage to someone else. But one of my students knows about that matter, and he told me during class just now. What? The woman on the phone exclaimed in shock, but then she seemed to realize something, lowering her voice again. Wait a moment. The woman immediately hung up the phone, and in a few minutes, she called Wang Aihua's phone again. What's going on? What did he tell you? The woman's voice was filled with urgency and anger. Wang Aihua was still in a panic at this time. He had no idea why Chen Feng had revealed the secret that only the two of them knew. He knows about Bifan Garden, and also about the 1 million. The woman on the phone's breathing became rapid at the mention of this, her voice involuntarily trembling. Wang Aihua, what's going on? You better explain it clearly to me. How could he know? I really don't know. Did you offend that student? The woman on the phone seemed to have figured something out and immediately asked. Wang Aihua was at a loss for words. He had not only offended Chen Feng. Chen Feng's family had never given him anything, coupled with his poor academic performance ranking last in the class, which seriously lowered the class average. He would often pick on Chen Feng and even physically punish him. It was not just offending someone, it was more like making an enemy. Well, maybe. Wang Aihua stammered. The woman seemed to know Wang Aihua very well, and she angrily said, "Wang Aihua, you bastard, I've always told you to be more restrained, but now look at you. That student must have been following you to know about Bifang Garden." The woman scolded Wang Aihua for half an hour without holding back. Wang Aihua could only nod along, not daring to say a word. Did he say it publicly or tell you in private? The woman, seeming tired of scolding, finally remembered something and asked. It was in private. Wang Aihua didn't dare mention that he was going to discipline Chen Feng again today and was informed of the secret by him. Given the circumstances at the time, it was indeed said in private. That means he wants to share the benefits. Invite him out tomorrow, let's probe and see what he's up to if he has any evidence. Let's quickly return the money, we've earned enough anyway. If something really happens, we'll both end up in trouble. The woman angrily laughed. I said to return it last month, but someone had to be greedy and wanted to earn more money? Wang Aihua was speechless because he knew she was talking about him. You don't need to worry about the money, you figure out the background of that student now, and how he knew about that matter. Oh, okay, I got it. Wang Aihua hurriedly responded and then hung up the phone, wanting to talk to Chen Feng. But when he returned, he found that evening self-study had already started, and Chen Feng was naturally not in the classroom. Chen Feng was leisurely walking beside Gu Qinghuan at this time. He was not following her secretly as he did in his past life, but boldly walking beside her, with a distance of less than a meter between them. Gu Qinghuan was extremely annoyed. Since Wang Aihua left the classroom, this jerk had been staring at her, and she had to use her textbook to shield her face. But even so, Gu Qinghuan still felt Chen Feng's hot gaze, as if it could penetrate the textbook, making it unbearable for her. She decided to leave early. However, what Gu Qinghuan never expected was that this jerk would follow her out early and keep following her. No matter if she sped up her pace, ran, or threatened him, Chen Feng relentlessly followed behind her like a dogskin plaster that couldn't be shaken off. What do you want? Gu Qinghuan's face was full of anger and disgust that couldn't be concealed. I want to make you love me. Chen Feng stared at Gu Qinghuan directly, without any pretense, his expression incredibly sincere. Gu Qinghuan seemed to hear a huge joke, just coldly chuckled and turned to leave. But in the moment she turned around, Gu Qinghuan's eyes inexplicably showed a hint of fluctuation. It was not because of what Chen Feng said that she was shaken, but surprised that the person sitting across from her seemed to have suddenly changed. The previous Chen Feng exuded a timid aura all over, always walking with his head down, never daring to make eye contact with her, or even speak to her. However, at the moment he was awakened from sleeping in class by Wang Aihua, Chen Feng seemed like a different person. The previous timidity and inferiority vanished in an instant. In its place was an internal and external arrogance, as well as a sense of unruly arrogance, as if a sharp sword had been unsheathed. The events of tonight made Gu Qinghuan have to re-evaluate Chen Feng. I warn you, if you keep following me, don't blame me for being impolite. Gu Qinghuan turned her back to Chen Feng, coldly threw out a sentence, and continued walking forward. Chen Feng smiled, about to catch up, but suddenly heard a mocking voice behind him. Hey, trash, didn't you hear Miss Xie say not to follow her? Can't you understand human language? Chen Feng's steps suddenly paused, a curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. He turned calmly to look at the students walking towards him, with Miss Xie at the forefront, the one who usually liked to bully him. Although Chen Feng was smiling, there was a glint of coldness in his eyes, as if a blade, directed towards Miss Xie and his group. In the 2 years, Miss Xie had bullied him countless times, even starting the nickname Trash for Chen Feng. He had impulsively thought of suicide several times because of this person. Miss Xie's father, Miss Xie, owned a construction company in the Hualong district. Although not significant in the entire Pengchang, it held some influence in the Hualong district. Miss Xie was naturally good at socializing in the business world. Although he had some connections with the local leaders, he did not take the school leaders seriously. He had given many gifts to the school leaders, even to those like Wang Aihua who were not on the same level, to maintain good relations. So whenever Miss Xie caused trouble at school, it could be suppressed, and Wang Aihua would turn a blind eye. Over time, Miss Xie became a little tyrant. Although Chen Feng never spoke about being bullied, his parents noticed his occasional bruises and swollen face. They knew he must be bullied, but when they asked him, Chen Feng remained silent because he knew it wouldn't help. Indeed, when Chen Feng's parents went to the teacher and principal to report the issue, not only was it not addressed, but they were met with disdain. Chen Feng felt increasingly uncomfortable knowing this, so every time he was beaten, he shielded his face to prevent his parents from noticing. "Hey, trash!" Miao Wei approached, his arrogant expression suddenly halted as he noticed Chen Feng's icy gaze. From a distance, the darkness obscured his view of Chen Feng's expression and eyes. As they approached, Miao Wei and the three people behind him all froze at the same time. Chen Feng's eyes at this moment were extremely terrifying, as if he were a terrifying prehistoric giant beast staring at them, causing a chill to shoot from the soles of their feet to their brains, making their bodies instantly stiffen. In the over 2,000 years that Chen Feng had been alive, he had killed not just thousands, but tens of thousands of people, and that killing intent did not disappear with the passage of time. At this moment, when Chen Feng released all of it, how could Miao Wei and the others resist? Gu Qinghuan had already walked a distance away, but when she heard Miao Wei's words, she paused slightly, then turned to look back. She had seen this scene several times before, but in the past, Chen Feng had not resisted, and she had not bothered to intervene. However, at this moment, Gu Qinghuan felt a sense of curiosity. The aura that Chen Feng was emitting now was completely different from before. Would he still be beaten up as before? But with just one glance, she saw Miao Wei and the others frozen in place, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost. Gu Qinghuan felt surprised, not knowing what had happened to scare Miao Wei and the others. Curious, she wanted to get closer to find out what had changed. Chen Feng slowly walked up to Miao Wei, bent down to his ear, and whispered, "Driving without a license, causing a fatal hit and run, your father Nie Jiming covering it up for you. Do you think it's foolproof, with no one else knowing?" When Miao Wei heard this, he suddenly trembled, his eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Chen Feng knew about this. You. Miao Wei stammered, unable to form a complete sentence. "You want to know how I found out?" Seeing Miao Wei's panicked expression and nervous eyes, eager to hear Chen Feng's answer, he wanted to know how much Chen Feng knew and if there was any evidence. Chen Feng smiled slightly and calmly said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it. Now, slap yourself. Until I say stop, don't you dare stop." Although Chen Feng's body was a bit weaker now, compared to his cancer period, he was much stronger. It would be effortless for him to teach Miao Wei and the others a lesson, but Chen Feng couldn't be bothered to do so, or to bother with someone like Miao Wei. After speaking, Chen Feng didn't even bother to look back at Miao Wei, but with his hands behind his back, he turned and walked slowly in the direction of Gu Qinghuan. "If I don't hear any movement within 3 seconds, I'll go to the police station tomorrow to report it." Miao Wei's expression changed drastically. He didn't know how much Chen Feng knew, but if he followed Chen Feng's instructions now, he might be at Chen Feng's mercy in the future. Especially since this person in front of him was someone he used to despise and bully. The sudden reversal of the situation left Miao Wei unable to accept it for a while. "You go. Are the police fools? What you say, they believe everything." Miao Wei shouted angrily at Chen Feng. Chen Feng still didn't turn back, just chuckled and said, "On the night of July 29, 2008, at 11:35 p.m., at the intersection of Jiangning Road and Hanhang Road." Miao Wei's face froze at these words, as the time and place Chen Feng mentioned matched the time and place of his hit-and-run incident. Miao Wei only remembered that it was around 11 o'clock at night, but Chen Feng knew the details so accurately. Is this guy really present? But it was late at night, and it was a quiet and deserted street. He clearly remembered that there was no third person at the scene. How did he know? Miao Wei was amazed and felt his head buzzing, unable to understand. "It's been almost 3 seconds. If I don't hear a sound, it's your own fault." Chen Feng still didn't turn around, but his tone was full of mockery. Miao Wei suddenly jumped in his heart, unsure whether to believe Chen Feng, but under strong psychological pressure, he instinctively reacted. Miao Wei gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and slapped himself hard in the face. Crack! When the crisp sound of the slap rang out, Miao Wei's followers and Gu Qinghuan were stunned. They had been listening to the conversation between Miao Wei and Chen Feng, but because they didn't hear Chen Feng's whisper at the beginning, they had no idea what was happening. However, they all knew that Miao Wei, who was usually arrogant, would not slap himself because of a few words from Chen Feng. What they couldn't imagine was that Miao Wei was actually slapping himself now. What happened? Gu Qinghuan and the followers also looked puzzled, as if Chen Feng had a strange ability to make people feel trapped with just a few words. Just like Wang Aihua in the classroom, now with Miao Wei, a similarly strange scene appeared. However, judging from the expressions and words of these two, they must have been caught by Chen Feng for something, otherwise these two who usually bullied Chen Feng the most would not have such a drastic change. After slapping himself several times, Miao Wei seemed to sober up a bit from the intense pain. His movements suddenly stopped. Even though Chen Feng knew the specific time and place, it had been several months since the case was closed. Even the police couldn't find any other clues at the time. Even if Chen Feng went to the police station now to report, without evidence, how could the police believe him? Moreover, he often bullied Chen Feng and had intense conflicts with him. At that time, the police would only think that Chen Feng was retaliating on purpose, without any basis, and would probably not investigate the car accident, but would educate him through the school and parents. When Niawei realized this, he suddenly woke up, knowing that he was reacting too slowly and was being intimidated by Chen Feng. Slapping himself in front of these followers and the goddess Gu Qinghuan was simply embarrassing. You have no evidence at all, do you? Chen Feng suddenly stopped, turned around and looked at Niawei with a big laugh. It seems you're not really stupid. Slapping yourself a few times finally made you a bit more awake. When Niawei saw Chen Feng stop and turn around, his eyes were full of hatred, anger, and pain, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Although Niawei was extremely angry, he dared not act rashly at this moment. Even though Chen Feng had no evidence, he mysteriously knew about this matter, which had already intimidated Niawei. He now just wanted to immediately contact his father, Nie Ximing, and tell him about this matter. Chen Feng's mouth curved into a smile, then he said, I like this look in your eyes, keep it up, remember to come find me for revenge. After saying this, Chen Feng didn't look at Niawei and the others again, and continued walking towards Gu Qinghuan. Alright, the trash is taken care of, let's go. Gu Qinghuan rolled her eyes. Chen Feng's words made it seem like he was waiting for her, completely ignoring her as an outsider. Gu Qinghuan snorted impatiently and turned to leave, seeming to be completely disdainful of Chen Feng. Chen Feng leisurely followed behind, smiling and asking, how can I make you fall in love with me? Gu Qinghuan was speechless at once. She had many suitors, some of whom used various romantic methods to pursue her, such as laying flowers on the road, hanging banners, and so on. But someone as eccentric as Chen Feng was truly a first for her. Such a question would be ignored not only by Gu Qinghuan, but by any girl. In the next life. Chen Feng, however, did not show any signs of discouragement upon hearing this. Instead, he looked serious and pondered for a moment. If I am not reborn at 18 in the next life, then I will lose you again, so, no. Gu Qinghuan looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, unsure of how to respond to his earnest expression. During evening self-study, Chen Feng claimed to have been reborn at 18, and now he was repeating it in front of her. This guy must have watched too many time-travel movies and novels, thinking he's a madman or others are fools. Gu Qinghuan ignored Chen Feng and quickened her pace. Chen Feng followed calmly, still smiling. However, after a while, his smile disappeared abruptly. Gu Qinghuan had walked into a nearby police station without him noticing. Chen Feng realized instantly that Gu Qinghuan was planning to find a police officer. He chuckled silently, rubbed his nose, finding Gu Qinghuan's actions amusing. Since it wasn't far from Gu Qinghuan's home, nothing serious should happen. Chen Feng decided not to bother the police and turned to walk home. As Gu Qinghuan was about to enter the police station, she glanced back at Chen Feng, who had tactfully walked away. She snorted lightly and decided not to go in. Chen Feng followed Gu Qinghuan not just to pester her but to understand her better. In their previous life, Chen Feng had known Gu Qinghuan for less than 3 months and never dared to speak to her, so he knew very little about her. Besides her name, age, where she lived, and basic family information, he knew nothing about her interests, likes, and dislikes. During the 90 days of being trapped, Chen Feng had refrained from investigating Gu Qinghuan's cause of death as it only brought him more pain. Suddenly, Chen Feng furrowed his brow. What happened that brought me back to 2008, coincidentally on my 18th birthday, a time I desperately wanted to change? During those 90 days, Chen Feng had pondered many times why this had happened to him. He had speculated about gods, fate, curses, and other inexplicable reasons. However, these speculations remained unverified and became his biggest puzzle. Upon careful reflection, Chen Feng realized that nothing special had occurred during his first 10,000 reincarnations. So why did the cycle suddenly break? After much contemplation, a terrifying thought crossed his mind. Could it be that the cycle was manipulated by someone? Chen Feng found this idea somewhat amusing and shook his head. Impossible. If someone is truly manipulating it, wouldn't that person be like a god? Are there gods in this world? Chen Feng lived for thousands of years and never saw any gods. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore, this is a dead end. Chen Feng had not figured out this problem in over 2,000 years, and he didn't plan to understand it anytime soon. However, now suddenly reborn at the age of 18, one problem that had been troubling him disappeared. That is, he no longer had liver cancer. Chen Feng was certain that he did not have liver cancer at the age of 18 because he had to undergo a physical examination for the college entrance examination, both the first time and when he repeated the exam, and there were no issues with his health. In fact, when Chen Feng had reached the maximum level of medical expertise, he already knew where his cancer came from. While still trapped in that worldly cage, Chen Feng had discovered the source of his liver cancer. When he was in college at the age of 20, he had been infected between the ages of 20 and 29. The most direct factors that triggered liver cancer were excessive alcohol consumption and viral hepatitis, which usually came from infection. Unfortunately, Chen Feng had both of these factors. Chen Feng himself did not have liver disease, but when he was in college, he had a girlfriend who showed symptoms very similar to those of a carrier of viral hepatitis. For example, fatigue, loss of appetite, abdominal distension, and jaundice, but at that time, Chen Feng did not pay attention. During the time from college to entering society, Chen Feng had a tough time either being a licking dog or a backup option. He was also marginalized and bullied at work, a definite loser, and gradually learned to seek solace in alcohol without restraint. With both factors combined, Chen Feng rapidly deteriorated from viral hepatitis to liver cancer. When Chen Feng had identified the root cause back then, he sought revenge on his ex-girlfriend, but soon found it tasteless because revenge could not change the fact that he was trapped for those 90 days. When everything was reset, everything lost its meaning. Now reborn at 18, he no longer had this troubling worry. However, his current body was still a bit weak. Despite being 6 feet tall, he didn't have much muscle and looked like a thin bamboo pole. Let's start exercising from now on. Chen Feng lifted his foot and ran towards home. It took Chen Feng half an hour to walk from school to his home, but he had followed Gu Qinghuan all the way, so running back took nearly an hour. It was called home, but it was actually a house rented by Chen Feng's parents for over 10 years. Because his parents had always been selling vegetables in the market downstairs, living here was very convenient, and they had never changed their address, so Chen Feng never worried about forgetting where he lived. By the time he got home, it was already past 11 at night. His parents had to get up at 2 in the morning to go buy goods, so they usually went to bed around 9 and took naps during the day. When Chen Feng opened the door and entered, he found a birthday cake on the table, along with a birthday card containing 500 yuan. Son, happy birthday. Chen Feng felt warm in his heart. No matter how many times he was reborn, his parents were always the ones who cared for him the most. Chen Feng frowned as he looked at the rented house in front of him. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Except for the first few times he was reborn, Chen Feng had never been short of money because even buying a lottery ticket could earn him enough money for 3 months. So Chen Feng always had the best in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, and the current rental environment was too poor. Although it was a 2-bedroom apartment, the living room could only fit a table and a refrigerator, making it cramped for the family to sit down for meals. Chen Feng's room could only accommodate a bed and a desk, not even a chair, so he had to sit on the bed. Moreover, the window of the room was blocked by another building, so even during the day, he had to turn on the lights to see anything. The parents' room was slightly larger, but only had space for an additional wardrobe. The family of 3 squeezed into this space of less than 40 square meters, making it difficult for Chen Feng to adapt for a while. It looks like I need to find a way to make money quickly. After pondering for a while, Chen Feng put away the 500 yuan, took a bite of cake, placed it in the refrigerator, and then went into his own room. As he entered, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. One word was enough to describe everything he saw, and that was dog's nest. Under the bed was a mess, with shoes, books covered in thick dust, and various miscellaneous items stuffed underneath. The bed was also messy, with 5 or 6 books thrown around, pillowcases and bed sheets slightly blackened, and clothes scattered on the bed. Chen Feng sighed. The previous Chen Feng might not have felt anything, but now he didn't want to stay in this room for even a moment. Chen Feng knew why it was like this. At 18, he had given up on himself, not caring about his image at all, let alone his room. Even though his mother, Li Yun, helped him clean up every time, it quickly returned to its current state. Chen Feng took a deep breath. Well, I made the mess, so I'll clean it up. Chen Feng quickly began to tidy up the room while thinking about how to make money. Reborn 10 years ago, he naturally had countless ways to make money, but he wanted the fastest and safest method to quickly change his parents' living environment without causing them worry. The first thing Chen Feng thought of was the lottery, but unfortunately, he only remembered the winning numbers from New Year's Day to April 1, 2019. As for 2008, he didn't have the leisure to remember. Next was sports betting. He knew the champions and scores of the World Cup and European Cup over the years, But the European Cup had just ended, and the most recent World Cup was in 2010, not yet time. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly lit up as he thought of stocks. Although the global economic crisis was triggered by the subprime mortgage crisis in the United States in 2008, China was spared from severe impact due to factors such as the incomplete opening of the capital account and international balance of payments, the early stage of asset securitization, and a large amount of foreign exchange reserves. China even welcomed its eighth bull market in stocks, which lasted for over 9 months until August 2009. During the stock market bull market, due to market sentiment, the money-making effect was very strong, and all investors were optimistic, wanting to buy stocks, causing almost all stocks to rise. A playful smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips because he knew where to get the money to buy stocks. The sentence he told Wang Aihua tonight was, "By Fanjuan 2303, embezzled 1 million of school funds." This sentence was closely related to this round of stock market bull market. The cause of the incident was simple. Wang Aihua had been playing stocks for years. When he discovered this bull market, he incited his mistress, also the school's financial officer, Li, to embezzle school funds and invest in stocks. The two of them were extremely lucky. The stock they bought hit the limit up more than 10 times in just 1 month, turning the initial 1 million into over 5 million. However, having earned so much money, the two dared not spend it recklessly, as it was earned through embezzlement. Once discovered by someone with ill intentions, they would be in big trouble. So the two of them spent 2 million to buy a house in the upscale residential area of Hualong district, by Fanjuan, using it as a place for their secret meetings and to hide the remaining millions in cash. As for how Chen Feng knew about this, it was simple. The two later fell out, and due to a dispute over the distribution of the money, it led to a fatal incident, ultimately exposing the matter and making headlines. Chen Feng happened to see this news while he was in college, and he felt relieved. Naturally, he remembered it. When Chen Feng thought about it, a plan had already formed in his mind. As he pondered, he began to consider the next urgent issue. Gu Qinghuan committed suicide 2 months after his birthday, which meant he had 2 months to figure out the reason for her suicide and save her. Chen Feng felt that his rebirth on his 18th birthday was not a coincidence, perhaps Gu Qinghuan was the reason. Furthermore, Chen Feng also thought of something else, that is, there was only about a month left until Xie Ruyan was kidnapped by Li Zixuan. Xie Ruyan had told him that the date was October 23rd, and that incident had caused immeasurable harm to her, casting a shadow over her for more than 10 years, something she could never forget in her lifetime. Since the incident occurred just a month after Chen Feng's birthday, he easily remembered it. A strange thought emerged in Chen Feng's mind, that the significant events that happened to these two girls seemed to have occurred in the period after his 18th birthday. Both of these girls held a special place in Chen Feng's heart. Was it really just a coincidence? Chen Feng shook his head when he thought about it, deciding not to delve deeper. Just thinking about this issue would lead to a dead end with no answers. Since he had broken free from that time trap, he decided to cherish everything in front of him. At least now he had a new goal. By the time Chen Feng had these thoughts, he had already cleaned up the room. The room was only a little over 10 square meters, so it took less than half an hour to clean. Looking at the reborn room, Chen Feng's mood inexplicably lightened. The next morning, at 6 o'clock, Chen Feng got out of bed, found a few iron wires and a screwdriver at home, grabbed his backpack, and left. The morning self-study session started at 7 o'clock, and Chen Feng usually left at that time. However, he was not going to school for self-study now, he was going to Bifang Garden. Chen Feng didn't know the location of Bifang Garden, but the taxi driver would know. He hailed a taxi on the roadside and arrived at Bifang Garden 20 minutes later. Although it was a high-end residential area, many houses were still under renovation and not many people had moved in yet. Even the property management company had not moved in, and there were no surveillance cameras installed. Chen Feng entered the community smoothly. After finding Building E, Chen Feng took the elevator directly to the 23rd floor. His purpose in coming here was to take away the over 2 million cash stored by Wang Aihua and LV Lily. He dared to come in so openly because he knew that Wang Aihua and LV Lily would not be here. These two people had their own families and would not stay here overnight, they would definitely be sleeping at their respective homes at this time. Even if they were here, Chen Feng was not afraid at all, as he held the leverage over them. Chen Feng could threaten Wang Aihua to hand over the money, but he thought it was better to take it himself. Firstly, with such a large sum of money, they would definitely be reluctant to give it up, and even if they eventually decided to give it, it would take a long time. Chen Feng did not have that patience. Secondly, it was still several million, and if they were pushed too hard, these two might do something desperate, like hiring someone to kill. Although Chen Feng was not afraid, he did not want to cause trouble over this small amount of money at this critical moment. Chen Feng found 2303, took out a few iron wires from his backpack, and started turning them in the keyhole. Even in 2019, in the most secure places in the world, such as the Louvre, Chen Feng could easily bypass the security. This ordinary anti-theft door was no different from being wide open in front of him. Within less than 10 seconds, the lock on the door made a crisp unlocking sound. Chen Feng pushed the door open and closed it behind him. This was a duplex apartment, with nearly 300 square meters, valued at over 2 million, even in 2008 when it was around 8,100 per square meter. Chen Feng clearly remembered the housing prices in Pengcheng in 2011. This area would have a subway connection in the future, and the prices would at least increase tenfold. Chen Feng glanced around and saw that the house was decorated luxuriously, even surpassing those 5-star luxury hotels. These two individuals were not spending money extravagantly in public. They probably invested it all in this house secretly. Chen Feng didn't waste time and quickly began searching the room, trying to find where the money was hidden. After a thorough search, he found no significant amount of cash in any of the usual hiding spots. Interesting, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile. These two were not foolish. They must have considered the possibility of thieves breaking in while they were away and hidden the money extremely well. Chen Feng quickly realized that they must have a secret room. The house had just been renovated, and it was likely that Wang Aihua and LV Li had a secret room installed during the renovation. Without much thought, Chen Feng went straight to the master bedroom. These two were extremely greedy, otherwise, they wouldn't have caused such a commotion. Based on his understanding of human nature, Chen Feng believed that they would keep the money close to where they slept, for a sense of security. In the 50 to 60 square meter master bedroom, Chen Feng carefully examined the room and soon found a clue. The wall behind the head of the bed and the floor had a slight angle that was barely noticeable without close observation. This was due to the reinforced steel in the secret room causing an overload of weight, resulting in a slight tilt of 1 to 5 degrees in the surrounding area. Chen Feng smiled, walked up to the wall, surveyed the area, and then focused on the bedside table. He reached behind the bedside table and quickly found a protrusion that resembled a switch. When Chen Feng pressed the switch, a crisp sound was heard, and the wall slowly moved inward, revealing a secret room in front of him. Chen Feng smiled, stepped inside, and found two huge safes standing at 1.5 meters tall. Chen Feng was not surprised at all. He calmly walked over, squatted down, and observed the safe. It was a combination safe with a dial lock and key, requiring both to open, making it highly secure. However, for Chen Feng, it was like having no security at all. He turned the dial a few times, listening to the sounds inside. After several attempts, Chen Feng had a rough idea of the combination. He immediately started turning the dial inside, and within a minute, he heard the safe unlock. Chen Feng then used a wire to manipulate the lock, and with a swift turn of a screwdriver, the safe door opened. Inside were stacks of bright red banknotes, filling the entire safe from top to bottom, totaling at least 1 million. Chen Feng was not polite either. He put his backpack under the safe and pushed all the banknotes inside. After filling the backpack, Chen Feng did not open a second safe, knowing that his backpack could not fit anymore. Also, if he took all the money, the two people would definitely go crazy, causing unnecessary trouble. With over 1 million in hand, Chen Feng could already do a lot of things, not missing that extra million. Chen Feng did not hesitate. He immediately left the Baifeng garden, not taking the money to the bank but boldly carrying over 1 million to the school. Chen Feng didn't want to deposit the money, knowing it would cause a lot of trouble. As a student-like person suddenly depositing 1 million in the bank staff who were not fools would definitely find it suspicious, and if they reported it to the police, it would be a big problem. So until Chen Feng received legitimate income, he would only deposit a portion into his card, not all of it into the bank. When Chen Feng arrived at the school, the morning self-study had already begun, and it was Wang Aihua who was in the classroom, but he seemed absent-minded. Wang Aihua had not slept well the night before because of Chen Feng's words, and when he came early the next day to talk to Chen Feng and test how much he knew, Chen Feng was unexpectedly absent. This made Wang Aihua somewhat anxious, leading him to start worrying uncontrollably. Was he late? Did that kid go to the police? What if the police come? Wang Aihua was not afraid that Chen Feng would cause trouble, but he was most afraid that Chen Feng would go to the police. As he hesitated whether to call Chen Feng's parents to inquire, he saw Chen Feng walking in with his backpack. Wang Aihua was stunned for a moment, a surge of anger inexplicably rising in his heart. Chen Feng. You. The reading noise in the classroom suddenly quieted down, becoming so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, and all the students' eyes turned towards the classroom door. Chen Feng casually glanced at Wang Aihua and said lightly, "Teacher Wang, is there something you need?" Wang Aihua, upon meeting Chen Feng's indifferent gaze, immediately softened his aggressive expression. The words he wanted to scold Chen Feng with stuck in his throat, and he stuttered, "You, come with me." The students in the classroom were all shocked, as they thought Wang Aihua was about to explode, but at the last moment, his tone changed to almost a pleading and negotiating one. Even the most obtuse student could tell that Wang Aihua must have some leverage over Chen Feng. Otherwise his attitude towards Chen Feng would not have made such a 180-degree turn. What surprised the students even more was the change in Chen Feng. In just one night, everyone could sense a huge change in him. Chen Feng smiled faintly, not refusing, and immediately followed Wang Aihua out. Chen Feng knew that Wang Aihua would definitely come looking for him, and it was unavoidable, so it was a good opportunity to speak frankly. Wang Aihua didn't dare to talk to Chen Feng in the teaching building, so he went straight to the center of the school's playground, where there was no one within 100 meters, ensuring no one would overhear them. "So, how did you find out about that matter?" Wang Aihua had been thinking about it on his way there, and after much thought, he decided to go straight to the point. Chen Feng remained calm and said, "If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Teacher Wang, you don't need to worry about how I found out." Chen Feng didn't care about Wang Aihua's expression at this point. He placed the backpack behind him in front of him, unzipped it, revealing a pile of bright red banknotes inside. Wang Aihua's eyes widened suddenly. The backpack was packed full, and it was obvious that it was filled with money. Where did he get so much money from? Wang Aihua suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Could this money be mine? Chen Feng seemed to guess what he was thinking and smiled. "You're right, this money is what I took from Bifan Garden." Wang Aihua almost burst into flames at the words, instinctively reaching out to grab the money back. Chen Feng calmly grabbed Wang Aihua's arm and said with a smile, "Teacher Wang, this money is my hush money. Are you sure you want to take it back?" Wang Aihua was shocked. The anger in his eyes instantly subsided. He looked at Chen Feng in disbelief. "How did you get this money?" Wang Aihua's heart was bleeding. Just one glance and he knew there was at least over $1 million in the bag. Although they had earned over $5 million, losing $1 million to Chen Feng made anyone feel heartbroken. But now, held in Chen Feng's hands, even if he was unwilling, he had to accept it. "Since I know what Teacher Wang and Finance Manager LV did, compared to Bifan Garden, it's nothing, right?" Chen Feng was too lazy to explain to Wang Aihua, knowing that the less he explained, the more uncertain Wang Aihua would be, and the less likely he would act recklessly. Indeed, Wang Aihua's expression changed slightly, unsure of how to respond to Chen Feng. Before yesterday, Wang Aihua wouldn't even give Chen Feng a second glance, but since last night, he couldn't quite figure Chen Feng out. His whole demeanor and personality had undergone a drastic change, and the Chen Feng in front of him was no longer the timid student he once knew. Despite being a student, Chen Feng exuded a condescending air in front of his teacher. His sharp gaze and indifferent smile made Wang Aihua feel breathless. "You can take this money, but I want to know how you found out about that matter, and whether you or someone else will use it to threaten us for money in the future." Wang Aihua was a bit flustered, but he didn't lose his composure and wanted to understand the reasons at this critical moment. Chen Feng smiled slightly. "I won't tell you the reason, but I can assure you that no one else knows about this matter, and I won't use it to threaten you again. You go your way, I'll go mine, and we won't interfere with each other." Wang Aihua's face clearly showed suspicion, evidently not believing that Chen Feng would just let it go. Chen Feng, with keen insight, guessed what Wang Aihua was thinking just by observing his expression. "First, if I were really greedy, I wouldn't have taken just this $1 million, I would have taken all the money from the other safe too." Chen Feng pointed to the backpack in front of him, then zipped it up and put it on his back. Wang Aihua was slightly stunned because Chen Feng's words made sense. If he really wanted more money, he could have taken all the money from Bifan Garden and not told Wang Aihua and the others. They would have just suspected it was stolen by a thief, not Chen Feng. Second, isn't your distant cousin hanging around in Hualong District? If I were to threaten you for money again, you could ask him to deal with me. I, a student, am no match for those people in the streets. Teacher Wang, you must have considered this last night, right? As soon as Chen Feng mentioned the second point, Wang Aihua was shocked because he had indeed thought of many ways last night, and asking his distant cousin was one of his backup options. He just didn't expect Chen Feng to figure it out. Wang Aihua was truly terrified at this moment, feeling like Chen Feng had him completely figured out. No matter what he did, it seemed like the other party could anticipate it. What shocked Wang Aihua even more was the fact that his distant cousin was involved in shady dealings on the streets. Feeling embarrassed about it, he didn't even tell his own wife or LV Li. How did Chen Feng find out? Chen Feng knew because of news reports from future generations. When Wang Aihua and Elvili became enemies, it was because he paid his distant cousin 300,000 to kill Elvili. Chen Feng had his own concerns, knowing that if he pushed Wang Aihua too far, he might actually resort to hiring someone to commit murder. Although Chen Feng wasn't afraid, he had too much to do in the next 2 months to waste extra energy on Wang Aihua. Thirdly, I have no evidence of that matter. At most, you can report it to the school or the police. Return the money, find a way to resolve the transfer records, and you can rest easy. Elvide Saiwu is the school's financial manager and has ways to handle this matter. I don't need to teach you. Wang Aihua was once again dumbfounded because what Chen Feng mentioned was exactly what Elvili was currently planning to do. Wang Aihua felt a chill down his spine as Chen Feng not only knew about his plan to hire his distant cousin but also speculated on what Elvili was up to. It was simply unbelievable. While Wang Aihua was horrified, he also breathed a sigh of relief because Chen Feng systematically addressed these 3 points, dispelling many of his doubts. Chen Feng noticed the change in Wang Aihua's expression and continued calmly, "Mr. Wang, you should be able to rest assured now. But I have one more condition." Just as Wang Aihua had relaxed, his heart tensed up again. "What do you want to do now?" Chen Feng chuckled, patting Wang Aihua's shoulder. "Don't worry, it's nothing major. I have a lot on my plate lately, so I may not be able to come to school often. If other teachers or my parents ask, I'll need Mr. Wang's help." Wang Aihua breathed a slight sigh of relief. Compared to other events, this matter was indeed trivial. When other teachers inquire, he could simply say that Chen Feng had health issues and needed frequent hospital visits. "All right, I understand." Wang Aihua readily agreed, completely ignoring Chen Feng's earlier shoulder pat, as if he were instructing a subordinate. Chen Feng nodded, disregarding Wang Aihua's reaction, and walked towards the classroom without looking back. When he returned to the classroom, the sound of reading inside seemed to have been muted, once again becoming eerily silent. Except for Gu Qinghuan, all the students in the class were staring at Chen Feng. Most of the students looked surprised, while the students who had been reprimanded by Chen Feng the night before, like Miao Wei, glared at him with hostility. Chen Feng paid no attention to these gazes, never taking these brats seriously. From the moment he entered the classroom, his eyes were fixed on one person. After taking his seat, Chen Feng casually tossed his backpack on the floor and noticed the book Gu Qinghuan was holding. Chen Feng looked slightly puzzled because Gu Qinghuan wasn't holding a textbook but a foreign language book, and it wasn't in English either. Meditations. Chen Feng read the title aloud. Gu Qinghuan had actually noticed Chen Feng's arrival earlier, but she quickly averted her gaze, focusing on the book she was reading. However, when Chen Feng read the title of her book, she turned back in astonishment and asked, "Vos con latine?" The classroom was now so quiet that their conversation, though not loud, was exceptionally clear. But while everyone heard it, they couldn't understand what the two of them were talking about. Chen Feng and Gu Qinghuan spoke in a language that sounded like English, but with completely different pronunciation. They widened their eyes one by one, as if listening to a foreign language. "Kia param, know a little." Chen Feng laughed, somewhat surprised himself. While Gu Qinghuan wouldn't find it strange to read English books, Latin was not something a typical high school student would be interested in learning. Latin was equivalent to classical Chinese in Europe, serving as the common language for diplomats and written documents during the Middle Ages when Europe was under strong Catholic control. Many ancient universities in Europe still offer Latin courses, but only students in history and literature departments would study it. Vatican City, a conservative religious state, is one of the few places still using Latin today, although its glory has faded. However, Latin has become one of the languages that nobles must learn in Europe, as it is a way for them to distinguish themselves from common people, earning it the title of language of the nobility. The Latin original version of Meditations that Gu Qinghuan was reading was very famous, written by Marcus Aurelius, one of the greatest emperors of the Roman Empire and the only philosopher-emperor in Western history. Chen Feng didn't know, but Gu Qinghuan was even more surprised than him. Although Chen Feng only spoke a few sentences in Latin, his pronunciation was extremely accurate, even more so than the person who taught her Latin. "Have vos leger librum hunc?" Have you read this book? Gu Qinghuan, still skeptical, asked in Latin. This book embodies two core ideas of the Stoic school: first, to view everything in the universe from a holistic perspective, and second, to live a life in accordance with nature and ideals. Chen Feng continued speaking in Latin, leaving all the other students in the class puzzled except for Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan was now certain that Chen Feng could indeed speak Latin, and his pronunciation and proficiency level were at least close to that of a native speaker. Gu Qinghuan couldn't understand it. Although she had transferred to the school recently, she had heard others mention that Chen Feng had been at the bottom of the class in terms of academic performance since the first year of high school. Moreover, being an outsider with an average family background, it was evident from Chen Feng's demeanor and attire that learning a foreign language like English was already a challenge, let alone Latin. Finding a Latin teacher was even more difficult than finding an English teacher, as it was considered a minor language with very few learners, making it tens of times harder to find a teacher compared to English. Even if one was found, the cost would be beyond what Chen Feng's family could afford. However, Gu Qinghuan noticed the strange atmosphere in the classroom at that moment. All the students were staring at them with astonishment. Disliking the attention, Gu Qinghuan decided not to continue conversing with Chen Feng in Latin and instead withdrew her gaze expressionlessly, returning to reading meditations. Chen Feng smiled and didn't attempt to engage Gu Qinghuan in conversation. Instead, he took out his chemistry textbooks from the desk and quickly skimmed through them. Although he didn't know much about Gu Qinghuan, he understood that she was not someone who sought attention, as reflected in her academic performance. In their past life, although Gu Qinghuan and he had only been deskmates for a brief 3 months, her grades were consistently peculiar during monthly exams. Even in subjects like Chinese, which involved subjective essay grading, her scores fluctuated around 120 points, always ranking above average in the class. Chen Feng initially didn't think much of it, but later realized that Gu Qinghuan was deliberately controlling her scores. She is capable of answering all those questions, but she doesn't want to score too high to attract attention. Chen Feng also plans to spend some time improving his grades, not for anything else, but just to see the smile on his parents' faces. In the past life, his parents were heartbroken because of his grades, and they couldn't hold their heads up in front of relatives and friends. Later on, they were almost desperate, just hoping he could get into a university, whether it was a bachelor's or associate degree. Chen Feng took out the chemistry textbook from his first year of high school, his eyes scanning like a machine, quickly flipping through the first page in a few seconds, then moving on to the content of the second page. Speed reading and memorization was the first skill Chen Feng learned, and it served as the foundation for him to learn countless other skills and knowledge. After thousands of years of practice, photographic memory was a piece of cake for Chen Feng. If he wanted to, he could even recite it backwards with pinpoint accuracy with just one glance. Chen Feng chose the science track in high school, and for someone who had won Nobel Prizes in the fields of chemistry, biology, and physics, it was as simple as college students doing kindergarten-level questions. With a vast knowledge base in his mind, Chen Feng flipped through all 3 years of high school chemistry textbooks in less than 10 minutes. After finishing the chemistry book, Chen Feng didn't stop but took out all the textbooks for the remaining subjects and started flipping through them. Chen Feng's reading speed was beyond just looking, it was more like flipping. His speed increased, making it impossible for normal people to read the content of the books. The classmates in the classroom, who had already shifted their attention away from Chen Feng and Gu Qinghuan after they stopped talking, were now drawn back by the loud flipping sound Chen Feng made. They all had speechless expressions, thinking that Chen Feng was just showing off. This kid is too good at pretending, isn't he? I've learned a new trick, the grand art of showing off. Ha, is he pretending to be a fool now? Look at his speed, who is he competing with? Laughter and whispers filled the classroom, mocking Chen Feng. Only Gu Qinghuan looked surprised, she could clearly sense the state of her deskmate, Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes were moving rapidly, highly focused, with nothing in his eyes except the textbooks in his hands. Unlike Gu Qinghuan and the other students, she could tell at a glance that Chen Feng was not pretending, as other students thought, but was in a state of flow. Entering this state would completely block out external perceptions, feeling like time had stopped. Gu Qinghuan knew this because she had experienced this state herself and observed her behavior while in a state of flow through recordings. Therefore, Gu Qinghuan was increasingly amazed because this state was not something that could be easily entered, even with countless practices. What kind of person is this guy, really? After flipping through all the books in one go, the morning self-study was almost over. He took out pen and paper, wrote down the 2 key dates, and began to consider which one to prioritize. There were 2 months left before Gu Qinghuan's suicide, and compared to Gu Qinghuan, Xie Ruoyan's situation was not that significant. However, the harm caused to Xie Ruoyan by being kidnapped and almost raped was too deep, directly affecting her entire life. Solving this matter was a piece of cake for Chen Feng. All he had to do was rescue Xie Ruoyan from Li Zixuan on October 22nd. But what Chen Feng needed to consider was another matter, that is, Xie Yuan. Chen Feng and Xie Ruoyan had no intersection, but at a critical moment, Chen Feng saved Xie Ruoyan. With Xie Yuan's cunning and ruthless nature, he would definitely be suspicious. He has no foundation now, no power or influence. Once targeted by Xie Yuan, it will be a headache. In 2019, Chen Feng didn't care because he could do whatever he wanted, knowing he would always return to New Year's Day. But now, back in 2008, Chen Feng is more cautious. He finally escaped from the time trap, and if he dies and returns to 2019, or worse, dies directly, what will happen? Death used to be a relief for the old Chen Feng, but now that time has changed and he has returned to the time he most wanted to go back to, he is not willing to die like that or be trapped in those 90 days again. Chen Feng pondered and felt it necessary to at least get to know Xie Ruoyan before she was kidnapped, so that rescuing her wouldn't seem so abrupt. Chen Feng's intention to save Xie Ruoyan was not just because he admired and liked the interesting woman, but also because he considered leveraging the power of the Xie family in the future. Even 10 years ago, the Xie family was a powerful entity, even more influential than in 2019. In 2019, with the rapid development of the internet and the widespread use of smartphones, society has become an era of information explosion where everyone is a content creator and media outlet, receiving a massive amount of information daily. Any inappropriate remarks are recorded and immediately cause a stir when posted online, so arrogant statements like, "My dad is Li Gang," have gradually decreased. Families like the Xie family have also started to become more discreet, trying to avoid any media exposure. But in 2008, the Xie family was not as low-key. In the past life, Xie Ruoyan was kidnapped, Li Zixuan's family had a tragic encounter, and those hooligans met a violent end, which was the best example. Although Chen Feng despised Xie Yuan's character, like Xie Yuan, he was a pragmatist, and the Xie family now had high utility value, so he naturally wanted to find a way to utilize it. Leaving aside the fact that the bully Nie, whose father Nie Zhiming was influential in the Hualong district, could easily be dealt with by Xie Yuan. Those people should be useful. Chen Feng's mouth suddenly curved into a smile as he muttered to himself. Pengcheng was Chen Feng's starting point for each reincarnation, and his parents had always been there, so he spent a considerable amount of time in Pengcheng. Chen Feng knew all the prominent figures here and many of their secrets and weaknesses. Now back 11 years ago, some of these people had not yet grown up, while others, like Xie Yuan, were still big shots. Those who had not grown into big shots could be invested in now, while those who were already big shots could naturally be used to achieve his goals. Chen Feng closed his eyes and thought for a moment, quickly writing down a few names on paper, then lightly tapping them with a pen and thinking quickly in his mind. Chen Feng did not notice that when he wrote down those names, Gu Qinghuan's pupils suddenly shrank slightly, and her expression showed a subtle change, as if she recognized those names. But it was just a moment, and Gu Qinghuan's expression returned to normal without looking at Chen Feng again. Every few taps of Chen Feng's pen, a name was crossed out. In a short time, only 3 names remained out of the dozen or so listed on the paper. The ones crossed out were not without value, on the contrary, they were powerful and had potential, but for Chen Feng at the moment, they were not needed. The 3 left were the ones Chen Feng was currently confident he could control. After Chen Feng confirmed the list, he casually completely smeared the names on it so that nothing could be seen clearly, and then, still uneasy, tore it to shreds and threw it into the trash can. At this time, the bell signaling the end of morning self-study also rang. Chen Feng was about to get up to go to the cafeteria for breakfast when a figure quickly walked over and said to him in a sinister tone, "Your revenge starts today, get ready to enjoy it." When Chen Feng turned around and saw that it was Nie, he couldn't help but furrow his brow because this guy now had a smug smile on his face, indicating that he must have prepared some means to deal with him. Smack! Without hesitation, Chen Feng slapped Nie across the left side of his face, leaving a bright red palm print. Nie was instantly stunned, and the students in the classroom who were originally preparing to go out for breakfast were also dumbfounded, almost doubting their own eyes. Because normally, it was always Nie who slapped Chen Feng, and he would obediently endure the hits and insults without daring to resist. But now, the situation in front of them had unexpectedly reversed, with Chen Feng publicly slapping Nie. Is he crazy? UF*****. Nie face turned red, as a young man who cared a lot about his reputation, being slapped in front of the whole class by Chen Feng was even more unbearable than being killed. Smack! Before Nie could erupt in anger, Chen Feng unexpectedly slapped him again without warning, leaving another palm print on the right side of Nie face. Who do you think you are? I hate it when people are more arrogant than me. A silent dog bites people, have you heard of that before? You haven't even sought revenge yet, and you dare to show off in front of me. Are you brain dead? With each sentence Chen Feng spoke, he followed it with a slap, leaving Nie bewildered, and he could only instinctively cover his head to avoid Chen Feng's slaps. The classmates in the class watched Chen Feng disciplining Nie with a series of slaps, one after another, as if scolding a child, and they were all stunned, unable to say a word. Their eyes involuntarily looked at Miao Wei's usual followers, only to find that they either avoided eye contact or left the classroom directly. These few people had witnessed Chen Feng's skills last night and knew very well that even if they teamed up now, they would still be no match for Chen Feng. Instead, they would end up embarrassing themselves in front of the whole class, so each of them chose to turn a blind eye. At this point, all the students knew something was wrong. If Chen Feng had caught Wang Aihua with something that made her so fearful, then Miao Wei and his group were completely unreasonable. They were the ones who usually bullied Chen Feng the most, and just now Miao Wei was clearly preparing to pick a fight with Chen Feng, so how could things change overnight? What had happened to Chen Feng? After slapping Miao Wei a dozen times, Chen Feng stopped, feeling that it was not worth it to bully a little kid, and he had other things to do and didn't want to waste time on this brat. After picking up his backpack from the ground and putting it on, Chen Feng greeted Gu Qinghuan with a smile and said, "I'll come to pick you up tonight." Without waiting for the reaction of his classmates and Gu Qinghuan, Chen Feng left without looking back. After leaving the school, Chen Feng first went to the bank to deposit 100,000 into his bank account, and then went to the residential area where Gu Qinghuan lived. Gu Qinghuan's family conditions were good. Her mother, Yi Wanyu, was a professor at Pengcheng University, and her father, Gu Itao, ran a hardware manufacturing factory. With their superior family conditions, they lived in a high-end residential area. Chen Feng specifically asked the property management if there were any vacant units in the building where Gu Qinghuan lived, and unexpectedly, there was one unit upstairs that had just become available. The owner was a single mother who wanted to rent out the place because her son was studying in Australia, and she wanted to accompany him there. Although the owner wanted to rent out the place, she didn't want to deal with the property matters as she would be abroad for the next few years. So she asked for a minimum lease of 3 years, with 1 year's rent as deposit in payment. These strict conditions have made it difficult to rent out the house. Chen Feng was naturally overjoyed and agreed without hesitation, arranging for the property management to contact the owner's relatives in China to sign the contract that same day. By the afternoon, Chen Feng had already entered room 1502 in building C with the keys in hand. He casually tossed the bag of money into a cabinet and began inspecting the room. It was a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, over 100 square meters in size, fully furnished with high-quality furniture and appliances, ready for immediate move-in. Of course, the price was not cheap, with an annual rent of 50,000, plus a deposit of 100,000. Chen Feng was not particularly concerned about money, especially since it wasn't his own, so he didn't hesitate to spend it. What he liked most about the house was its proximity to Gu Qinghuan's home upstairs. From his balcony, Chen Feng could see Gu Qinghuan's balcony, which meant he could easily visit her anytime. Chen Feng's plan was simple. Even if he didn't know the reason for Gu Qinghuan's suicide 2 months later, he wanted to prevent her from jumping off the building. After inspecting the room, Chen Feng took some cash and went to a nearby shopping center to buy clothes and makeup. In his youth, Chen Feng didn't pay much attention to his appearance, exuding a vibe that would make people look away after the first glance. He first got a fresh haircut and bought over 10 sets of clothes, including casual wear suitable for his age, high-end suits for adults, and even clothing for the elderly. As for makeup, Chen Feng went all out, even buying wigs and false eyelashes. His purpose in buying these items was simple: disguise. Chen Feng could freely enter famous places around the world, such as the heavily guarded residence of the US president. He utilized various abilities, such as creating fake documents to enter the residence, hacking into databases to add his information, and bypassing security systems, with disguise being the most crucial ability. Chen Feng had mastered the art of disguise to the maximum extent, being able to transform an ugly person into a beauty or vice versa without any issues. When entering the residence, he even disguised himself as a Caucasian without anyone noticing. Despite being wanted by over 70 countries, no one knew Chen Feng's true appearance. His eventual discovery was due to his carelessness and underestimating the determination of the US government to capture him. While selling the Lincoln portrait on the black market, Chen Feng discovered that the US government had been closely monitoring all black market activities. Once the Lincoln portrait appeared on the black market, the FBI quickly traced it back to Chen Feng, exposing his true appearance. Although Chen Feng managed to escape in the end, he could no longer return to his home country through normal channels. The FBI knew of Chen Feng's expertise in disguise and conducted thorough checks on anyone attempting to leave the country, ensuring their true identities before granting permission. The reason Chen Feng rented this house was also to conveniently store props and clothing. His mother, Li Yun, would tidy up his room every few days, and if she saw the cash and strange props and clothing, she would be shocked. Chen Feng was preparing to disguise himself to meet the 3 big shots he had selected, as using a student appearance would not only lack credibility but also likely prevent him from gaining entry to their doors. Chen Feng did not rush to meet 18-year-old Xie Ruoyan, but decided to first get to know her. Chen Feng knew that she attended a prestigious private school, where most students came from wealthy families. By this time, Xie Ruoyan had already received a full scholarship to Harvard, so she didn't need to take the college entrance exam and could go straight to Harvard the following year. It was easy for Chen Feng to get to know Xie Ruoyan, as she talked about what happened in high school and what she did in her free time. At that time, Xie Ruoyan's favorite activity was street racing. Her biggest hobby in high school was collecting sports cars, a hobby that not everyone could afford. But for Xie Ruoyan, it was no problem at all. She started learning about stocks and futures in middle school and spent her summer vacations working at her father's financial company. By the end of the summer, Xie Ruoyan had earned enough money to buy her first supercar. In her sophomore year, when she received her acceptance letter from Harvard, her father and grandfather each rewarded her with a supercar. On her 18th birthday, in addition to receiving a $30 million trust fund allocation from her family, she also received several birthday gifts from her elders, all of which were sports cars. Including the cars she had bought with her own investments over the past 2 years, Xie Ruoyan already owned more than 20 supercars by the age of 18, driving a different one every day without repeating for a month. When Chen Feng heard this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. This was the difference between the wealthy and ordinary people, where some are born at the finish line, playing with different toys and leading completely different lives. For example, in his past life, Chen Feng was bullied in high school and achieved nothing by the age of 30. Meanwhile, at the age of 16, Xie Ruoyan had earned her own sports car, and by the age of 29, she had become the CEO of a listed real estate company. This was the saying that it's not about being afraid of someone having a better background than you, but being afraid of someone with a better background working harder than you. With so many sports cars, Xie Ruoyan naturally didn't leave them sitting at home but enjoyed driving them out for street racing. There were many mountains in Peng City, and in the southernmost part was a mountain called Nanyuan Mountain, which was not a popular tourist spot and rarely visited. However, it was a favorite spot for street racers because of its dangerous mountain road, with few vehicles during the day and even fewer at night, making it a great place for racing competitions. Xie Ruoyan loved street racing and would go to Nanyuan Mountain to compete whenever she had free time, often placing bets. Li Zixuan had once tracked Xie Ruoyan to Nanyuan Mountain and kidnapped her there. Chen Feng pondered for a moment, then took out his phone and quickly dialed a number. Fatty Monkey? Who is this? There was a surprised voice on the other end of the phone because the incoming call was from a completely unfamiliar number. Although Fatty Monkey had many phone numbers, the one Chen Feng was calling from was a private number known to very few people, usually reserved for his most important clients or VIPs. Who I am is none of your business. I need a Yamaha Tyrannosaurus. If I don't see it within a week, I'll dismantle your lair. Fatty Monkey was shocked to hear this threat. If it had been anyone else calling, speaking so arrogantly, he might have exploded in anger. But now he dared not, as Chen Feng's tone and voice carried a sense of superiority, as if he were above the clouds. Fatty Monkey had only heard this tone from those important clients before. Moreover, although Chen Feng only said a few words, it was already evident that he knew him very well. The Yamaha Tyrannosaurus is a custom heavy motorcycle produced by Yamaha, which will not be on the market until next year. Most people simply do not have the means to get it now. Fat Monkey is the only person in Pengcheng who has the ability to get this bike early because he is involved in smuggling. He has his own smuggling networks in Hong Kong, Europe, and the United States, with his biggest clients being the second-generation heirs of wealthy families. In 2008, sports cars and some novel items from abroad usually take a long time to be released in China. Wealthy young heirs usually lack patience and are willing to pay several times, even tens of times the price, to have someone like Fat Monkey bring the items in early. Chen Feng knew Fat Monkey well because he was one of the 3 big shots mentioned in Chen Feng's writing. This guy's real name is Ho Yaozong, a local in Pengcheng who started hanging out on the streets in his youth and got into trouble several times. After getting out, he started smuggling with his cousin, initially smuggling electronics from Hong Kong to Pengcheng. Ho Yaozong found the money too slow, so he started taking jobs from wealthy young heirs, as one job from them could sustain him for a year. Ho Yaozong's initial accumulation of wealth was during this time. Later, his smuggling business grew, and he successfully transitioned to legitimate businesses, becoming the head of several trading companies with a net worth of billions. Chen Feng was familiar with Ho Yaozong in 2019, but their relationship was purely transactional. For example, the sniper rifle at the time was brought back to China through his channels. This, Ho Yaozong didn't know how to address Chen Feng but spoke respectfully, "Sir, I can try to get the Yamaha Tyrannosaurus, but this bike needs to be customized, and a week is simply not enough time." Chen Feng coldly interrupted Ho Yaozong, impatiently saying, "I know Xie Hongfei has ordered a customized one from you, and it will arrive before National Day." "I want that one." Ho Yaozong's expression changed on the phone. Xie Hongfei is Xie Ruiyan's cousin, who had previously ordered a customized Tyrannosaurus from him. Apparently, he liked the bike and ordered another one. Chen Feng found this situation not surprising, but knowing the exact timing of the delivery was somewhat unbelievable. Because of this, Ho Yaozong couldn't spread the word everywhere, only he and a few trusted aides knew about it. Were there any traitors among those aides? However, Ho Yaozong knew it was not the time to worry about that. The young master on the other end of the line had not hung up yet. If he angered Chen Feng, who knows if he would come and destroy his operation in a fit of rage. At this moment, Ho Yaozong had already assumed that Chen Feng was a wealthy young heir. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned Xie Deshao in such a disdainful manner and known that Xie Deshao had ordered a second Tyrannosaurus. Such a person must come from a prominent family and wouldn't be any less than Xie Deshao. However, Ho Yaozong couldn't match Chen Feng with any of the major families in Pengcheng. "Sir, I really can't make this decision. You know Xie Deshao's temper. If I can't provide a reasonable explanation, he will definitely break my legs. I don't care how you explain it to Xie Hongfei, but if I don't see that Tyrannosaurus before National Day, it won't be as simple as breaking your leg." Chen Feng's voice was indifferent but carried an unmistakable sense of threat. Ho Yaozong inwardly cursed his luck. The threatening tone in Chen Feng's voice implied that if he didn't deliver the Tyrannosaurus, he might lose more than just his legs, he might even lose his life. This was like being roasted over a fire. "Of course, I won't let you suffer losses. Before National Day, Customs and the police will conduct a joint operation in the port area to crack down on smuggling. You should know what to do." Chen Feng said this lightly and then hung up the phone directly. The port area is an administrative district by the sea in Pengcheng, and it is the most important area for smuggling to come ashore. Ho Yaozong's lair is near Longkou Port in the port area. Chen Feng knew in advance, actually it was Ho Yaozong who told him during a casual conversation. During the National Day in 2008, Ho Yaozong escaped this special crackdown because a few days before the customs operation, he found out that he had an informant from the police among his subordinates. After angrily getting rid of the informant, Ho Yaozong immediately transferred all goods and manpower in the port area, avoiding this deadly blow. Chen Feng hung up the phone at this point, knowing that the more he said, the more mistakes he could make. By hanging up now, he could maintain his sense of mystery and power, and give Ho Yaozong enough time to imagine. Ho Yaozong on the other end of the phone was really stunned, and he didn't react for a long time even after the call was cut off. If it were someone else saying this, Ho Yaozong wouldn't have taken it seriously at all, because in his line of work, how could there not be some connections involved? Without some manipulation, how would one even know how they died? However, Ho Yaozong has not received any news about this special operation that Chen Feng mentioned. Ho Yaozong's expression changed several times, and he immediately dialed a number on his phone. "Leader, have you heard any rumors recently?" "What rumors?" "Don't worry unnecessarily, if there's really something, do you think I wouldn't inform you?" "Are you sure?" "Don't jump to conclusions." "Alright, I'm busy now, we'll talk later." Before Ho Yaozong could react, the call was directly hung up on the other end. Ho Yaozong's face instantly became extremely ugly because he had sensed that something was wrong. The response he received was clearly a premeditated excuse without any hesitation, telling him to relax, which was likely just a way to stall him. Ho Yaozong narrowed his eyes and immediately dialed another number on his phone. "Howzy, go to the amusement park right away and see if that woman's lover is still there." "Yes, boss." In less than an hour, Ho Yaozong's phone rang again. "Boss, that woman is not here. I checked the surveillance in the room. She packed up and left 3 days ago." Veins popped on Ho Yaozong's hand, almost crushing the phone in his hand. He gritted his teeth and said, "I know. Notify the brothers immediately to move all the goods out." "Ah? Boss, what's going on? Stop talking nonsense, get to it now." "Yes, yes." Hearing Ho Yaozong's angry roar, Howzy didn't dare to say anything more and quickly went to carry out the orders. "Damn bastard." After hanging up the phone, Ho Yaozong couldn't contain his anger and smashed his phone to the ground, shattering it. Ho Yaozong's anger was not without reason. He had provided a lot of money to that leader on a regular basis, and even supported the leader's mistress. Not only did he buy a house for the mistress, but the money he provided went directly to her. Ho Yaozong knew that the leader dared not take money directly, fearing leaving evidence, so deliberately used the mistress to collect the money. But Ho Yaozong was not stupid. He had his suspicions when buying that house and installed surveillance inside. He wanted to capture video evidence of the leader and his lover meeting, just in case. Now it seems that the move he made back then was indeed useful. You son of a b***********. If you want me dead, I'll send you to hell. Ho Yaozong's goods in Longko are worth nearly 50 million. If we include the smuggled goods from before, the total value would definitely exceed 1 billion. In 2008, such a huge amount could have led to a death sentence, until the revision of the criminal law in 2011, which abolished the death penalty for ordinary smuggling. Ho Yaozong is now well aware that the other party must know that serious actions have been taken from above, and he cannot be saved. So he decisively abandoned Ho Yaozong and completely cut off this connection. Since the money he provided was not handled by himself, all he needed to do was send away his mistress. After Ho Yaozong's anger subsided, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine, realizing that he had broken out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Ho Yaozong's respect and gratitude towards Chen Feng reached an unprecedented level. That leader was also a top figure, unable to even protect himself, let alone leak any information. However, Chen Feng casually revealed this news to him, which may not mean much to Chen Feng but was a life-saving grace for Ho Yaozong. The fact that Chen Feng knew even such strictly confidential information undoubtedly indicated his high status. Apart from the offspring of those big families, Ho Yaozong could not think of anyone else with such great power. Ho Yaozong naturally knew to whom the Tyrannosaurus had been given. Xie Dashao already had one and was not in a hurry. He could urge the US side to expedite the delivery of another one, even if it meant spending several times more money. Compared to his own life, this was nothing at all, and he could also please Chen Feng, this mysterious big shot. Taking up the phone, Ho Yaozong wanted to call Chen Feng to express his gratitude, but at the thought of the other party's status, he put down the phone. Such a big shot would not need his thanks, so Ho Yaozong could only wait for Chen Feng to contact him or for the Tyrannosaurus to arrive and fulfill Chen Feng's request. While Ho Yaozong was imagining on his own, Chen Feng was preparing to go to school when he received a call from his mother, Li Yun. Shaluo, the water pipe at home burst, everything is flooded, and it's uninhabitable now. Go to your aunt's house after evening self-study to sleep. I've already informed your aunt. Chen Feng's pupils suddenly contracted, sensing something amiss in his mother's tone. When Li Yun spoke, there was a hint of fatigue and panic in her voice, completely different from her usual tone. Something had happened at home. Chen Feng did not expose Li Yun but smiled and said, "Mom, I understand. I'll go to Aunt's house tonight. Okay, if it gets too late, you can stay at a small hotel near the school for the night. We'll clean up the house by tomorrow." "Okay, Mom, I have to go to class now, bye." "Alright, hurry up." Chen Feng hung up the phone, a cold light flickering in his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened, Li Yun not letting him go home clearly indicated that the situation at home was not good. His parents were well aware that Chen Feng was already in the final countdown to the college entrance examination, and they didn't want him to worry or let anything affect his exam. Chen Feng immediately took out his makeup tools and quickly disguised himself. In less than half an hour, Chen Feng's entire appearance had changed. At this moment, he had transformed into a man in his 30s. When he put on the $20,000 high-end suit, Chen Feng's demeanor changed instantly, exuding the aura of a successful professional in the workplace. After checking himself in the mirror and confirming that his true identity was completely concealed, he immediately left the room and headed towards Hualong Market. By the time he arrived at Hualong Market, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. At this time, due to the mealtime, there were many people buying groceries in the market. When Chen Feng arrived at his family's vegetable stall, he found not only the stall closed, but also a mess outside. Judging from the traces outside, Chen Feng immediately realized that it had been vandalized, and he even saw some bloodstains on the ground. Chen Feng's heart sank slightly, worried that it might be his parents. However, Chen Feng took a deep breath and quickly calmed down. Judging from his mother's tone, it seemed that nothing serious had happened. Chen Feng's eyes flashed as he walked to the neighboring vegetable stall and curiously asked, "Boss, I come here to buy vegetables every day. Why is their stall closed today?" The boss actually knew Chen Feng because Chen Feng would often come to help during his holidays. However, the boss couldn't recognize Chen Feng in disguise and didn't think much about it. The vegetable stall boss sighed and said, "Don't mention it. They must have offended someone." A group of helmet-wearing bikers just came and started smashing things with iron rods. The boss got injured accidentally and has been taken to the hospital. After the boss's wife called the police, she went to give a statement with the police. The vegetable stall boss stopped abruptly, looking at Chen Feng with fear. Just as he was speaking, he suddenly felt his body stiffen. Before he could understand what was happening, he saw a cold, almost beast-like light emanating from Chen Feng's eyes. The vegetable stall boss was greatly shaken, feeling the extreme coldness of that light, as if facing a fierce beast, causing him to involuntarily take a few steps back. Is the boss badly injured? The vegetable stall boss was startled and reflexively replied, "And no, I don't think it's serious, just got hit on the arm while trying to stop those people." Chen Feng breathed a sigh of relief, then turned and left the Hualong market. His eyes flickered as he began to think quickly. Nothing happened at home before or after, but on the second day of his rebirth, this couldn't be a coincidence. In just a moment, Chen Feng identified Wang Aihua and Miao Wei as the culprits. However, he quickly ruled out Wang Aihua. While 1,000,000 was a significant amount to him, having leverage over Wang Aihua would not benefit him and might even provoke him. Even if Wang Aihua was foolish, he wouldn't be foolish to that extent. The only remaining possibility was Miao Wei. Chen Feng remembered Miao Wei's words to him, "Your revenge starts today. Get ready to enjoy it." At the time, Chen Feng thought Miao Wei was just bluffing, but he never expected that fool would actually instruct people to target his parents. Miao Wei had the capability to do so. Miao Jiming knew people from all walks of life, and finding a few thugs to vandalize a vegetable stall would be a piece of cake for him. Moreover, they weren't afraid of the police as the bikers wore helmets, concealing their identities. Nowadays, there weren't surveillance cameras everywhere like in the future, so after smashing things, they would just ride off on their motorcycles, making it impossible for the police to catch them, and the matter would be left unresolved. "If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you." Chen Feng's killing intent surged. If Miao Wei came after him, Chen Feng wouldn't even be angry, but if he dared to harm his parents, he would touch Chen Feng's reverse scale. Chen Feng returned to the rented house, opened his computer, and swiftly began operating it. In less than a moment, a surveillance footage appeared on his computer screen. Having lived in the Hualong market for 2 years, Chen Feng knew that although there were no surveillance cameras inside the market, there were some at the entrance. Chen Feng had hacked into the surveillance system of the Hualong Market Management Office to identify the biker gang. He needed to ensure they faced the consequences they deserved and to determine who was behind it all. The system of the Hualong Market Management Office is no different from being defenseless for someone like Chen Feng, who can hack into any computer in the world. Chen Feng only took a few minutes to retrieve the surveillance footage at the entrance and found the image of the street racing gang leaving. Chen Feng pressed the pause button, continuously zoomed in on the image, and quickly saw clearly. The gang of street racers came with 3 motorcycles in total, all heavy Suzuki motorcycles, with 2 people on each motorcycle. However, the surveillance cameras these days are generally not good, with low resolution, and these 2 people were wearing helmets and had their backs to the camera, making it impossible to see their faces clearly. Chen Feng did not give up and continued to stare at the surveillance footage, observing other details. Although he couldn't see the faces of the street racing gang clearly, each person's attire was different, but they all had a common feature on their bodies, tattoos on their arms. However, these tattoos were not only very blurry, but also only partially captured by the surveillance, making it impossible to discern what the tattoos were. Chen Feng took out paper and pen from the drawer and sketched the 6 tattoos he saw. Chen Feng's drawing skills were already at a master level, so copying a few tattoos was a piece of cake, like directly copying and pasting, transferring the tattoos from the screen to the paper. Although the tattoos were blurry, Chen Feng stared at these tattoo fragments for a while, picked up the pen in his hand, and started to complete these tattoos. Tattoos and drawings have some similarities, as the first thing to do in the tattoo process is to examine the design. The so-called examination of the design is to observe the structure, color tones, and spatial sequence of the pattern, which is equivalent to observation and finalization in drawing. Chen Feng was proficient in drawing, so deriving the lines and textures of the tattoos was not difficult for him. He knew at a glance which direction the lines behind these tattoo fragments should go. Moreover, although each captured area of the tattoos was different, from the structure and color tones, it was obvious that these 6 people had the same tattoo. With the 6 fragments in Chen Feng's deduction, in less than a moment, he drew a complete tattoo pattern. As expected, these street racers had unoriginal tattoos of a dragon. Chen Feng compared the complete dragon tattoo with the other 5 fragments, and without exception, they all matched perfectly. Chen Feng sneered, took out his phone, and immediately dialed Ho Yaozong's number. Hello, I am Ho Yaozong. Ho Yaozong had just saved Chen Feng's number, so when he saw his call, he was startled, hastily answered the phone, and asked in a very respectful tone, "May I know how to address you, sir?" My surname is Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Ho Yaozong quickly went through his mind, but he realized that there was no prominent Chen family in Pengcheng. However, this did not prevent Ho Yaozong from continuing to believe that Chen Feng came from a prominent family. With the vastness of China, at his level, he could only interact with the young masters of Pengcheng, and it was impossible for him to know all the wealthy families in the country. I am looking for a group of street racers who ride heavy Suzuki motorcycles and have a tattoo of a blue dragon on their arms. Have you heard of them? Ho Yaozong also had connections in the underworld, but his level was much higher than that of the street racers. Not to mention the people and funds under his control, Ho Yaozong even had firearms smuggled in his possession. Ho Yaozong was taken aback for a moment, thinking that Chen Feng was asking about the Yamaha Tyrannosaurus motorcycle, but he was actually inquiring about a group of hoodlums. However, Ho Yaozong quickly figured it out on his own. Chen Feng had just asked him for a Tyrannosaurus, and now he was immediately asking about the heavy motorcycle riders, with a cold tone in his voice. Without a doubt, that group of street racers must have offended Chen Feng for some reason, perhaps with their heavy motorcycles. Chen Feng is looking to settle the score with these troublemakers. However, Ho Yaozong is not concerned about this. He quickly thought for a moment and said, there are not many street racing gangs in Peng City. Based on the characteristics you mentioned, it should be the Qinglong group. Their leader goes by the nickname Qinglong, so all his men have a tattoo of a dragon. Is there territory in the Hualong district? Yes. Arrest all of them, handle it properly, and let me know the address. Yes, young Master Chen. Ho Yaozong agreed without hesitation. The Qinglong street racing gang is just a group of insignificant troublemakers, and Ho Yaozong doesn't need to personally deal with them. He can send his men to take care of it. After Chen Feng hung up the phone, in order to prove his abilities, Ho Yaozong even mobilized some of his men who were transferring goods to go directly to the Qinglong street racing gang's headquarters. Ho Yaozong's men outnumbered the street racers several times over, and with a sudden attack, the street racers were caught off guard and quickly subdued. Including Qinglong, all members of the street racing gang were captured. When Chen Feng rushed to the location notified by Ho Yaozong, he found himself at the seaside. All members of the Qinglong street racing gang had black hoods over their heads, were tied up and kneeling neatly in a row on the ground. At first sight of Chen Feng, Ho Yaozong knew that the person who had arrived was young Master Chen. Although he had never met Chen Feng before, he could intuitively discern a person's social status from their demeanor, eyes, and way of walking. Not to mention Chen Feng's expensive high-end suit. Despite his slow pace, there was an air of control in his every step. What further confirmed Ho Yaozong's belief was Chen Feng's sharp gaze, as if he could see through people's hearts. This was no ordinary person, not even someone from a wealthy family. Ho Yaozong was shaken to encounter someone exuding such a powerful and oppressive aura for the first time in his life. With a sense of awe, he led his men to greet Chen Feng. Young Master Chen, hello? Ho Yaozong, who weighed over 200 pounds, ran like a ball. When he approached Chen Feng, his nodding and bowing looked quite comical. Ho Yaozong's men also showed subtle changes in their expressions, as they had never seen their boss act like a sycophant before. They quickly followed Ho Yaozong in bowing and saluting. Chen Feng casually waved his hand, glanced at Ho Yaozong, and asked, "How did you know it was me?" Although Ho Yaozong was not completely sure at first, hearing Chen Feng's voice confirmed his suspicions. Ho Yaozong smiled apologetically, his chubby face trembling with the effort. "There are few people in this world who possess your grace, young Master Chen. Even if I were blind, I could recognize you." Chen Feng remained indifferent to Ho Yaozong's flattery and walked straight to the people kneeling on the beach. Ho Yaozong hurried behind him, and when they reached the group of Qinglong street racing gang members, he pointed to the person kneeling in the front and said, "Young Master Chen, this is their leader, Greenworm." But Chen Feng paid no attention to Ho Yaozong's playful nickname. He walked up to Qinglong, removed the hood from his head, and asked, "Who ordered you to vandalize that vegetable stall in the Hualong market this afternoon?" Qinglong was trembling with fear, thinking he had offended some big shot. However, after much thought, he realized that he hadn't offended anyone recently who couldn't be provoked. Although Qinglong was a small-time thug, he was not stupid and knew very well who he could provoke and who he couldn't. When Chen Feng asked this question, not only Qinglong was stunned, even Ho Yaozong was astonished. All this happened just because of smashing a vegetable stall? However, Ho Yaozong quickly regained his composure, as many of these wealthy young men had eccentric temperaments. Perhaps when these people smashed that vegetable stall, Chen Feng saw it and simply didn't like it, so he wanted to deal with this group of people. Ho Yaozong had seen many such incidents, even stranger ones. For example, he knew of a wealthy young man who, when a passerby glanced at him and smiled, even though the person meant no harm, the wealthy young man was in a very bad mood at the time and ordered his men to beat the passerby half to death on the spot. I won't ask a second time. Chen Feng's indifferent tone made Qinglong shudder, and he quickly said, yes, I sent someone. But, Chen Xiao, it was Nie Jiming of Hongwei Company who ordered us to do it. If I had known they were acquainted with you, I wouldn't have dared, spare my life. As Qinglong spoke, he repeatedly kowtowed to Chen Feng. As someone in the underworld, Qinglong naturally knew Ho Yaozong and what kind of place this was. When Ho Yaozong dealt with enemies, he would take them to the seaside, kill them, put the bodies in oil drums, and then transport them to the deep sea on his smuggling ship to sink them. When Qinglong's blindfold was removed, and he saw a neat row of oil drums by the seaside, he was immediately scared, knowing full well what it meant. Very well, all sunk. Chen Feng confirmed his suspicions. Without any hesitation, he left after saying this. Ho Yaozong seemed unsurprised by this, as if he had anticipated Chen Feng's orders. Ho Yaozong was extremely skilled at handling such matters, and he immediately gestured to his men, then hurriedly followed Chen Feng. Chen Xiao, spare me. Chen Xiao, I still have value, I know Nie Jiming's weaknesses, and some things he doesn't want others to know. Qinglong was terrified, banging his head on the ground in extreme fear. Chen Feng suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked back to Qinglong, saying calmly, let's hear it. Whether you live or die depends on the value of what you say. By now, Qinglong had a broken head, with blood and sand mixed together, some entering his eyes, some slipping into his mouth, causing extreme discomfort. But upon hearing Chen Feng's voice, he felt as if he had caught a lifeline and hurriedly began to talk about Nie Jiming's affairs. Ho Yaozong's men had already taken out knives and were holding them to the necks of the members of the street racing gang, ready to cut their throats. The street racing gang members also heard Chen Feng's orders and were terrified. They were just small-time thugs who usually bullied ordinary people, and they had never seen such a situation before. Some were so scared they were paralyzed, some tried to struggle and run away but were kicked to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Some even wet themselves, the smell of urine filling the air, showing their fear. However, at that moment, Ho Yaozong suddenly waved his hand, and his men immediately withdrew their knives and stepped back. Nie Jiming's son, ran over and killed someone before he got his driver's license. Yes, I found a subordinate to take the blame, and he gave me 50,000. Also, Nie Jiming has a mistress who looks for gigolos outside, and I was the one who broke the legs of one of those gigolos. His construction company owes a lot of wages to the migrant workers. When they gathered to ask Nie Jiming for their pay, I was the one who brought people to drive them away. Chen Feng found this somewhat interesting. To save his own life, Qinglong spilled all the beans on what Nie Jiming had done, but it got a bit boring towards the end. For example, Nie Jiming's wife Lin Yan also kept a few gigolos outside, so Qinglong had people surveil her. Do you have evidence for what you're saying? Qinglong hesitated for a moment, then quickly said, yes, when he asked me to find someone to take the blame, although he paid in cash, the person taking the blame is a close friend of mine, I can make him confess. And the person whose legs were broken, he only suspected it was Nie Jiming's doing, but didn't know who, and there's no evidence. I can make those who carried out the act confess. Chen Feng suddenly interrupted Qinglong, very well, go to the police station now and confess to everything Nie Jiming has done. Qinglong felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. The crimes he confessed to were not too serious, and with the added credit of confessing, he might only serve a maximum of 10 years. If he didn't listen to Chen Feng, he would be dead by now. The choice was clear to anyone with common sense. Yes, as long as Mr. Chen spares my life, I will go confess immediately. Chen Feng coldly chuckled, you may escape the death penalty, but not the consequences of your actions. One person, one finger. After saying this, Chen Feng looked at Ho Yaozong and calmly said, you, come with me. Ho Yaozong nodded quickly, then turned to his men and ordered, you heard Mr. Chen, why aren't you moving yet? The men behind the street racing gang immediately stepped forward, each pair holding down their fingers, and without hesitation, they cut them off. Ah! Ah! The successive screams echoed on the beach. Chen Feng ignored them, not even a hint of emotion on his face. Mr. Chen, should we let that worm go like this? He might just run away. Should I send someone to keep an eye on him? Ho Yaozong cautiously asked from behind Chen Feng. No need. Whether he turns himself in or not, Nie Jiming will die. For Chen Feng, the moment he found out that Nie Jiming had sent Qinglong to harm his father, Nie Jiming was as good as dead. Because regardless of whether Qinglong turned himself in or not, Chen Feng planned to personally end Nie Jiming's life. In fact, he was well aware that based on what Qinglong had said, at most, it would only cause some trouble for Nie Jiming, and it was unlikely to send him to prison. With the information from Qinglong, Chen Feng quickly formulated a plan in his mind and realized he no longer needed Qinglong, the informant. When Chen Feng spoke those words, Ho Yaozong immediately understood the implication and wisely chose to remain silent. My car will go back first. You can take me to the city center. It's my pleasure. Please, this way. Ho Yaozong couldn't help but feel delighted and promptly led the way ahead, stopping in front of a BMW, opening the door for Chen Feng. In 2008, the most common cars on the streets of Pengcheng were mostly Volkswagen and Toyota, with sedan sales dominating over luxury cars, which were not as prevalent as in later years. To Longquan Hotel in Hualong District. After getting into the car, Chen Feng instructed the driver and then turned to Ho Yaozong beside him, his expression calm as he asked, "Have you ever thought about quitting this business?" Ho Yaozong was taken aback. After so many years of operating in the shadows, although he made a lot of money, he still harbored a sense of insecurity. He feared that one day he might wake up to find a group of police officers storming in to handcuff him. They are not unwilling to come ashore, but they cannot find a way to clear their names. Qin Shao, people like us have already been marked. It's hard to come ashore unless we leave Peng City, change our identities, but if we leave Peng City, we lose our foundation. I'll teach you a way. Ho Yaozong was stunned, then a surge of joy filled his heart. It was obvious that Chen Feng was going to teach him a way to clear his name and come ashore. Thank you for valuing me, from now on, I will look up to you. Ho Yaozong didn't ask if Chen Feng could help him successfully clear his name and come ashore, but he immediately showed his loyalty. This was the cleverness of Ho Yaozong, as he guessed that Chen Feng was expressing his intention to recruit him, otherwise why would he teach him a method? Chen Feng smiled faintly, but did not respond. He knew very well the nature of people like Ho Yaozong who operated in the underworld. These people could only be influenced by power and interests, they would show loyalty on the surface, but it wasn't genuine. Ho Yaozong now imagined himself as a wealthy young master, plus the information given to him saved his life, so he willingly submitted to Chen Feng. But if he knew that beneath this facade was just a high school student, he might have been in danger. The method is not difficult. Since you and your cousin have connections in Hong Kong, obtaining Hong Kong citizenship shouldn't be a big problem for you. Change your name when you naturalize. Open a legitimate company in Hong Kong, run it properly for a while, then return to Peng City as a Hong Kong investor. You speak Cantonese, so when you shed your old identity and pose as a Hong Kong tycoon, who would recognize you? The most troublesome part is the money you have. If you don't find a way to clean it, it will just rot in your hands. Ho Yaozong hesitated. He actually knew the method Chen Feng mentioned, and it wasn't difficult to execute. But as Chen Feng said, all the money he had was dirty money, and there was no way to transfer it through legitimate channels. He also didn't dare to keep too much money in the bank, as large amounts could trigger anti-money laundering alerts. If the police investigated, he would be finished immediately. Most of the money Ho Yaozong smuggled was in cash, either used to buy properties or stored in banks through different identities in small amounts. This was very troublesome, and when he needed to use a large sum of money, it took a long time to gather it. Do you know online games? Ho Yaozong looked puzzled because Chen Feng's train of thought was too fast for him to keep up. I know a little. I used to play Legend back in the day. In 2008, the computer penetration rate was not very high, less than 20% nationwide. Even in economically developed cities like Peng City, it was only between 30% to 40%. Ho Yaozong, nearing 40, wasn't very good with computers, but he had played Legend for a while in his younger years and spent quite a bit of money, becoming a paying player. Online games are one of the best ways to launder money, such as web games. What Chen Feng said was actually Ho Yaozong's own experience. His method of clearing his name and coming ashore was through changing his identity, and then, following someone's advice, he chose web games to launder money. Chen Feng wasn't surprised by this, as he had seen many dark sides of the world and understood the rules of the underworld. The cultural industry has always been a favorite platform for criminals to launder money. For example, auctions have high risks and costs, belonging to the high-end violent money laundering category, and film and television are also frontiers of such activities. But the gaming industry, being relatively new, has the most innovative profit mechanism and is much softer and more flexible. A low-end web game server, the cost can be controlled to tens of dollars a month. A low-end server can host hundreds or thousands of independent zones. And there are indeed actual consumer groups, recharging and checking accounts are cheaper, and throwing tens of thousands of dollars into web games won't necessarily trace the source. However, most of the big shots who really use this trick to launder money are not too powerful. For example, those at the level of blood, they earn money that doesn't need to be laundered at all, and they don't even bother with this low-end model. But for Ho Yaozong, it's like opening the door to a new world. In this day and age, no one has even thought of laundering money this way. When Chen Feng finished explaining the operation of web games and the methods of money laundering, he was amazed. Chen, you actually came up with this method. You are simply a genius. I admire you wholeheartedly. Ho Yaozong was excited, as if he couldn't wait to get started on this. Chen Feng glanced at him and said calmly, you handle this matter yourself. And there's one more thing I want you to do, get some paper and a pen. Ho Yaozong didn't dare to delay, he quickly searched in the car and soon found paper and a pen to hand over. Chen Feng quickly wrote a line on it with the pen, then handed it back. Ho Yaozong respectfully took the note, and when he saw the content on it, he was once again stunned. The note read, St. Yanha, St. Hongfa, St. Along. Go to Pengcheng Stock Exchange and buy these 3 stocks. Remember, use your clean money to buy as much as you can. As long as the price of these stocks increases tenfold, sell them all immediately. Ho Yaozong was dumbfounded, he understood stocks. Stocks with the code starting with ST mean that the financial condition or other conditions of the listed company are abnormal, warning investors that the stock carries investment risks and is a loss-making stock. Chen, these stocks. Although Ho Yaozong admired Chen Feng at this moment, he still had some concerns. They will rise. Chen Feng directly interrupted Ho Yaozong's words and said decisively. Although Chen Feng did not remember the stock price increases of all stocks in 2008, in 2019, he inadvertently saw news about the top 10 stocks with the highest increase in 2008. The top 3, without exception, all started with ST and each one surged more than 10 times, stabilizing only at the end of the year. If there was only one stock starting with ST, Chen Feng might not remember, but all 3 of the top 3 started with ST, so he remembered this pattern all at once. Before coming, Chen Feng deliberately compared all the stocks starting with ST one by one, awakening his memory at that time, and found the names of those 3 stocks. The reason Chen Feng was so prescient was that when Ho Yaozong heard this, he was shocked, naturally not thinking that Chen Feng was a reborn person, but thinking of the common insider trading in the stock market. Some people use their positions to know some insider information in advance, such as a listed company about to restructure its assets, or a major product about to be released, and there are many who buy stocks in advance using this information. Those who can know this information in advance are known to have great power, and Chen Feng actually told him about 3 consecutive loss-making stocks, which indicates the magnitude of the power behind it. But what made Ho Yaozong somewhat doubtful was, since Chen Feng knew this insider information, why didn't he use his own funds to buy these stocks, but instead asked him to do it? Chen Feng seemed to see the doubt in Ho Yaozong's mind, and he continued calmly, I am being watched now, if my funds enter the market, someone will immediately follow suit. Our group has too much capital. Once we enter the stock market, it will cause turmoil. One misstep will trigger an investigation by the Securities Regulatory Commission, leading to endless trouble. Ho Yaozong suddenly realized, no wonder there was no one accompanying Chen Feng, obviously to shake off any trackers. As for why someone was watching Chen Feng, it was not surprising at all. Because in those prominent families, such incidents were almost commonplace, with family members fighting each other for power and profit. Ho Yaozong once again speculated on his own, rationalizing another doubt about Chen Feng. I see. At this point, Ho Yaozong already believed Chen Feng's words wholeheartedly. In addition, I want half of the profits from your purchase of these stocks. Upon hearing this, Ho Yaozong immediately shook his head and said, Chen Xiao, you think highly of me and have shared such important information with me. How could I dare to take your money? All the profits naturally belong to you. Chen Feng calmly said, I said half, so it's half. Ho Yaozong, feeling the indifference in Chen Feng's eyes, quickly responded, yes, I will follow your arrangements. Chen Feng's main purpose in this trip, besides dealing with the matters of the Qinglong Fei Che gang, was actually about stocks. The remaining 1 million in his hands would not make much of a splash in the stock market. So from the beginning, he had no intention of using that money to speculate on stocks, but rather as daily operating funds, such as renting accommodation, buying clothes, and props, etc. Chen Feng did not want all the profits, but people like Ho Yaozong, if not given enough benefits, if not fed to satisfaction, would not willingly accept being driven. As the two were talking, the car had already stopped outside Longquan Hotel. Contact me as soon as the Tyrannosaurus arrives. Yes, Chen Xiao. After Chen Feng finished speaking, he opened the car door, got out, and walked towards Longquan Hotel. This was a 5-star hotel. In order to prevent Ho Yaozong from noticing anything unusual and to avoid exposing his address, Chen Feng had already booked a room here in advance. After entering the hotel room, Chen Feng quickly started removing his makeup, restored his original appearance, changed into casual clothes, and leisurely headed towards the direction of the school. This was the time when their class had evening self-study. Although Chen Feng had many things to do, he never went back on his word. Since he had said he would go pick up Gu Qinghuan, he would put aside any other matters. Moreover, Chen Feng could continuously refine the plan in his mind on the way, searching for any potential loopholes. This was a habit Chen Feng had developed over thousands of years. He liked to plan before acting, analyzing step by step the various possible outcomes and reactions the other party might have. Only when he was sure there was no room for error would he take action. For others, this might take a long time, but over thousands of years, Chen Feng had honed his deductive reasoning skills to the extreme. What others needed days or even months to plan, he could formulate detailed plans within minutes or hours. As he walked and contemplated, Chen Feng soon arrived at the school gate. He did not go in, even though he knew that at this time Nie Wei was probably in the classroom. He had no intention of retaliating against Nie Wei. Chen Feng was patient. For him, going in now would at most result in a beating for Nie Wei. Physical pain alone would not satisfy Chen Feng, as there were things in this world more painful than physical pain. Glancing at the time, Chen Feng leaned against the wall and waited. When the bell signaling the end of evening self-study rang, it didn't take long for Chen Feng to see Gu Qinghuan walking out of the school. Gu Qinghuan had just transferred to the school and had no friends, always alone. At this moment, the unique aura emanating from her, like a lotus emerging from the mud, stands out even among the crowded students leaving school. Both male and female students on the street pay attention to Gu Qinghuan. Although it has only been about 20 days since the start of school, Gu Qinghuan has already become a well-known figure among all the teachers and students in the school, and has become the well-deserved school flower. This is also the reason why Gu Qinghuan has no friends. Boys cannot get close to her, and girls are unwilling to, making her feel inferior. When Gu Qinghuan reached the door, she noticed Chen Feng. It's not that Chen Feng is outstanding, but his gaze is completely different from that of ordinary students. When male and female students in the school look at her, they are very restrained. If Gu Qinghuan feels uncomfortable and looks over, those students will also avoid her gaze nervously. However, Chen Feng is the opposite. His gaze is focused and intense, not hiding his feelings of affection at all. If Gu Qinghuan looks at him coldly, Chen Feng not only does not feel intimidated, but instead engages in a deep gaze. This is why Gu Qinghuan is forced to use books to block Chen Feng's line of sight, because even she cannot withstand Chen Feng's aggressive gaze. Since last night, Gu Qinghuan has sensed a blatant arrogance from Chen Feng. This guy doesn't care about any aura or normal interpersonal rules, he just does whatever he wants. As Gu Qinghuan passed by Chen Feng, she tried to control her gaze, not looking at him, choosing to ignore him directly. Do you have something on your mind? Chen Feng naturally doesn't care about Gu Qinghuan's attitude, calmly following behind and suddenly asking. Gu Qinghuan glanced at Chen Feng, continued to ignore him, as if she hadn't heard anything, and walked on. Chen Feng didn't mind at all, smiling as he approached, quickly sizing up Gu Qinghuan. After a while, Chen Feng, looking somewhat surprised, asked, "Did a loved one die because of you?" Gu Qinghuan's face suddenly turned pale. She turned to look at Chen Feng, her eyes showing a hint of panic, fear, and deep pain. Chen Feng saw Gu Qinghuan's eyes turn red in an instant, revealing an extremely sad emotion, and her face seemed to lose its vitality. He immediately regretted it. Chen Feng realized that this was probably the hidden pain deep within Gu Qinghuan. After observing the details on her, Chen Feng drew a conclusion and couldn't help but blurt it out. Gu Qinghuan clenched her lips tightly, still not saying a word, just ran away. For the first time, Chen Feng felt a bit flustered, but at the same time he also realized something. The fact that just mentioning that matter could cause such a huge emotional upheaval in Gu Qinghuan, it might be the reason for her suicide. Afraid that Gu Qinghuan might be in trouble, Chen Feng hurriedly chased after her. Gu Qinghuan's running direction was not towards home. She seemed to have no specific goal, just running desperately forward. Chen Feng kept chasing after her, but as he chased, he noticed a problem. Gu Qinghuan's stamina was surprisingly good. She had been running for 10 minutes and her speed was not slow. Chen Feng roughly estimated that she had run at least 3 kilometers, but Gu Qinghuan showed no sign of stopping. At this point, Chen Feng had been left far behind, almost unable to see her figure, and even his stamina was starting to give out. Running 3 kilometers in 10 minutes was almost at the level of a professional athlete, considering the world record is just over 7 minutes. If Chen Feng had time to train specifically for a while, reaching or surpassing this level would be completely achievable. But he only came back yesterday, his body hasn't had time to exercise, naturally not as good as an athlete. What surprised Chen Feng the most was that Gu Qinghuan seemed to have many secrets, first Latin, then this almost athlete-like physique. No matter from which aspect, it does not fit the identity of an 18-year-old high school student like Gu Qinghuan. Could it be that she is also a reborn person? Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity in his heart. But soon Chen Feng shook his head and denied it. Although there were many unreasonable things about Gu Qinghuan, the various signs he saw indicated that she could not have had the same experiences as himself. Chen Feng chased after her for a while, but his physical strength could not hold up and he had to stop to rest. Just as he was panting heavily, he unexpectedly found that Gu Qinghuan had also stopped and then turned around in his direction. How did you know about that? Gu Qinghuan had been running for so long and was only slightly out of breath. When she walked up to Chen Feng, her breathing had already calmed down. And when Gu Qinghuan walked up to Chen Feng, she directly asked a question that she had been unable to understand. Chen Feng took a breath and pointed to a stone bench on the side of the street. Let's sit down and talk, let me catch my breath. Gu Qinghuan's expression was cold, she didn't say anything, she just walked over to the stone bench and sat down, then stared at Chen Feng. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's expression, Chen Feng didn't beat around the bush anymore, his expression became serious as he first pointed to a linen thread on her wrist. You have a linen thread wrapped around your wrist, which is a kind of penance bracelet from Thailand. Most people who have been to a Thai temple will wear it. As the name suggests, a penance bracelet is something that people who feel guilty and need to atone for their sins will seek. So my first guess is that maybe you did something wrong that made you feel guilty and remorseful, so you have been wearing this penance bracelet. Gu Qinghuan was stunned, she didn't expect Chen Feng to know about the penance bracelet, which few people in China know about, and you can't even find it online. Only people who have been to Thailand and visited a temple there might know about it. This penance bracelet is hand-woven with linen, the quality is very good, and it can only be worn out over time. Judging by the wear and tear on your penance bracelet, considering the wear and tear from bathing and washing hands, you have only been wearing it for about 3 months. That means you went to Thailand during the summer vacation of your sophomore year and sought this penance bracelet. If I'm not mistaken, your parents took you on a trip abroad during the summer vacation to help you relax. But when you came back, you immediately transferred schools, which means that the trip and the penance bracelet did not make you feel better, but rather made you feel worse. This can be judged from the bloodshot eyes and haggard appearance in your daily life. That incident has been affecting you until now. I'm very curious now, what could be the matter that has been affecting you for so long? Gu Qinghuan clenched her lips, she was amazed and inexplicably surprised because when Chen Feng said this, he almost hit the nail on the head. She didn't answer Chen Feng's question, but asked again, how did you know it was my family member, not a friend or classmate? Chen Feng sighed, seeing that Gu Qinghuan was unwilling to speak, he didn't force her, so he continued to explain, there is a faded heart-shaped tattoo under that penance bracelet of yours, because the fading is too severe, if you don't look closely, you won't be able to notice it at all. Judging by the degree of fading, it has been at least close to 10 years, which means that you were probably only 8 years old at that time. An 8-year-old child, parents will definitely not allow you to get a tattoo, but there must be an adult with you, otherwise the tattoo artist would not dare to tattoo 2 young children. And your parents are very trusting of that person, otherwise they wouldn't let him take you out to play, most likely it's a close relative of your family. Gu Qinghuan's expression changed again, obviously being hit by Chen Feng's words. She asked stubbornly, why do you say you guys, why can't it be just me? That heart is not broken, but split in half. Where is the other half? It can't be the relative who took you, an 8-year-old girl cannot go get a tattoo of the same heart as a boy, so it must be a girl of similar age or slightly older. She has a very close relationship with you, possibly even grew up together since childhood, closer than real sisters. I guess she is a cousin? And the relative who took you to get the tattoo should be her father, your aunt's husband or uncle? Gu Qinghuan's face turned pale when she heard this. Chen Feng had hit the mark all the way up to now, and his tone was so certain, as if he knew for sure that this had happened. But Gu Qinghuan knew that Chen Feng could not possibly know about this, only 3 people knew about the tattoo incident. Even if her parents found out at the time, they were somewhat amused but didn't care, and eventually forgot about it. Naturally they wouldn't mention it to outsiders. But Chen Feng managed to deduce so much just from the atonement bracelet she wore and a tattoo. Was this guy even human? Chen Feng sighed softly and continued, before you transferred, you were at Reborn, the best public high school in Pengcheng, much better. then Longcheng High School, and even closer to your home than Longcheng High School. You had no reason to transfer to a worse school, so it can only prove that there was something at that school you couldn't face. Your cousin should also be studying at Ijeong, so as soon as you entered that school, you thought of her, that's why you couldn't continue studying there. Let me boldly speculate, her accident should have happened in your second year of high school, right? Gu Qinghuan looked at Chen Feng in shock, unable to say a word. She couldn't understand how one person's thinking could be so powerful. Gu Qinghuan didn't reveal a word, but Chen Feng seemed to see it with his own eyes, deducing so much from just what he saw. Who are you exactly? Gu Qinghuan couldn't understand. Just yesterday he was a timid person, how could he have transformed overnight into a completely different person? As I said, I am a reborn person, coming back from the future to save you. Chen Feng laughed and said this boldly. If there was one person in this world who didn't want to deceive, it was definitely Gu Qinghuan, so he didn't make up a reason to deceive her, but told her the truth directly. Chen Feng also knew that even if he told the truth, Gu Qinghuan probably wouldn't believe it. Sure enough, Gu Qinghuan gave him a cold look and got up to leave. Chen Feng smiled and got up to follow her immediately. Gu Qinghuan didn't try to chase Chen Feng away, she probably knew that even if she did, he wouldn't leave. Plus, she was feeling extremely bad at the moment, so she just let Chen Feng follow her. Can you tell me what happened? No. Gu Qinghuan refused without hesitation. It's okay if you don't tell me, I'll go to Ijeong to find out, it shouldn't be too hard to figure out what happened. Actually, Chen Feng couldn't be sure at first that the girl was dead, but Gu Qinghuan's emotions were too intense. If she were still alive, Gu Qinghuan would definitely not act like this. If there was a fatal incident at the school, the students at number 1 middle school could not be unaware, and even by looking back at the local news from the past year, they might be able to find out what happened. How dare you? Gu Qinghuan glared at Chen Feng angrily, as if she wanted to eat him alive. Seeing Gu Qinghuan's expression, Chen Feng knew she was serious. If he provoked her further at this moment, she would really turn hostile. Chen Feng suddenly spoke, we are more fragile than we know, but at the same time, we are also stronger than we imagine. I don't know what you've been through, but if you want to talk about it with someone, I'll be here. Chen Feng was well aware that Gu Qinghuan had no friends, and the thing that was still weighing on her mind, which she didn't know about yet, and her parents couldn't help with. Continuing to suppress it could lead to suicide, which wouldn't be surprising at all. But Chen Feng couldn't push too hard right now because, for Gu Qinghuan, he was still just a stranger, so he had to leave it at that. Gu Qinghuan looked at Chen Feng with a complex expression, but in the end, she didn't say a word and continued walking forward. Chen Feng didn't bother Gu Qinghuan anymore, as saying anything more at this point would be unnecessary. The two of them walked back quietly like this, and although the atmosphere was somewhat eerie, at least it wasn't as awkward as last night. When they reached the entrance of Gu Qinghuan's residential area, Chen Feng watched her go upstairs, waved to her, and then turned to leave. If Gu Qinghuan found out that Chen Feng had moved into the same building as her, it was clear that she would be furious on the spot. Chen Feng had finally managed to get a little closer to Gu Qinghuan, and he wasn't foolish enough to let this matter ruin their current understanding. Besides, Chen Feng had other things to do. He needed to find out what had happened to Gu Qinghuan a year ago and deal with Miss Xie. While Chen Feng was on the road, he suddenly received a call from his mother, Li Yun. Xiaoluo, didn't you go to your aunt's house? Chen Feng knew that Li Yun must have called his aunt first and found out that he hadn't gone, so she immediately called him. He smiled and replied, Aunt's house is too far away, and I have early self-study tomorrow, so I booked a room at a nearby hotel. Oh, that's fine. Li Yun was relieved and then added, your dad and I are going back to our hometown to get the second-generation ID cards and deal with some house matters. It might take about a week. I left 1,000 yuan in your room. If you need more, give us a call. Chen Feng sighed inwardly, knowing that his mother didn't want him to see his father injured and had chosen to return to their hometown directly. What Li Yun said wasn't just an excuse, they had planned to go back to their hometown for these matters long before. His parents had moved to Pengcheng when he was 10 years old, and at that time, their ID cards were still first generation. Now that the ID cards had been updated to the second generation, their old ones were no longer valid. This caused a lot of trouble, such as their bank cards becoming unusable and requiring the new second-generation ID cards. As for the house matters, it was because his parents didn't want to return to the rural hometown, and they couldn't afford to buy a house in Pengcheng, so they bought a house in the county town of their hometown. However, at that time, the down payment was made by his father's uncle using his father's first-generation ID card, but they couldn't sign a formal contract with the real estate company because they also required the second-generation ID card. So the parents had long been planning to return to their hometown, but they were reluctant to lose a day's worth of money by not working. They even haven't gone back for Chinese New Year in recent years, and have been putting it off until now. This time, the parents happened to use this as a reason to go back and handle this matter. However, this also indirectly indicates that the father's injury shouldn't be too serious, and he should be able to recover in about a week. Chen Feng also pretended to smile as if nothing had happened and said, "Mom, I understand. You haven't rested during Chinese New Year all these years. This trip back can be a good opportunity to take a break, so don't worry about me." On the other end of the phone, Li Yin couldn't help but pause for a moment, because Chen Feng had undergone significant changes since they left their hometown. Especially in the past 2 years when he was studying in Pengcheng High School, his personality became quite reclusive. When at home, if they didn't initiate a conversation, he hardly spoke at all. They could guess it was because of the bullying incidents at school. Since Chen Feng's household registration was not in Pengcheng, he couldn't take the college entrance exam there, so they could only hope that Chen Feng would improve if he transferred back to their hometown. Now Chen Feng's tone of voice was completely different from before, showing concern for them, something Li Yun had never felt before. "Alright, I'll inquire about the transfer to another school when I go back this time," Li Yun said, her tone suddenly sounding a bit low as she thought about Chen Feng's experiences at school, which had directly changed his personality. "It's all our fault for not being capable enough, causing you so much suffering." Chen Feng hurriedly comforted her, "Mom, I haven't suffered, and I won't suffer in the future. I won't let you suffer either. Our days ahead will only get better." Li Yun almost doubted her own ears, hearing her usually quiet son say these words. She said with a choked voice, "Xiaoluo, as long as you do well and get into a good university, your father and I will be satisfied." Chen Feng let out a slight sigh in his heart. If possible, he actually didn't want to go to any university because it would be a waste of time for him. But it was his parents' wish, and it wasn't difficult, so Chen Feng didn't mind fulfilling it. "Mom, don't worry, I will get into a good university." Mom believes in you." "Alright, Xiaoluo, your father and I need to pack up now." After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng felt that it was the right time for his parents to go back. Once he retaliated against Nie Ximing, if that guy was pushed to a corner, he might resort to targeting his parents again. This time, with his parents back in their hometown, there wouldn't be as many concerns. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips. The next morning, Chen Feng went to buy a miniature camera and installed it in the room at Longquan Hotel. After installing the camera, Chen Feng left the hotel, hailed a taxi on the street, and headed towards Pengcheng No. 1 High School. Although Chen Feng said he was willing to listen to Gu Qinghuan talk about that matter, he hadn't promised not to investigate it. He was now certain that that matter had led to Gu Qinghuan's suicide in his past life. If he didn't figure out the reasons behind it, he wouldn't be able to sleep soundly. Pengcheng No. 1 High School was not only the best high school in the city but also a key provincial high school, with top-notch hardware and software facilities. In terms of area, Pengcheng No. 1 High School's high school department alone consisted of 2 campuses, east and west, covering nearly 100,000 square meters, with a library holding 150,000 volumes. The campus included a media center, student affairs center, teacher affairs center, art building, science and technology museum, gymnasium, student dormitories, and more. These facilities could easily rank among the best in the country. Standing at the towering school gate, Chen Feng could see a wall made of red-brown marble with the golden words Pengcheng High School written on it. Upon entering the school, the first thing you see is a huge stone with a sentence written in large red official script by a great man, "Study for the rise of China." Even before entering, you can feel a majestic atmosphere. When Chen Feng entered, it happened to be lunch break, and there were people coming and going inside the school, but he did not rush to ask anyone about Gu Qinghuan. If he randomly approached someone to ask about Gu Qinghuan, he might be considered crazy, and no one would answer his question. While Chen Feng was thinking about who to ask, he suddenly heard a sharp whistling sound coming from behind. At the same time, there were many exclamations. Chen Feng did not turn around, but it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He reached out his left hand and caught a basketball that was flying towards him. Holding the ball with one hand, Chen Feng calmly turned around and saw a group of students looking at him from over 20 meters away on the outdoor basketball court. However, the students were all wearing surprised expressions because they had clearly seen Chen Feng with his back to the basketball just now. As the ball was about to hit him, Chen Feng, in a strange manner, seemed to anticipate it and caught the basketball with his other hand. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe that a normal person could react so quickly. What surprised them even more was that Chen Feng was holding the basketball with one hand at that moment. It is well known that catching a ball with one hand is a very difficult thing that most people cannot do because it not only requires a large enough palm but also a certain level of practice to master. Chen Feng's ability to catch the basketball was only partly due to his reaction speed. The main reason was the consciousness he had developed from training in his past life for a long time. Chen Feng learned many abilities out of boredom, but throwing and shooting were skills he actively pursued. In countless cycles, there were many situations where he needed to use a gun, and this ability played a crucial role in saving his life, so he dedicated years of hard work to training. From ordinary handguns to sniper rifles and even rocket launchers, Chen Feng could achieve a 100% accuracy rate. Next came his mastery of archery, darts, and throwing knives, where he could hit the target every time with precision. When he had reached the pinnacle in both firearms and cold weapons, a sport like basketball posed no challenge for him. With a little practice and mastering the technique of exerting force, he could achieve a perfect shot every time. When he got bored, Chen Feng even learned to use playing cards as hidden weapons, inspired by a movie called God of Gamblers. In fact, if playing cards were made of a certain hardness of paper and were thin enough, they could be used to incapacitate someone. When all of this became too easy, Chen Feng found it dull and began practicing a higher level of difficulty, throwing with his eyes closed. To achieve this, he first practiced on stationary targets and then on moving targets. After several years of practice, he could locate targets by sound alone, much like a blind person. For example, in clay pigeon shooting, the moment the clay pigeon flew out, Chen Feng could judge its position in the air by sound and hit it precisely. What made Chen Feng even more remarkable than a blind person was his ability to roughly determine what was flying towards him based on the speed and sound it produced. When the basketball flew towards him just now, Chen Feng already knew what it was and where it was flying, so he effortlessly caught the basketball. As for catching the ball with one hand, besides having relatively large palms, he relied on friction in the basketball's texture to grip it easily. However, this was a skill he had mastered through countless practices in his cycles of reincarnation. Chen Feng held the basketball with one hand and glanced at the situation on the basketball court, understanding what had happened. It seemed that a game was in progress on the court, with students on both sides wearing the basketball team uniforms of Ijeong, probably for a practice match. A group of students by the court were watching, indicating that the basketball team at Ijeong was very popular, as there wouldn't be so many people watching a practice match otherwise. Clearly, someone had failed to catch a pass earlier, causing the basketball to fly out of the court. Impressive! Wow, who is this? Their reflexes are amazing. Must be from the basketball team, right? The students stared in amazement and discussed Chen Feng. Excuse me, can you throw the ball back? A member of the basketball team ran over, also surprised, but currently in a game, so it wasn't the time to satisfy curiosity. Chen Feng's eyes flashed, he slightly raised his foot, took a step forward, made a throwing motion like throwing a baseball, and then swung his right arm forcefully. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the students, the basketball traced a beautiful trajectory in the air and swished into the basket. The entire basketball court fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a commotion, with an incredible chorus of exclamations. Oh my, what is this? I must be seeing things. That must have been from 20 meters away. It's so scary, how did he do that? The basketball court was stunned by Chen Feng's shot, even the team members and coach were momentarily dumbfounded. Unlike the onlookers, they could only watch the excitement, but the coach and basketball team members at least understood basketball. To accurately hit the basket from such a distance, even professional basketball players would find it extremely difficult. Just the strength required for over 20 meters is not something an ordinary student could achieve. Because in that distance, it's like Chen Feng shooting from the left baseline, flying over the entire basketball court, and hitting the basket on the right side. And it had to be a precise swish, something that students couldn't possibly do. Was it luck? Yes, it must be luck, it must be luck. The coach of the basketball team even ignored the game, suddenly reached out and grabbed a basketball from the side, pushed aside the onlooking students, and quickly walked up to Chen Feng. Student, try shooting another one. Chen Feng glanced at the coach's expectant face, smiled, and said, sorry, I have something else to do. Chen Feng finished speaking and walked away leisurely, showing a disdainful and arrogant attitude. The coach was stunned for a moment, and the students on the playground were also astonished, not expecting Chen Feng, who clearly looked like a student, to show such disrespect to the coach. Student, what's your name and which class are you in? The coach snapped back to reality, hurriedly caught up, feeling like he was scratching his heart, eager to find out if Chen Feng was just lucky or truly had that skill. If it was luck, then so be it, but if he truly had that skill, he could definitely play professional basketball. If he could develop a professional basketball player, the reward would be secondary, the honor it would bring would be immense. But Chen Feng paid no attention, continued walking forward, and the coach, unwilling to give up, persistently followed behind, finally blocking Chen Feng's path. Chen Feng, looking impatient, said, "Excuse me, teacher, I really don't have time, could you please move aside?" The coach stared at Chen Feng. "Fine, as long as you make another shot, I'll let you go." Chen Feng seemed helpless, took the basketball from the coach's hand, and said, "It's a deal, if I make it, you won't bother me anymore, right?" "Yes, yes." Chen Feng grabbed the ball with one hand, took a few steps forward to gain momentum, then lifted his foot again and kicked forward forcefully. It was as if history was repeating itself. The basketball soared high into the air, and everyone on the basketball court, whether students or team members, stared at the ball as if all their attention had been drawn to it. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, the basketball traced a beautiful arc in the air and flew towards the basket more than 20 meters away. Swish! The basketball went hollow into the basket. The entire court erupted in excitement, with both boys and girls letting out screams and exclamations. It was so cool, so handsome, so unbelievable. If the first time was luck, then the chance of luck striking twice was almost zero. The coach's eyes lit up, and he excitedly approached Chen Feng. "Have you practiced before, student?" Chen Feng looked puzzled and said, "Of course I have practiced, otherwise how could I make the shot?" The coach, full of anticipation, asked, "Student, do you want to join our basketball team?" "I don't want to," Chen Feng replied decisively, with no room for negotiation. The coach was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Student, our school's basketball team is very strong and can already participate in the National High School League. If you perform well in the provincial competition, you have a chance to qualify for special admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University. If you win the MVP in the final, you don't even need to take the college entrance exam, you will be guaranteed special admission. Although you are a bit thin, with some training to improve your physical fitness, you can even participate in Cuba or even CBA." The coach, fearing his persuasion was not enough, listed out all the benefits. "But I can get into Tsinghua University and Peking University with my eyes closed, why should I play basketball?" The coach was dumbfounded, and the students around him widened their eyes, amazed at Chen Feng's arrogance. Even in a provincial key high school like Pengcheng, there were over 1,000 students who took the college entrance exam last year, but only 13 were admitted to Tsinghua University and Peking University, 5 of whom were recommended. However, no one was as arrogant as Chen Feng, claiming they could get in with their eyes closed. Well, seeing Chen Feng turn and walk away without hesitation, the coach didn't know how to persuade him. "Student, wait, please wait." The coach hurried to catch up and stood in front of Chen Feng. "Your talent is too precious to waste if you don't play basketball. Think about it, if you join the CBA, with your talent, you will definitely shine and become a basketball star." It's no wonder the coach was so anxious. Hitting a shot accurately from over 20 meters away is a skill that few professional athletes in the CBA possess. This means that as long as Chen Feng undergoes some formal basketball training, he will surely excel in the National High School League. Chen Feng looked somewhat troubled, seemingly unable to bear the coach's persistence. Suddenly, he spoke up, "Coach, I have some questions. If you can answer them, I will consider." The coach couldn't hide his joy and immediately nodded, "Go ahead, I am very clear about basketball and special admissions." "Then let's find a quiet place to talk." Without hesitation, the coach called out to the players on the basketball court, "Practice match is over, everyone go rest." The students and basketball team members looked at each other in surprise, never expecting the coach to leave the entire team behind for Chen Feng alone. Especially the basketball team members felt a sense of injustice, but at this moment, the coach happily followed Chen Feng, and they had no choice. "Ask whatever you want to know." The coach led Chen Feng into the office of the gym, smiling as he asked, "Do you know Gu Qinghuan, teacher?" The coach was stunned, thinking Chen Feng wanted to ask about basketball, but instead he was asking about Gu Qinghuan, which caught him off guard. Chen Feng's initial purpose was to inquire about Gu Qinghuan, so he deliberately made a splash on the basketball court to attract attention. Whether it was a student or a coach, and this coach was obviously more excited than the students, so Chen Feng naturally chose the coach as the person to inquire about. "Aren't you from our school?" The coach's expression suddenly became strange because in Pengcheng No. 1 High School, not knowing the teachers and principals was not surprising, but knowing Gu Qinghuan was rare. Even the freshmen who had just entered the school had heard of Gu Qinghuan's name. Moreover, most of the students in No. 1 High School had moved up from the junior high school section, so they almost all knew Gu Qinghuan. "Yes, I am from Longqing High School, and I am in the same class and sit at the same table as Gu Qinghuan." Chen Feng did not lie and directly revealed his background. Longcheng High School? Did she transfer there? The coach was somewhat surprised because there were nearly 80 high schools in Pengcheng, and compared to number 1 high school, Longcheng High School was not prestigious at all. After being stunned for a while, the coach suddenly realized and pointed at Chen Feng, shaking his head and smiling. I understand now, you kid like Gu Qinghuan, that's why you came here to inquire about her. Chen Feng smiled and calmly nodded, admitting, she went through something painful at number 1 high school, and I don't know what happened exactly, so I couldn't comfort her, that's why I wanted to come here to find out. The coach stared at Chen Feng for a moment, not having carefully observed him in his haste earlier. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that Chen Feng's eyes were clear and calm, exuding a sense of composure that was not typical of a student. He also suddenly smiled. If I tell you, would you join our basketball team? Chen Feng was surprised. I already told you, I am from Longcheng High School. It doesn't matter, I can apply for a special admission for you to enter number 1 high school, as long as you agree. Chen Feng shook his head with a wry smile. Thank you for your kind offer, but it's not necessary, I really have no interest in basketball. Do you know how difficult it is for students from other high schools to transfer to our number 1 high school? What does that have to do with me? The coach was momentarily speechless, as Chen Feng's words did make sense. There was indeed no appeal for someone who did not want to come to number 1 high school. What if I don't tell you then? Teacher, with so many students at number 1 high school, it shouldn't be difficult to find one person to ask, right? Chen Feng stood up to leave the office. Come back, I'll tell you. The coach helplessly called Chen Feng back. If you go ask those students, they will just embellish and tell you some processed information. It's better for me to tell you. Thank you, teacher. The coach sighed, glanced at Chen Feng, and slowly began. What happened to Gu Qinghuan is actually not complicated. Gu Qinghuan and her cousin Lu Yezhi grew up in the same residential compound, with their families living in adjacent buildings, so they were very close since childhood. And because they were born only a month apart, they were classmates from kindergarten to high school. These two girls were not only beautiful but also at the top of their class academically. Although they spent every day together like conjoined twins, they also secretly competed and supported each other in times of difficulty, making many people envious of their relationship. At that time, the entire number 1 high school, whether teachers or students, knew about the two of them. But something happened in the second year of high school that completely changed their lives. Chen Feng's attention suddenly focused, because he knew he was about to hear key information. In the first year of high school, they made an appointment to climb Pangshan together, but something happened on the way down the mountain. They encountered a serial killer named Edmund who was hiding nearby, and Lu Yezhi was caught by him, while Gu Qinghuan managed to escape. By the time Gu Qinghuan escaped and reported to the police, Lu Yezhi had already been. The coach suddenly stopped talking at this point. Chen Feng was shocked, as he realized something when he heard the name of the serial killer Edmund. Chen Feng's face darkened instantly, and in a very short time, many memories flooded his mind. After connecting all the clues together, he finally understood what had happened. This person named Edmund was not Chinese, but a deranged serial killer from the United States. After committing more than 30 murders in the US, he was on the run and fled to China. Edmund's nickname was the Cross Killer, and he specifically targeted underage schoolgirls, committing violent rapes, murders, and dismemberments, leaving his signature, an inverted cross, behind. After fleeing to Pengcheng, he committed 3 cases, but managed to escape each time, causing a sensation in the entire city. At that time, Chen Feng was also in the second year of high school. Even though he was indifferent to the outside world, he had seen this person's wanted order on TV and in newspapers. However, at that time, he was also caught up in his own troubles and did not pay much attention to this matter. What Chen Feng did not expect was that Gu Qinghuan's cousin turned out to be the third victim. Although the coach did not say the rest of the words, Chen Feng could guess what had happened. Gu Qinghuan knew the tragic fate of her beloved cousin Lu Yezhi, and the pain in her heart was unimaginable. The reason for her self-blame, Chen Feng could also guess, was probably because of the trip to Pangshan suggested by Gu Qinghuan. Gu Qinghuan's thoughts were not difficult to understand. She must have thought that if she had not suggested climbing Pangshan, Lu Yezhi would not have been in trouble. Gu Qinghuan blamed herself for Lu Yezhi's death and had been tormenting herself because of it. Chen Feng's expression suddenly changed slightly, realizing that his hands were trembling slightly. Not out of fear, but because he thought of something incredibly absurd. The reason Chen Feng knew that Lu Yezhi was the third and final victim was that Edmund had died 2 months later, in November. And he died in a very gruesome way, being dismembered and decapitated in almost the same manner, and left in the wilderness. Normally, Chen Feng might not have cared, but now that he knew what had happened to Liu Yeji, he felt something was amiss. Because the date of Gu Qinghuan's suicide was less than 3 days after Edmund was killed. Chen Feng then thought of Gu Qinghuan's extraordinary physical strength, and his body trembled slightly. Could this be the reason for Gu Qinghuan's suicide? Improving her physical fitness to find the killer who murdered her cousin, seeking revenge in the same way, and then being unable to bear the guilt of her cousin's death and the guilt of killing, leading to her suicide. Chen Feng suddenly stood up from his chair, rushed out of the office without caring about the coach shouting behind him. Impossible! Chen Feng felt his entire chest filled with a sense of panic. Just as he couldn't imagine Gu Qinghuan committing suicide, he also couldn't imagine Gu Qinghuan killing someone in such a cruel way. When Chen Feng walked out of the school in a daze, he suddenly took a few deep breaths, calming himself down quickly. For thousands of years, he had experienced countless things and had long learned to face everything with equanimity. Now he was visibly a bit unsettled, breaking the calm demeanor he had maintained in the past. However, after Chen Feng realized this, he calmed down. From what he could see now, he had just connected some seemingly related places earlier, and there was no evidence to suggest that Gu Qinghuan had killed Edmund. And even if Gu Qinghuan had killed Edmund, what would it change? Chen Feng quickly shook his head. If it was really Gu Qinghuan who did it, he didn't think it mattered, nor would it change his mind. Debts must be repaid, and killing must be avenged. It was only natural, especially when the victim was a sadistic murderer like Edmund. However, Chen Feng found himself with one more thing to do, which was to deal with this sadist in advance. Regardless of whether Gu Qinghuan was responsible for that incident, as long as there was a possibility that it led to suicide, Chen Feng would not let it go. By taking out that guy in advance, Chen Feng was also avenging the unjustly deceased students in Gu Qinghuan. A sadistic killer was nothing to Chen Feng, and he remembered the news reporting the whereabouts of this guy at the time. Thinking of this, Chen Feng immediately took out his phone and dialed Ho Yaozong's number. I'll give you a few addresses to watch. As soon as you see any foreign white people, contact me immediately. Ho Yaozong didn't dare to ask for the reason and quickly agreed. Huihai District Lishan residence, Tianfu District Tiantong Garden. Remember, there must be someone watching there 24 hours a day. Okay, young Master Chen. The sadist Edmund had hidden in a room in one of these two neighborhoods for a period of time before being caught in the end. However, the news did not report the room number or which neighborhood he first hid in. In fact, it was already difficult for Chen Feng to remember these two neighborhoods, and now he could only have Ho Yaozong send people to wait outside to see if this guy would show up. At the time of the news report, there was a mystery that had not been solved even in 2019. The owners of the two places where Edmund had hidden had both gone abroad on vacation for a month, only to return and find that their houses had been lived in. After checking the surveillance footage, it was discovered that it was the sadist Edmund. The police later analyzed that it was likely that someone had assisted Edmund behind the scenes, helping him hide in these two locations. Otherwise, it would not have been so coincidental for Edmund to know that the owners of these two houses were not at home. However, the police investigated each lead one by one and found no clues, so the matter was dropped. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng thought for a moment and hurried back to the residential area where Gu Qinghuan lived. The first thing he did when he got back was to run 5 kilometers on the treadmill in the house. His body was still a bit weak. Chen Feng knew he had to start improving his physical fitness from now on, otherwise, if he encountered an emergency, having poor physical fitness would be a headache. Chen Feng had his own method of exercising that he had figured out, and as long as he persisted for a period of time, it would have a noticeable effect. He had even researched a potion that could quickly strengthen muscle fibers, but he currently lacked medical equipment and resources. It's time to get to know the second big shot and solve the problem of formulas and equipment. The 3 names Chen Feng had selected were carefully chosen, at least they had some ability that he could use. Achieving this was actually quite easy. Chen Feng had spent decades in Peng City, and he was familiar with every corner of the place. Just like playing a game, he knows the spawn points and where the boss is located on the Pengchang map, and is familiar with the timing of respawns. The second person that Chen Feng wants to get to know and control is Jiang Junyan, the chairman of Mingqing Pharmaceutical, which is expected to be ranked among the top 3 in the biopharmaceutical industry in the future. However, at this time, Jiang Junyan has not taken over the company yet. Currently, his father, Jiang Mingcheng, is the boss of Mingqing Pharmaceutical, and Jiang Junyan is working and studying management within the family business. In 2008, Mingqing Pharmaceutical was not even in the top 10 in Pengcheng, let alone nationally or globally. The rise of Mingqing Pharmaceutical in the future, becoming a well-known biopharmaceutical company nationwide and even worldwide, can be largely attributed to Jiang Junyan. Jiang Junyan took over Mingqing Pharmaceutical in 2008, but the succession process was very painful. However, Chen Feng is not in a hurry to meet Jiang Junyan now, he has another matter to attend to. After finishing his workout, Chen Feng took a nap and woke up in the evening. He quickly changed his appearance slightly and leisurely went out. He didn't make significant changes, just looked a bit more mature based on his original appearance. Although Chen Feng doesn't look like a high school student, his facial features are still youthful, making him appear like a young man. After a bit of makeup, Chen Feng looked at least 10 years older, resembling a young man in his late 20s. Chen Feng hailed a taxi on the street and went to a place called Night Encounter Bar. There were seductively dressed female bar attendants at the entrance, and nowadays bars are not as restrained as in the future, using more straightforward methods to attract customers. For example, these female attendants had good looks and various body types, reminiscent of women soliciting customers at brothels in ancient times. Chen Feng walked to the entrance, didn't wait for the female attendant to greet him, and directly stated that he was looking for someone before entering the bar. The atmosphere inside the bar was no different from the future, with loud music, people chatting, and a chaotic scene of dancing. At night, with alcohol and dim lighting, everyone was releasing their emotions and instincts. Female attendants in the bar were playing rock paper scissors with customers, while men took the opportunity to touch and flirt in the darkness. However, this was an unspoken agreement, customers buy drinks, and attendants give them advantages without breaking that barrier. With Chen Feng's experience, he was already accustomed to these situations and casually headed towards the bar counter. When he reached the bar counter, Chen Feng quickly spotted his target. A woman in her mid-30s, wearing a red dress, sat at the bar. She had a charming appearance, fiery red lips, exuding a mature charm. She also emitted a foxy aura, with a natural coquettishness between her eyebrows, making her allure as a mature woman more enticing than a young girl. At this moment, there were already two men sitting on either side of her, trying hard to get her attention. Everyone knew their intentions. However, while the two men were competing in secret, the woman seemed disinterested, absent-mindedly gazing at the dance floor in the bar. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's lips as he walked towards her. This woman in the red dress was Lin Yun, the mother of Nie Wei and the legitimate wife of Nie Ximing. Xinglong had revealed many things about the Nie family, such as Lin Yun being a frequent visitor to Night Encounter Bar, engaging in one-night stands and directly taking in young men she liked. Although Nie Ximing was aware of this, he couldn't control Lin Yun. Because Nie Ximing and Lin Yun are originally in a family alliance, the power of the Lin family is not smaller than that of the Nie family. On the contrary, Nie Ximing has many places where he needs to rely on the Lin family. However, these two people have no emotional foundation, and Lin Yun even dislikes Nie Ximing. After giving birth to Nie Wei, she seemed to have completed a certain task and began to completely let herself go. There was an understanding between the two, each playing their own game outside, not caring about each other, and Lin Yun even stopped caring about Nie Wei directly. The reason why Nie Wei turned out like that was largely due to the lack of maternal love. Nie Ximing had the Azure Dragon monitor Lin Yun, not out of jealousy or anything, but to ensure that Lin Yun's entourage wouldn't cause any trouble and tarnish his reputation. Although they have no feelings for each other and don't care about each other's affairs, Lin Yun is after all Nie Ximing's wife in name. If that entourage goes around spreading rumors, where would he put his face? When Chen Feng walked up to Lin Yun, he immediately grabbed the man on her left and pulled him off the chair, saying, "This seat is mine." The man, caught off guard, was furious and turned to glare at Chen Feng, but before he could finish his sentence, he saw Chen Feng's icy gaze. In that moment, he felt a chill emanating from within him, spreading rapidly throughout his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. It was terrifying. The man couldn't help but think that he had never seen such a cold, emotionless gaze before. Especially with the terrifying aura emanating from Chen Feng at that moment, it was like looking at a chicken waiting to be slaughtered. "Do you have a problem?" "No, no." Hearing Chen Feng's indifferent tone, the man shuddered and quickly walked away, trying to escape the suffocating feeling. Lin Yun was surprised, slightly opening her crimson lips, still not understanding what had happened. The man who was angry and ready to fight when Chen Feng pulled him down, why did he suddenly run away in fear the next second? Even the man sitting on Lin Yun's left was puzzled and couldn't understand what was going on. In the dim light of the bar, with Chen Feng's back turned to the two of them, they naturally couldn't feel the murderous intent Chen Feng deliberately directed at the man. Chen Feng casually sat on the chair, not looking at Lin Yun, but at the man on her right, saying, "Aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Yun was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle, looking at Chen Feng with interest. The man, hearing Chen Feng's blunt and disdainful words, and then Lin Yun's laughter, also became furious. He stood up from his chair, took a few steps, and rushed to Chen Feng without a word, throwing a punch directly. But before his fist could reach, Chen Feng grabbed a bottle from the bar and smashed it on the man's forehead. Bang! The bottle shattered, and the man staggered back, blood instantly flowing down his forehead. Although the music in the bar was loud, the sound of the bottle breaking startled the nearby people, causing them to look over. Lin Yun's expression didn't change much, her look of interest on her face even more pronounced. Not only was she not scared, but most of the people in the bar were also startled by the sound. When they saw that a fight was happening, they showed a nonchalant expression. In a bar like this, with people drinking a lot, it's easy to get carried away under the influence of alcohol, and fights due to jealousy and competition are a common occurrence. Not only the guests are used to it, even the bartenders have become numb. The man was hit, feeling that the people in front of him were all blurry. He shook his dizzy head and slowly felt better. But when he touched the blood on his hand, he was suddenly furious and roared angrily, "You bastard, I'll kill you today." He reached behind and actually pulled out a dagger, holding it and fiercely stabbing towards Chen Feng. Seeing the knife, many people were scared and moved away. Even Lin Yun's expression changed, taking a few steps back, apparently not expecting things to escalate to this point. Although they avoided it, no one ran away. Instead, they watched the excitement from a distance. The reason they still had the leisure to watch was that they knew the people in the bar wouldn't ignore it. Nowadays, running a bar is not simple, especially in a bustling area like this. The background is not simple. Although they didn't know who the boss behind the bar was, anyone who caused trouble here before never appeared again. Even when there was a fight resulting in a death, the bar only closed for a day and resumed business as usual the next day. At the moment the man pulled out the dagger, a bartender went to inform the bar's security personnel, commonly known as the scene watchers. But before the scene watchers arrived, they saw Chen Feng casually standing up. A hint of disdainful smile appeared on his face, and before the dagger could stab him, his hand had already reached out. Chen Feng's speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the dagger in the man's hand inexplicably ended up in Chen Feng's hand. Then they saw Chen Feng kick the man in the abdomen, causing him to scream in pain and fall to the ground in a sorry state. You're dead. Do you know who I am? You wait for me." The man painfully got up from the ground, pointing at Chen Feng's nose, roaring in anger. He reached into his jacket pocket and took out a phone, preparing to dial a number. At that moment, a hand reached out and grabbed his phone. "Friend, give me some face, don't make a big deal out of this." A burly man walked up, followed by a group of bar security personnel. The onlookers, who were initially amazed by Chen Feng's skills, showed disinterest when they saw the burly man and his entourage. The bar staff intervened, meaning there would be no more excitement to watch. But to their surprise, the situation did not end there. "Let go of me." The man was furious, being held onto the phone almost drove him crazy. "Damn it, I'll call someone to come and smash this damn bar with you." "Such big words, I want to see who you are." The burly man walked up, and when he saw the man's face clearly, his pupils suddenly contracted, showing a hint of embarrassment on his face. He opened his mouth, immediately let go of the man's hand, and said with a smile, "Oh, Mr. Zhang, it's you. It's all because my men below are ignorant. If I knew you were coming, I would have arranged the best private room for you. There are some people you shouldn't mess with when running a bar, like the current Zhang Xiaohu. Although he's not a big shot, his brother Zhang Xiaohao is the big boss on the streets of Hualong district. And people like Lin Yun, with the Nie family and Lin family as their background, are not to be trifled with in the Hualong district. I'll package your mom." Zhang Xiaohu snatched back his phone and glared at the burly man, saying, "Are you going to deal with this bastard, or should I call someone to clean him up along with this crappy bar of yours?" The burly man wasted no time and immediately ordered his men behind him, "Bring him over and let Master Zhang vent his anger." Hearing this, the dozen or so thugs moved towards Chen Feng, ready to start a fight. The onlookers around them became excited once again, their eyes widening as they watched. At this moment, more people stopped dancing and gathered around, even the music stopped playing. Chen Feng had a smile on his face as he toyed with the dagger in his hand, seemingly ready to confront them. Lin Yun had been watching Chen Feng's expression all along. From the beginning, the man had a nonchalant smile on his face, exuding a calm and composed demeanor. Whether facing Zhang Xiaohu's attack or the bar's thugs closing in, he remained indifferent, completely disregarding these people. Lin Yun's eyes flashed with admiration as she suddenly stood in front of Chen Feng, blocking the thugs. "Wait!" Zhang Xiaohu and the burly security chief were both stunned, unsure of Lin Yun's intentions. The onlookers became even more excited, finding the situation increasingly entertaining. Violence and bloodshed, causing casualties, is not beneficial to anyone. Lin Yun chuckled, it doesn't matter who was right or wrong earlier. Since Master Zhang can't swallow this anger, why don't we play a game to resolve this conflict in a simpler way? The security chief looked troubled, as Lin Yun seemed to be stepping in for Chen Feng at this moment. He couldn't afford to offend this woman either, even if the boss were to arrive, he might not give face. After some thought, he approached Zhang Xiaohu and revealed Lin Yun's identity. Zhang Xiaohu's expression changed slightly. Despite feeling extremely frustrated, he had to consider the consequences upon learning Lin Yun's identity. If he forced the security chief to act against Chen Feng, it could lead to a troublesome situation, especially if Lin Yun got involved, as she might not listen to him. What game? Zhang Xiaohu's expression darkened. After learning Lin Yun's identity, his desire waned, but he still needed to save face. Lin Yun smiled and said, knife between the fingers. As soon as Lin Yun spoke, the onlookers were shocked. Most people who frequented bars had heard of this game and knew its dangers. The game involved spreading out the 5 fingers and quickly moving a sharp knife between them until someone got cut. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly wore a smug smile on his face. People in the underworld were familiar with this game and often used it to show courage and toughness. Zhang Xiaohu had played it before and was skilled at it. He carried a dagger not to stab someone at any moment but because he was good at both the game and using the dagger, which is why he liked to have it with him. I agree. Zhang Xiaohu smirked and looked at Chen Feng provocatively, bastard, do you dare to play? Chen Feng smiled silently. He paid no attention to Zhang Xiaohu but gained a new understanding of the cruelty of this woman, Lin Yun. Lin Yun stood in front not to shield him from harm but simply to watch the show, wanting to see 2 men fight for her. This game originated in the 18th century in the American West, a time dominated by bounty hunters and cowboys. Besides marksmanship and the ability to talk big, cowboys also needed to have some solid knife skills. Sometimes, cowboys would compete in knife skills to show off their courage in front of girls, as using guns wasn't suitable when there were no deep grudges involved. Chen Feng chuckled, since this lady requested it, I naturally have no problem. Upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, the bar suddenly erupted with excitement. The onlookers eagerly gathered around, afraid of missing out on the spectacle. However, at that moment, Chen Feng suddenly spoke again, but since it's a game, there should be some stakes. Zhang Xiaohu smirked, stakes? Winning means you can leave unscathed, but if you lose, it's not just losing a finger, it's all your fingers. With Zhang Xiaohu's words, the onlookers gasped in shock at the severity of the stakes. Chen Feng, however, paid no attention to Zhang Xiaohu and instead smiled at Lin Yun, if I win, you have to accompany me tonight, deal? Lin Yun was momentarily stunned by Chen Feng's unabashed expression of desire, especially in front of so many people. Chen Feng completely disregarded the onlookers and was unfazed by their gazes. This wild man intrigued Lin Yun in a way she had never experienced before, bringing a strange sense of excitement. Suddenly, Lin Yun chuckled and threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Feng, sure, if you win, I'll go with you tonight. The onlookers' faces showed a mix of ambiguity and excitement, eager to witness the fierce competition for a woman. Zhang Xiaohu, seeing the two flirting in front of him, felt his anger rising and demanded, stop the nonsense, let's get on with it. The head of security, seeing both parties agree, had no reason to intervene and knew he couldn't stop them, so he arranged a space for the two. Soon, a table and 2 chairs were cleared in the middle of the dance floor. Chen Feng and Zhang Xiaohu sat opposite each other, each holding a sharp dagger in hand. Whether intentional or not, the bar's light suddenly dimmed, leaving only a beam of light on their table, allowing everyone nearby to see clearly. Some people couldn't see and had already stood on tables or sofas to get a better view. At this moment, Chen Feng and Zhang Xiaohu placed their hands on the table, waiting for Lin Yun to give the signal to start. Lin Yun glanced at the two, smiled, and said, let's begin. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Xiaohu and Chen Feng raised their daggers and started stabbing between their fingers. Thump! 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 The rhythmic sound of the knife points hitting the table echoed in the bar, capturing everyone's attention. At that moment, the sound seemed to possess a magical power, drawing everyone's focus to the two contestants. Zhang Xiaohu calmly raised and then dropped his dagger, confident that soon he would see Chen Feng cutting his own finger. Zhang Xiaohu's strong self-assurance stemmed from the extensive practice he had put in. This game is about who is faster and who can poke the finger first. Once the strength and speed exceed the mind, not only will the skill not be dazzling, but it will also turn into a disabled person in minutes. But as long as you master the skills, remember the knife techniques in sequence, count and count, there will be almost no accidents before exhaustion. Zhang Xiaohu quickly realized that something was wrong, because Qin Feng's speed in poking the knife was comparable to his own, and he didn't even look at his own palm, but instead eagerly stared at him. Zhang Xiaohu was slightly surprised. Even if he reacted slowly, he understood that the other party must have also played this game, and it seemed like a master. Otherwise, Qin Feng would not be able to calmly stab down without even looking at his palm. Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and immediately accelerated the speed of his knife, and the sound of pang 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 suddenly accelerated. Qin Feng smiled, calmly followed his increased speed, and strangely, Qin Feng's knife speed was actually synchronized with his. No matter how fast Zhang Xiaohu's speed was, Qin Feng's speed matched it. Even the sound of impact overlapped, as if they had become one. The onlookers were all excited, especially Lin Yun, who was closest and felt most directly. This kind of probing one's nerve limit with sharp metal, the fear of possibly stabbing the knife on one's own back at any time, can bring great tension and excitement to the viewers. Lin Yun's eyes were shining as she looked at Qin Feng, apparently surprised that Qin Feng could play this dangerous game so well. Zhang Xiaohu's expression became increasingly ugly. Even a fool could understand that Qin Feng was not just a master, but a master among masters. Zhang Xiaohu was extremely unwilling in his heart. He couldn't believe that he had encountered someone who was not only a master at playing with knives, but even more skilled than him. "Aren't you at the same speed as me? Come on!" Zhang Xiaohu roared, and the speed of his knife increased at least twice. If at the beginning, the speed at which he stabbed down was like a normal person walking, now it was like jogging. However, what Zhang Xiaohu didn't expect was that Qin Feng's dagger in his hand also quickly synchronized at this moment, and the sound of impact on the table quickly merged into one. By this time, the onlookers were already stunned. Even at the original speed, they themselves couldn't go for such a long time without poking their fingers. When the two accelerated, a more thrilling feeling than before surged up, making many people widen their eyes, afraid of missing any moment. Zhang Xiaohu's face changed several times in succession, his anger rising again. Pang 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 pang. The rapid and intense sound of impact rang out. All attention was suddenly drawn to them, and when they looked back again, Qin Feng and Zhang Xiaohu's fingers seemed to be dancing lightly on the table. The speed of the knife's movement was no longer like a person jogging, it was like a full sprint. Qin Feng still smiled at Zhang Xiaohu, still not looking at his own palm, but able to maintain the same speed as him. At this point, even the bystanders noticed something was wrong. Firstly, the expressions of the two formed a stark contrast, and Qin Feng's gaze never looked at his own palm from start to finish, clearly showing who was superior. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zhang Xiaohu broke his own fingers. However, at this moment, Qin Feng suddenly stopped and retracted the dagger. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but feel ecstatic at the sight. He also stopped immediately as if relieved, triumphantly saying, "Bastard, you lost." Zhang Xiaohu's palms and back were sweating at this point. His attention was highly concentrated just now. He dared not be distracted in the slightest, and he hadn't noticed, but now that he came to his senses, he felt uncomfortable all over. Qin Feng chuckled, "Don't be in a hurry, I just think that determining the outcome this way is too slow. Let's increase the difficulty of the game." Qin Feng's words puzzled everyone, not understanding what he meant. "How about covering your hand with paper, then stabbing down to determine the winner?" Qin Feng quickly answered everyone's doubts. Zhang Xiaohu's face changed instantly. Qin Feng's way of playing increased the difficulty of the game in a straight line. Because if the hand is covered with paper, it is impossible to judge where to place the knife with the eyes. Only by feeling, one mistake will result in stabbing the hand, which brings greater psychological pressure and more excitement. "Why? You stopped early, you have already lost. Why should I play with you?" Zhang Xiaohu immediately rebuked fiercely. "Wait, when did we say that stopping early counts as losing? And if we really continue, are you sure I will lose?" Qin Feng looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a smile that was not a smile, and asked lightly, "Are you lacking courage?" As soon as Qin Feng's words fell, the onlookers immediately booed at Zhang Xiaohu, full of mocking meaning. The situation just now was very clear. As long as they continued, Zhang Xiaohu was definitely finished. Zhang Xiaohu's face turned red. He looked at the disdainful eyes around him, couldn't bear the stimulation, and angrily said, "Who dares not? Who doesn't dare? Who is a coward? Come on." Qin Feng clapped his hands and laughed. "Very well, let's begin." The head of the security team, shortly after the start, had a face as ugly as Zhang Xiaohu's, because if Qin Feng lost, it didn't matter, Zhang Xiaohu would take care of it anyway. But if Zhang Xiaohu lost, he would definitely be in trouble as well. When he heard Qin Feng's proposal, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly said, "I'll go get the paper." The head of the security team left quickly and returned quickly, but by this time, the lights in the bar had dimmed a bit, not as bright as before. When he arrived at the table, he handed a piece of paper to Chen Feng and Zhang Xiaohu respectively. When Chen Feng saw these two pieces of paper, a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he looked thoughtfully at the head of the security team. The head of the security team seemed a little uneasy, avoiding eye contact with Chen Feng, and pretended to look away as if nothing had happened. Chen Feng's smile was not without reason, because the thickness of these two pieces of paper was different. The paper given to him by the head of the security team, when placed on the back of the hand, could not see anything underneath. But Zhang Xiaohu's paper was very thin, and when placed on the hand, you could vaguely see the back of the hand and fingers underneath. However, at this moment, with the dimmed lights and the onlookers standing at a distance, they could not notice this difference, not even Lin Yun, who was right by the table. The head of the security team thought that Chen Feng would not notice these details, but he actually noticed them the moment the papers were distributed. He felt somewhat frustrated, thinking that Chen Feng would definitely expose it and demand a paper exchange for Zhang Xiaohu. But to his surprise, Chen Feng didn't say a word. He suddenly stood up, walked smilingly to Lin Yun. The people present were puzzled. Just when they were curious about what Chen Feng was going to do, they suddenly saw him reach out and embrace Lin Yun's waist, pulling her into his arms. Chen Feng smiled lightly and said, "Beauty, I want to borrow something from you." Lin Yun, being suddenly embraced, showed no signs of panic or shyness. Instead she leaned against him with a silky look in her eyes, and asked softly, "What do you want to borrow?" "I want to borrow this." Just as Chen Feng finished speaking, Lin Yun suddenly felt a chill on her buttocks, as if something was missing. The next moment, Chen Feng held something in his hand and waved it in front of Lin Yun. The whole scene fell silent, everyone staring in shock at Chen Feng holding a black lace panties in his hand. You. Lin Yun stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, knowing exactly whose panties they were. Lin Yun was incredulous, not understanding how Chen Feng had managed it. Chen Feng smirked mischievously, "He used paper, so I'll use your panties." Everyone was confused at first, but then it dawned on them, Chen Feng had somehow managed to strip Lin Yun of her panties in that instant? Damn! Is this guy insane? Chen Feng didn't care about Lin Yun or the onlookers' reactions. He just sat back down in his chair, flashing a wicked smile at her. Chen Feng knew Zhang Xiaohu was going to lose, so he changed the game rules on the spot just to humiliate Lin Yun. This woman, seeking thrills, was so malicious as to incite two complete strangers to play such a dangerous game. If she wasn't made to pay a price, it wouldn't sit right. Chen Feng had no grudge against Zhang Xiaohu. He had deliberately provoked him just to get Lin Yun's attention. At this point in the game, Lin Yun had noticed him, so there was no need for Zhang Xiaohu to lose a finger. And if he did lose a finger, this guy probably wouldn't take it lying down. He would seek revenge. Chen Feng wasn't afraid, but he had a purpose for being there, not to fight ruthlessly, which is why he called a halt. As for how he did it, it was simple. While hugging her, Chen Feng had already slipped a dagger into his hand and in an instant, cut through her bra. Chen Feng had been a master thief, so discreetly taking things from others was second nature to him. While everyone was still shocked at how Chen Feng had done it, Lin Yun suddenly burst out laughing, leaving everyone stunned once again. Is this woman crazy? Lin Yun seemed to be genuinely crazy, her eyes shining as she looked at Chen Feng. Initially feeling embarrassed, Lin Yun soon felt a surge of excitement and stimulation. Chen Feng was taken aback, seeing Lin Yun blush and involuntarily clench her legs, with a look of springtime in her eyes. Oh my god! This woman! Chen Feng was speechless, underestimating just how twisted this woman was. If it weren't for the crowd, Lin Yun might have pounced on him. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. From Nia Jining and Nia Wei to this Lin Yun, each one more bizarre than the last. Chen Feng smiled, quickly diverting his gaze and placing Lin Yun's black lace panties in his palm, then looking at Zhang Xiaohu across from him. Let's make it quick, I can see this beauty can't wait. With these words, everyone around looked at Lin Yun in surprise. Men were stunned, while women cursed her silently. Seeing Lin Yun's seductive look, Zhang Xiaohu's heart fluttered, but when he noticed her gaze fixed on Chen Feng, he felt an inexplicable anger rising. Bring it on, I'm not afraid of anyone. Zhang Xiaohu also noticed the special paper given to him by the security head, giving him some confidence. Especially when he saw Chen Feng's hand completely blocked by the lace panties, he felt even more assured. Chen Feng just laughed, raising the dagger in his hand and stabbing it forcefully into his palm. Amidst the crowd's gasps, the dagger pierced through the panties, making a sharp sound as it struck the table. Soon, Chen Feng casually pulled out the dagger, not giving Zhang Xiaohu a chance to react, and said with a smile, "This difficulty level is too low, let's increase the difficulty." The people present were initially surprised when they saw Chen Feng suddenly stab down, but before they could react, Chen Feng had already pulled out the dagger unscathed. As they were still processing this, Chen Feng suddenly suggested increasing the difficulty further, causing them to widen their eyes in disbelief. How could the difficulty be increased at this point? Who has a handkerchief or towel? Anything to cover the eyes will do. Chen Feng casually asked the onlookers. This statement caused a stir in the audience, as everyone understood what Chen Feng meant by increasing the difficulty. He actually wanted to blindfold himself while stabbing his hand. Zhang Xiaohu's face instantly turned ugly, realizing that Chen Feng had put himself in a difficult situation. Just covering the hand was already risky, and if he blindfolded himself, what difference would it make whether there was paper or not? He would have to rely on his instincts, greatly increasing the chances of stabbing his fingers and palm. The head of the security guards was also shocked, unable to speak for a while as he finally understood why Chen Feng didn't care whether he could see the paper or not. Because Chen Feng had planned to blindfold himself from the beginning, the paper was irrelevant. As for Lin Yun, her eyes were almost teary, and she voluntarily approached Chen Feng, leaning in close and revealing her fair chest in front of him. Lin Yun whispered in Chen Feng's ear, "I can lend you another piece of underwear." Chen Feng chuckled, understanding that she was referring to the underwear she was wearing. He had seen seductive women before, but in terms of promiscuity, this woman could rival the open-minded white women of the Western societies. Chen Feng naturally had no interest in Lin Yun's proposal and leaned into her ear, saying, "Save the last one for me to take off." This seemed to touch Lin Yun, as she moved to kiss Chen Feng in excitement. However, Chen Feng suddenly raised his hand to stop her, saying with a smile, "Don't rush, we have plenty of time." Lin Yun's face showed no disappointment, but rather excitement, with a look of anticipation. "I have a scarf." At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted loudly and emerged from the crowd waving a long scarf. Chen Feng turned to see a girl with heavy makeup approaching, looking at him with admiration, and offering her scarf. "Big brother, I have a handkerchief, use mine." "I have an eye mask." "Brother, I have a towel." God knows why these people in the crowd had such strange items on them while clubbing. The onlookers were all excited to the extreme, as such tense and thrilling situations were usually only seen on TV and in movies. Witnessing this scene in person made everyone's emotions boil over. Allowing Chen Feng to use their belongings was considered an honor, and they eagerly offered their items one by one. Chen Feng smiled, glanced at the girl who had offered her scarf first, and took it from her hand. The girl jumped with excitement and let out a thrilled scream. Chen Feng took the scarf but didn't tie it himself. Instead, he handed it to the head of the security guards, saying, "I'll tie it myself, but I'm sure you won't trust me, so you do it." The head of security guards was stunned, and his gaze towards Chen Feng had completely changed by now. At first, he just wanted to calm down Zhang Xiaohu's anger. But as the game progressed, even if he was stupid, he knew that Chen Feng was not an ordinary person. Being able to play such a dangerous game with ease, just this mental toughness was not something an ordinary person could possess. When he saw Chen Feng handing over the scarf, he hesitated for a moment, then politely accepted it. The security leader folded the scarf together until it was opaque, then put it on his own eyes. After confirming that he couldn't see outside, he handed the scarf to Zhang Xiaohu for inspection. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu felt bitter in his heart. He didn't know what was going on, but inexplicably he was about to play this high-difficulty game. It seemed that from the beginning, the whole situation was under Chen Feng's control, and he seemed to be forced to follow along. But with so many people watching at this moment, he was someone who cared a lot about his reputation. Backing down at this time would be truly embarrassing. What if this guy stabs his own hand first? Zhang Xiaohu felt a bit lucky in his heart. He immediately took the scarf, carefully inspected it in his hand, confirmed it was fine, and then handed it back to the security leader. Seeing no objections from him, the security leader walked over and blindfolded Chen Feng with the scarf, then tied a knot at the back of Chen Feng's head. At this moment, Chen Feng spread his palm on the table and then raised the dagger. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the dagger in Chen Feng's hand and then at his palm on the table. They held their breath, afraid of missing any moment. Chen Feng raised the dagger and stabbed it down on the table. Bang! The dagger landed between his fingers, not hitting his fingers or palm. The onlookers immediately let out screams and enthusiastic applause. But at that moment, Chen Feng raised the dagger again and stabbed down. The cheers abruptly stopped. They thought Chen Feng would remove the scarf and hand it over to Zhang Shouhu, but unexpectedly, Chen Feng raised the knife again and stabbed down. And Chen Feng's speed was extremely fast. In the instant he stabbed down, he lifted it up again and stabbed down once more. Bang! 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 The dagger in Chen Feng's hand moved quickly between his fingers, getting faster and faster. If one word had to be used to describe it, it was like a sewing machine needle swiftly moving on fabric. Everyone was speechless, shocked, not a single person could speak. At the same time, they understood that Chen Feng was playing the game of stabbing between his fingers with his eyes closed. How is that possible? It was simply incredible. Even an ordinary person couldn't achieve such speed, let alone stabbing between their fingers with their eyes closed. After continuously moving back and forth for at least 3 minutes, Chen Feng hadn't even grazed his skin. Not only were the onlookers stunned, Lin Yun, Zhang Shouhu, the security captain, and others had their jaws dropped, almost unable to believe their eyes. The way they looked at Chen Feng was like looking at a monster. How could a normal person do this? When Chen Feng finally stopped and withdrew the dagger, everyone in the bar erupted into thunderous cheers, looking at Chen Feng with admiration and disbelief. Chen Feng took off the scarf on his head, casually threw the dagger, and then nailed it into the table. He glanced at Zhang Shouhu across from him and said with a smile, "I think there's no need to continue the competition." Zhang Shouhu's face turned as red as a pig's liver. He wanted to muster the courage to continue, but he knew that not only would it be embarrassing, but he might also lose his fingers. He opened his mouth, wanting to say a few harsh words, but never did. Chen Feng finished speaking without even looking at Zhang Shouhu, walked over and embraced Lin Yun's waist, laughing and saying, "Beauty, it's time to get down to business." Lin Yun's eyes were watery, her seductive eyes sweeping, almost her entire body pressed against Chen Feng, coquettishly saying, "What are we waiting for?" As Chen Feng embraced Lin Yun and walked out, the onlookers parted ways as if bidding farewell to a hero. "My car is over there." After leaving the night encounter bar, Lin Yun seductively handed her car keys to Chen Feng. Chen Feng smiled, took the car keys, pressed the unlock button, and saw an Audi in the bar's parking lot beep. Chen Feng walked over with Lin Yun, just opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, but Lin Yun followed and sat on his lap, then eagerly kissed him. Chen Feng was speechless in an instant. Is this woman crazy? No patience at all, wanting to do it in the car directly? Chen Feng laughed and lifted Lin Yun, placing her on the passenger seat next to him. "Beauty, we can't do much in the car. I've already booked a room at the hotel, don't worry." "But I can't wait." Lin Yun pouted and tried to come closer. At that moment, Chen Feng inserted the key, started the car, shifted gears, stepped on the gas pedal, and then quickly turned the steering wheel. The Audi suddenly started, made a 90-degree turn in the parking lot, and rushed out of the parking space. The car's tires and the ground made a harsh friction sound, then straightened out. In that instant, Chen Feng adjusted the gear again, stepped on the gas pedal. In a very short time, the Audi completed the reverse and accelerated onto the street. Lin Yun, who hadn't fastened her seatbelt, experienced the 90-degree turn in sudden acceleration, the huge inertia tossing her back and forth in the car, almost making her vomit, finally grabbing the handrail next to her to stabilize herself. When the car finally rushed onto the street, Lin Yun had a look of shock and fear on her face. Everything just happened too fast, but after a brief moment of astonishment, she understood what had happened. In just a few seconds, Chen Feng completed the series of actions of reversing and accelerating. This reaction speed and driving skill were not something an ordinary person could possess. Lin Yun looked at Chen Feng with admiration. "You're really amazing. This is just the beginning. I have many more amazing skills." Chen Feng showed a mischievous smile to Lin Yun. "Now I want to know how amazing you really are," Lin Yun said with a hint of eagerness, seemingly wanting to continue what they had started earlier. Chen Feng couldn't help but admire this woman's boldness. He had played like this before, but he really had no interest in this woman. Chen Feng had high standards. He had his own rating system for women. Only extraordinary women like Xia Ruoyan and Gu Qinghuan, who could score 100 points, could attract his interest. Such women, even when the population of Peng City exceeded 15 million in 2019, did not exceed 1,000, meaning 1 in 10,000. Lin Yun's appearance was passable, coupled with her seductive charm. In Chen Feng's rating system, she scored no more than 60 points, barely passing. But Chen Feng was a clean freak. With this woman's promiscuity, having been with several gigolos, who knows how many people she had slept with. Chen Feng laughed. "Don't worry, I've already booked a room at Longquan Hotel. I promise you, we'll be there in 5 minutes. Chen Feng stepped on the accelerator, and the car speed instantly soared to 100. On this road in the main urban area where the speed limit is 60, he was already seriously speeding. But Chen Feng didn't care, and Lin Yun, this woman, was not only unafraid but even more excited. It was just after 8 o'clock in the evening, and there were still many vehicles on the street. Chen Feng suddenly accelerated, weaving in and out of the traffic, startling many drivers. Some even rolled down their windows and cursed at the Audi. Chen Feng drove recklessly all the way, not even stopping for red lights, causing chaos on the road. Fortunately, the vehicles on the road were not fast, and no accidents occurred. As the number of vehicles on the road decreased, Chen Feng's speed increased again, and in less than 5 minutes, he arrived at Longquan Hotel. When the two entered the hotel room, Lin Yun immediately pounced on Chen Feng, kissing him while trying to tear off his clothes. At that moment, Chen Feng hugged Lin Yun and pressed hard on the back of her head. Lin Yun, lost in her emotions, did not expect Chen Feng to suddenly attack her. Before she could react, she felt a blackout and then lost consciousness, falling limp into Chen Feng's arms. Chen Feng placed Lin Yun on the bed in the room, took out some ropes from the drawer, tied her hands and feet to the bed, and then sealed her mouth with tape. After doing this, Chen Feng leisurely took out a set of cleaning tools and began to clean his fingerprints off Lin Yun's body. He then returned to the Audi in the parking lot downstairs and cleaned all the surfaces inside the car that could have fingerprints. As a criminal mastermind, Chen Feng was well aware of all the possible places where evidence could be left. When he entered the room, except for bringing Lin Yun in just now, he always wore gloves and shoe covers to avoid leaving any clues. He used a stolen ID to check in at the hotel, booked the presidential suite, and the receptionist didn't bother to verify his identity. Moreover, when entering and leaving the room, Chen Feng mostly did not show his true face. Even when he did, he wore a hat to cover his appearance. Even if the surveillance footage was reviewed later, no clues about him could be found. Furthermore, Chen Feng had no intention of leaving the hotel with surveillance footage. He accessed the hotel's computer in the room and quickly hacked into the hotel's surveillance center, deleting all the surveillance records from the past few days without being noticed by the hotel staff. After handling everything, Chen Feng made a few phone calls. After waiting for a while, he pressed hard on Lin Yun's philtrum with a gloved hand. The next moment, Lin Yun suddenly woke up, her eyes widened in shock when she saw that she was tied up all over her body. But when she saw Chen Feng smiling at her, she relaxed, even showing a hint of a smile in her eyes. Chen Feng instantly understood what Lin Yun was thinking, couldn't help but chuckle, and removed the tape from her mouth. "You naughty girl, if you like playing like this, you should have told me earlier. I have a whip in my car." Lin Yun seemed quite excited. Chen Feng laughed heartily. "Ms. Lin Yun, oh no, I should call you Mrs. Xie. It seems you haven't quite grasped the situation. Let me remind you, this isn't the kind of kinky game you're used to, this is a real kidnapping." The coquettish smile on Lin Yun's face froze instantly as she looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, her mind momentarily unable to process what was happening. However, Chen Feng immediately called out her name and identity, obviously knowing who she was long ago. She was suddenly shocked. If this was true, then what happened tonight was clearly planned by the other party. The purpose was to deliberately get close to her, and make her willingly follow the kidnappers. Lin Yun suddenly understood in an instant, her face turned pale, filled with a sense of panic. "You, don't mess around, do you know who I am?" Chen Feng chuckled. "Lin Yun, the third daughter of Lin Haohai, the chairman of the Lin Group, and the wife of Xie Jiming, the owner of Hongwei Company, am I right?" Lin Yun's expression changed again. The fact that the other party knew her identity and still kidnapped her meant that the other party was not afraid of her background. It was even possible that knowing her background, knowing that the Lin family and the Xie family were wealthy, was why they kidnapped her. "What do you want to do? Do you want money?" "I have a lot of money, I can give it to you, as long as you let me go." Lin Yun was a little flustered. Although she liked adventure and excitement, she couldn't bear this kind of excitement. Chen Feng's mouth revealed a hint of a smile, and said lightly, "Mrs. Xie, it's a pity. This time I'm not here to rob you or take advantage of you, because my employer only wants you dead. What do you think about that?" Lin Yun was shocked. Chen Feng's intention was clear. He was actually a hired killer, specifically sent to kill her. Who was it? Several names flashed through Lin Yun's mind, but they were quickly dismissed because although she had offended some people, it wasn't to the extent of being targeted for death. "Whoever hired you to kill me, I'll pay 3 times the price." Chen Feng impatiently interrupted Lin Yun, saying lightly, "Mrs. Xie, don't waste time with the same old lines. This isn't a movie or a TV drama. As assassins, our reputation and credibility are paramount. If everyone was like you, we assassins wouldn't be able to continue, just having more money than others would be enough." Chen Feng picked up a dagger from the table and placed it on Lin Yun's neck, making a motion as if to slit her throat. Lin Yun was terrified, her face almost transparently white, her whole body trembling, screaming in fear, "Please, don't kill me, I don't want to die, I'll give you money, I really have a lot of money." Chen Feng impatiently taped Lin Yun's mouth shut. Just as he was about to continue, his phone on the table suddenly rang. Chen Feng put away the dagger and reached for the phone. In the process of grabbing the phone, intentionally or unintentionally, he let the panicked Lin Yun see the screen of the phone. Lin Yun was so scared that she didn't know what to do. Her eyes happened to see the contact name Boss Xie on Chen Feng's phone screen. Lin Yun was stunned, her face filled with a puzzled expression, her eyes widened. "Boss Xie? That bastard Xie Jiming. Boss, your task is about to be completed." Chen Feng answered the phone lazily, Do you want me to cut her face a few times, and also cut that place? Oh man, boss, do you have such strong tastes? Alright, you're the boss, you have the final say. I've recorded a video, I'll bring it back for you to enjoy later. When Chen Feng hung up the phone, he noticed Lin Yun's face full of sorrow and indignation. The anger in her eyes was about to burst out, and she kept whimpering. Even though Chen Feng couldn't hear what Lin Yun was saying clearly, he knew she was probably cursing. Chen Feng chuckled, removed the tape from Lin Yun's mouth, and heard her start cursing loudly. "Is it that bastard Xie Jiming who sent you to kill me, you son of a bitch who wants my whole family dead? Mrs. Xie, don't be clever. It's not Boss Xie who wants to kill you." Chen Feng's expression changed slightly, then quickly adjusted his demeanor, looking as if nothing had happened. Lin Yun immediately noticed the change in Chen Feng's expression, and the more he denied it, the more Lin Yun believed it was Xie Jiming. Her anger towards him grew even stronger. "Xie Jiming. You scoundrel. I've kept my distance from you, even gave birth to a son for the Xie family, and yet you want to kill me? I curse your ancestors." Lin Yun initially didn't know who wanted to kill her, but now she was certain it was Xie Jiming, and she began to curse angrily. She couldn't understand why Xie Jiming would do this when they had an understanding. This unusual anger made her forget even her fear. Chen Feng smiled faintly, "Mrs. Xie, let me send you on your way." Lin Yun's anger froze on her face as she realized her life was in Chen Feng's hands. "Wait, even if you don't want money, so many people at the bar saw us leave, and they all know what you look like. If you kill me, the police will surely catch you soon." Chen Feng chuckled, "You see, that's the interesting part. People who know you are aware that you like to hang out at bars, bring men to hotel rooms, rarely return to the Xie family's residence, and disappear for days or weeks. You left with me tonight, and many people at the bar saw it, and you even asked to leave with me. Whether it's the police or the Lin family, they will assume you found a new lover and went off somewhere as usual." Lin Yun's face turned pale as she realized Chen Feng was right. But at the same time, she became more convinced that Xie Jiming had sent someone, otherwise how could this assassin know so much about her? "If I kill you now and sink your body to the bottom of the sea, it may take a month before anyone realizes you're missing. By then, I'll have already left Ping City, it's perfect." Lin Yun's heart sank as she trembled slightly all over. "Since I'm doomed, can you at least let me know if Xie Jiming sent you?" Chen Feng smiled, "Very well, let Mrs. Xie become a clear ghost. Yes, your supposed husband Xie Jiming did send me to kill you." With Chen Feng's confirmation, Lin Yun's sense of injustice and anger surged again, and she began to curse vehemently like a shrew. "Xie Jiming, you despicable scoundrel. You son of a bitch who can't even produce a son. You damn bastard. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off." After cursing for a while, seeming tired of it, she resigned herself but still looked unwillingly at Chen Feng. "Why does he want to kill me?" Chen Feng smiled faintly, "Let Mrs. Xie die knowing the truth. It's because a gigolo recorded your intimate video and sent it to Mr. Xie, demanding 10 million, even threatening not to give the money within a week and to post the video online, making your whole family famous. They even plan to send the full set of videos to your son, Xie Wei. You know Mr. Xie values his reputation the most, how could he continue in Pang City if this matter were exposed?" Lin Yun was stunned, never expecting the gigolo she supported would dare to record a video and use it to threaten Xie Jiming. How dare those scoundrels? But soon, Lin Yun understood that those gigolos indeed dared to do such things for money. They were only after money, willing to do anything for it. Lin Yun also realized the impact if those videos were exposed. Just recently, the Edison Chen photo scandal had caused a huge sensation earlier this year and was still a hot topic. If there is a mainland version, not to mention the Xie family, even the Lin family will lose face. No wonder Nie Jiming was so furious that he wanted to kill her, even having the assassin record a video, wanting to scar her face, cut off parts of her body to vent his anger. Lin Yun understood, feeling regretful in her heart, wishing she had restrained herself earlier. But her hatred towards Nie Jiming was deeper. Even if the video was recorded, he could have discussed it with her and resolved the matter together. However, Nie Jiming completely disregarded any gratitude and wanted to kill her directly. Lin Yun had given birth to a son for Nie Jiming. This guy was too ruthless. Lin Yun did not doubt Nie Jiming's capabilities, knowing that this was nothing to him. Chen Feng noticed the changes in Lin Yun's expression and eyes, knowing that his goal had been achieved. One of Lin Yun's flings did record a video, but knowing that both the Nie and Lin families were not to be trifled with, he dared not threaten them for money. His plan was to use the video to threaten her and Nie Jiming if he was ever abandoned by Lin Yun. However, before he could carry out his plan, he was discovered by the surveillance. The surveillance naturally took all the videos, but kept a backup in case they needed money in the future. To avoid raising suspicion from Lin Yun, the surveillance threatened the fling to stay by her side but not record any more videos, or else he would lose his hands. That night, in order to save himself, the fling revealed the situation. When Chen Feng heard about it, he quickly formulated a plan, which was finalized yesterday. The first step of the plan was to turn the Lin family against Nie Jiming completely. Without the Lin family's support, it was like cutting off Nie Jiming's arms, and many of his projects would be hindered, and he would not be as influential in the Hualong area as before. So, Chen Feng's task was to make Lin Yun believe that Nie Jiming wanted to kill her, and then let her go. With her cruelty, she would surely seek revenge on Nie Jiming in the most vicious way. Chen Feng's plan was flawless, and Lin Yun would definitely search for the sex videos first thing when she returned, interrogating each fling. She would eventually find out that the surveillance had taken the videos. Interestingly, the surveillance was already terrified. After losing a finger that night, he did not turn himself in or contact Nie Jiming. As predicted by Ho Yaozong, he ran away. Lin Yun would definitely go after the surveillance to retrieve the videos, but upon investigation, she would realize that the surveillance was a lackey for Nie Jiming, and by then, the surveillance would have disappeared. Lin Yun would think that Nie Jiming was behind it, and after retrieving the videos, she would make the surveillance disappear as well. At this point, Lin Yun would not seek any more evidence and would directly retaliate against Nie Jiming. As for how to release Lin Yun without a trace, Chen Feng had already made arrangements. Just then, a sharp police siren was heard outside. Lin Yun was startled at first, then showed a happy expression and shouted, "Help! Help!" Chen Feng's expression changed dramatically. Looking panicked, he quickly taped Lin Yun's mouth shut. He rushed to the window and looked downstairs. A police car appeared downstairs, and several police officers in uniform got out of it. Two of them quickly found the Audi car in the parking lot, then they swiftly entered the hotel. Chen Feng hurriedly returned to the room, took out a dagger, and made a gesture as if to cut Lin Yun's neck again. Lin Yun screamed in fear and struggled violently. She knew the police had arrived when she heard the sirens, and she saw hope, but the killer clearly wanted to kill her before the police arrived. Just as Chen Feng was about to make a move, they suddenly heard the sound of the door opening. Chen Feng was surprised, put away the knife, and walked to the room door, peeking into the living room through the crack. The presidential suite had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, with a total area of nearly 200 square meters. A group of masked men carrying iron rods rushed in and began searching the suite. They were very purposeful, heading straight for the 3 rooms. After they dispersed, Zhang Xiuhu entered with a sinister expression, followed by a nervous-looking waiter. Chen Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the scene, knowing that everything was in place. He put on a mask and a hat, covering most of his face, then suddenly opened the door and rushed outside. The thugs hesitated for a moment, then realized that this person was the one Zhang Xiuhu was looking for, so they immediately raised their iron rods and attacked Chen Feng. Chen Feng's eyes flashed with coldness as he kicked the first person in the stomach. His legs were long, and before the iron rod could strike, he had already kicked the thug in the stomach. The thug screamed and staggered backward, bumping into his companion and dropping the iron rod. Chen Feng grabbed the iron rod and swept it at the others. The remaining men took a few steps back after being hit by their companion, not reacting in time. Chen Feng struck them with the iron rod, causing them to retreat while holding their heads in pain. The corridor was narrow, and the group of men collided into each other. Chen Feng stepped on the chest of the first fallen person, using the momentum to leap over their heads towards the living room. Landing lightly on the ground, Chen Feng threw the iron rod at Zhang Xiuhu, who looked surprised. Startled, Zhang Xiuhu quickly dodged to the side. While the thugs from the other rooms had not caught up yet, Chen Feng immediately rushed out of the presidential suite. As he dashed out, Zhang Xiaohu's furious voice echoed from behind, "What are you standing there for? Chase after him." Chen Feng laughed and turned to see a group of thugs wielding iron rods chasing after him. He chuckled and ran towards the direction of the elevator. As he ran, the elevator doors opened with a ding, revealing 3 people inside. A hotel staff member and 2 police officers in uniform. When Chen Feng saw the police inside, he quickly stopped, then turned and ran towards the staircase. The 2 police officers, seeing Chen Feng wearing a mask and a hat and looking panicked, along with a group of people chasing him with iron rods, knew something was wrong. "Stop!" one of the female police officers shouted, immediately chasing after Chen Feng. Tang Qin, the other police officer, watched as Tang Qin chased after someone alone, his face full of helplessness, wanting to catch up but finding that the group of thugs were not intimidated by the police officer and instead aggressively continued to chase. Seeing the situation was not in his favor, the police officer immediately took out his walkie-talkie to call for backup. "What do you think you're doing? Stop right there!" The group of thugs, seeing the male police officer alone, completely ignored him and charged towards the hallway entrance. The male police officer, alone and not daring to intervene, as the group of people were armed, could only anxiously pick up the walkie-talkie to continue calling for backup. Meanwhile, Chen Feng rushed out of the hallway, taking big steps and jumping down below. Instead of going step by step, he leaped 7 or 8 steps at a time, accelerating forward with each fall. Just as he was about to hit the wall, Chen Feng stepped on the wall to cushion the impact, landing lightly on the platform, then jumping down to the next flight of stairs. The pursuing female police officer Tang Qin was stunned by Chen Feng's swift and agile movements, clearly practiced countless times. As she reached the hallway entrance, Chen Feng had already leaped down to the second step, resembling parkour. Tang Qin knew she couldn't catch up with Chen Feng, but still angrily followed. As expected, when she reached the second step, Chen Feng had already descended 3 floors. Chen Feng seemed to notice Tang Qin following him, stopped, looked back, and waved at her. This jerk was provoking her. What made Tang Qin even more furious was when Chen Feng laughed and dropped a comment, 80 points for looks and temperament, if we include the 30-60, it could barely make a 90. Tang Qin felt a surge of anger, her chest heaving, showcasing her perfect figure. "You jerk! Stop right there!" Tang Qin roared and chased after him. Chen Feng laughed and jumped down again. Just as Tang Qin thought, Chen Feng had indeed dabbled in extreme sports, even while battling cancer. Parkour was child's play to him. He engaged in activities like rock climbing, sky surfing, and extreme off-roading. For Chen Feng, perhaps only the most thrilling activities could keep him from going insane until even those no longer excited him. From the 15th floor where the presidential suite was located, Chen Feng leaped continuously, quickly leaving Tang Qin behind, now on the 6th floor staircase. However, Chen Feng's stamina was starting to wane, his consciousness and experience were intact, but his physical strength was failing. The descent had taken a toll on his energy. Chen Feng stopped in the stairwell, took a few deep breaths to calm his heavy breathing. He removed his jacket, turned it inside out, and put it back on. The outfit could be worn in reverse, with the black side facing out when worn normally and gray when reversed. After adjusting his appearance, Chen Feng nonchalantly pushed open the fire door and headed towards the hotel elevator. Chen Feng calmly pressed the elevator button and waited. Soon, the doors opened to reveal several guests inside, including the male police officer who was with Tang Qin. Chen Feng's expression did not change at all. He walked in with a smile on his face, politely nodding to the police officer at the elevator door. The male police officer kept his eyes on the elevator door. When Chen Feng entered, he immediately pressed the close button, seeming anxious and not bothering to look at Chen Feng. When the elevator reached the first floor, the male police officer rushed out and, together with the police officers who came to support downstairs, ran to the corridor entrance to intercept someone. Chen Feng smiled faintly, leisurely got out of the elevator, then left the hotel and hailed a taxi on the street. For safety reasons, Chen Feng did not let the taxi stop directly at the Shuyuan Mingjia community, but got off early and walked back. As he passed a stone bridge, Chen Feng took out 2 mobile phones. One was a new phone he bought during the day, and the other belonged to Zhang Xiaohu. He took out the SIM card, broke it in half, and threw it into the river along with the phone. After reviewing the events of the evening on the bridge and finding no flaws, Chen Feng walked back with peace of mind. The events that happened tonight, with the police and Zhang Xiaohu rushing over, were all orchestrated by Chen Feng. On the way to the hotel with Lin Yun, Chen Feng deliberately drove fast, speeding and running red lights, not to show off, but to attract the police to catch him. Even if the police did not notice for a while, there would surely be onlookers on the road, some of whom would definitely report it. However, this did not guarantee that the police would definitely come knocking, so Chen Feng made a second plan, which was to prepare to report himself anonymously. But when he clashed with Zhang Xiuhu at the bar, he changed his mind temporarily and chose Zhang Xiuhu as the backup plan. When Chen Feng saw the security chief in the bar shouting for Zhang Eryi and showing extreme respect, observing the man's demeanor and the dagger he carried, he guessed that he was likely a street thug. Such people usually seek revenge for the sake of their reputation. Chen Feng could guess without thinking that after he left with Lin Yun, Zhang Xiuhu would definitely go crazy looking for him and then seek revenge. Therefore, Chen Feng took the initiative to send a text message to Zhang Xiuhu using the new phone he bought during the day, informing him that he and Lin Yun were staying at Longquan Hotel and providing the room number. To provoke Zhang Xiuhu, Chen Feng deliberately placed Lin Yun, who had fainted, in a seductive pose and sent a photo. When Zhang Xiuhu saw this photo, he naturally concluded that Chen Feng was humiliating him. This guy had humiliated himself in front of so many people at the bar once, then took away Lin Yun, a seductive woman, and sent a bed photo to humiliate him a second time. Not to mention Zhang Xiuhu, a street thug, even a normal person would not be able to tolerate it. Chen Feng did not know Zhang Xiuhu, but finding out his phone number was not difficult. Because Zhang Xiuhu's characteristics were very obvious, it was easy to inquire about his background from Ho Yaozong, and obtaining his phone number was not a difficult task. With Zhang Xiuhu's temper, upon receiving the message, he would be so angry that he wouldn't think about why Chen Feng knew his phone number. Chen Feng answered the call at the right time for Ho Yaozong to call, but he hung up after connecting, acting alone. When the police and Zhang Xiuhu arrived, Chen Feng had already taken Zhang Xiuhu's phone when he rushed out, leaving no evidence behind. Chen Feng went to such lengths to make this kidnapping and murder scenario appear reasonable and flawless. The entire story script designed by Chen Feng was for the assassin to lure Lin Yun away from the bar, bring her to the hotel to prepare for the murder, but due to speeding in the city, the police were attracted. Because of offending someone in a bar due to jealousy, not realizing that the person was a member of the underworld, they came after me with their men, and by a twist of fate, I ended up saving Lin Yun. As for being seen by so many people in the bar, Chen Feng didn't care at all, as that was not his true self. Even the police wouldn't come looking for him, because Lin Yun was unlikely to report to the police and would choose to seek revenge in private. Lin Yun was well aware that the killer had escaped, and there was no evidence to prove that it was Nie Jiming's doing. Even if they really caught Chen Feng, the attempted murder would only result in a few years of imprisonment, which wouldn't satisfy Lin Yun's desire for revenge. Chen Feng targeted Lin Yun because he had prior knowledge of this woman. She was similar to Nie Jiming, both seeking revenge for any wrongdoing. Whoever provoked her would face retaliation tenfold. Even during the jealousy-fueled incident at the bar, neither Chen Feng nor Zhang Xiuhu had any grudges against her. She deliberately provoked both sides to play dangerous games for excitement. That's why Chen Feng said they were not a family and didn't belong together. With Lin Yun's ruthless personality, this matter wouldn't just end there. Moreover, Chen Feng had sent a helper to her, choosing Zhang Xiuhu as Lin Yun's savior for a reason. Zhang Xiuhu had been eyeing Lin Yun's beauty at the bar, and Lin Yun, being flirtatious by nature, had just been saved by Zhang Xiuhu. Even if it was a coincidental rescue, she would undoubtedly feel grateful, and it was only a matter of time before these two got together. With one involved in the underworld and the financial power of the Lin family, Nie Jiming would be in trouble. Chen Feng could already imagine how Lin Yun would manipulate Zhang Xiuhu, likely to eliminate Nie Jiming and use Nie Wei to control the Nie family's assets. With the support of the Lin family, once Lin Yun married Zhang Xiuhu, he could rightfully claim the Nie family's inheritance and even clear his name. Chen Feng had already planned this out from the moment he learned Zhang Xiuhu's identity and had made the necessary arrangements. Chen Feng wasn't blindly confident but based his actions on the personalities of these two individuals and how they would react to situations. Chen Feng had set the stage for them, and they just needed to act according to their nature. Even if they didn't follow the roles Chen Feng had predicted, his goal was to create conflict between the Nie and Lin families and let them destroy each other. Chen Feng headed towards the famous Scholars Academy, thinking about meeting Gu Qinghuan. He knew that approaching her deliberately every day would only annoy her. Chen Feng also needed to investigate some matters in preparation to meet Zhang Junyan. By now, Lin Yun had likely escaped from the hotel room, maybe without even going to the police station. When she returned and caused chaos, Chen Feng would give her another gift. The miniature camera Chen Feng had installed in the hotel room was not without reason. He had recorded the footage of the attempt to kill Lin Yun in the room and the fact that it was orchestrated by Nie Jiming, which would serve as solid evidence. Now, all he had to do was quietly wait for their conflict to escalate, and when the time was right, Chen Feng would deliver the final blow. Although Chen Feng could have discreetly eliminated Miss Xie and made it look like an accident, that wasn't his way of seeking revenge. He excelled at slowly pushing his enemies into a corner, making them suffer while still alive. Thinking about the video, a smile crept onto Chen Feng's face as he held the video that Qinglong had snatched from Ling Yun's little white face. Should we send it to Nye Wei for appreciation? Chen Feng revealed a hint of malicious smile. Chen Feng had no psychological burden. That guy was driving without a license, causing a hit-and-run accident after killing someone. Such a person is a waste of food. Chen Feng leisurely walked into the rented house, then made a call to Ho Yaozong. Have you found it? Young Master Chen, we found it. Jiang Mingcheng is currently hospitalized at the First People's Hospital and it is said that he may not make it. Every time he is on the brink, he manages to be saved, but it probably won't last long. My people asked the doctors, it could be 3 days at the fastest, or a week at the slowest. Okay, I got it. Keep a close watch on those 2 neighborhoods, send more people, we must not miss it. Understood, I dare not be careless with the tasks you've assigned. Ho Yaozong respectfully said, Young Master Chen, there is another matter I'd like to report to you. I bought a total of 10 million in those 3 stocks, all using previously laundered legitimate income. You truly have a keen insight, I just bought them this morning, and by the time the market closed in the afternoon, they had already doubled. Ho Yaozong's tone was filled with undisguised excitement. Doubling in just 1 day means earning 10 million instantly, which is faster than robbing a bank. If the stock really rises tenfold as Chen Feng said, then that 10 million will turn into $1 billion. If he had known stocks could make so much money, why bother with the risks of smuggling? Young Master Chen, I want to invest more money. No. Chen Feng calmly interrupted Ho Yaozong, decisively refusing, your 10 million investment is already substantial, injecting more funds will surely attract attention. Although Ho Yaozong felt some regret, he already regarded Chen Feng as a deity and dared not go against his words, so he could only smile apologetically, you're right, I was greedy. Remember what I said, once it reaches tenfold, sell everything immediately, don't hesitate. Yes, I understand. Ho Yaozong knew full well that when the stocks reach tenfold, it might also be the time for the big players to cash out. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng fell into contemplation, thinking about what to do the next day. Shortly after, he made a plan and went to bed. Chen Feng woke up at 6 in the morning the next day, ran 5 kilometers on the treadmill, then proceeded to exercise his muscles for 2 hours. After showering, Chen Feng transformed himself back into the appearance of young Master Chen to meet Ho Yaozong. Chen Feng hailed a taxi on the roadside and went straight to the People's Hospital. In his past life, Jiang Mingcheng died at the First People's Hospital. Shortly after his death, Jiang Zhenyan began to encounter troubles. Chen Feng couldn't recall the exact time, but he knew he had to meet Jiang Zhenyan before these events occurred, to give him some warnings. When Chen Feng arrived at the hospital, it was already past 9 in the morning, the busiest time for the hospital. After inquiring about the location of the inpatient department, Chen Feng headed straight there. The inpatient department had a total of 29 floors, and Jiang Mingcheng resided in the VIP area on the top floor. When Chen Feng took the elevator to the 29th floor, as soon as the elevator doors opened, before he could step out, a little girl with a crutch hurriedly rushed in. Chen Feng was taken aback. The little girl was probably around 10 years old, with bandages wrapped around her right foot. She was hopping on one foot, struggling to get inside. However, she was already having difficulty walking, and in her panic, the crutch accidentally got stuck in the gap between the elevator floors. She stumbled and fell to the side. Oh! The little girl screamed in surprise, her right foot injured at the moment. With her crutch slipping, she couldn't support herself anymore and could only watch helplessly as her body lost balance and fell towards the ground. Chen Feng acted quickly, stepping forward and reaching out to support her back, preventing her from falling. The little girl had already prepared herself for a hard fall, but she was unexpectedly saved. She calmed her shaken emotions for a moment, then looked up at Chen Feng and broke into a big smile, saying, "Thank you, uncle." While supporting the little girl, Chen Feng quickly assessed her situation, including the bandage on her foot, and figured out what was wrong with her. His eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly smiled at the little girl, asking, "Little one, are you trying to avoid getting a shot, or do you not want to take medicine?" The little girl chuckled and stuck out her tongue at Chen Feng, saying, "I don't want either." "Uncle, let me go." Chen Feng stopped her, saying, "Your leg is going to have surgery soon, right?" Seeing the elevator doors closing, the little girl's face fell with disappointment. She glared at Chen Feng and said, "Uncle, you're so mean." Chen Feng laughed and said, "Where is your ward?" I'll take you back. The little girl snorted and ignored Chen Feng, instead frantically pressing the elevator button and glaring at him as if the button were him. Chen Feng found her quite spirited, but it was clear she was a spoiled child. He smiled and decided not to rush to find Zhang Junyan. The little girl's situation was actually more critical than Zhang Junyan's, as mishandling it could be fatal. So he waited in place. In less than a moment, the second elevator arrived, and the little girl hurried to get in. Chen Feng suddenly picked her up from behind, crutch and all, and headed towards the nurse's station. Let me go. What are you doing? The little girl screamed and tried to grab Chen Feng. Chen Feng dodged her attempts, and her short arms and height disadvantage made it impossible for her to reach him. She accidentally aggravated the injury on her right leg, causing her pain and making her stop moving. Hey! What are you doing? Let go of RE. At that moment, a middle-aged couple rushed over, seeing Chen Feng holding their daughter, and immediately shouted in shock and anger. Behind them was a female doctor in a white coat. Chen Feng glanced at the couple and could tell from their appearance and worried expressions that they were Yi's parents. Yi's father was dressed in an expensive suit and wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of nobility that marked him as someone important. Yi's mother, around 40, was elegant and graceful, dressed like a noblewoman, exuding a dignified air. Chen Feng briefly looked at them before focusing on the female doctor behind them. He smiled and said, 90 points. The female doctor, in her late 20s, with long hair tied back, exuded a classical charm. She wore a black pencil skirt and stockings under her white coat, radiating a mature and intellectual beauty. The doctor noticed Chen Feng's gaze and furrowed her brow, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. She interacted with many people at the hospital daily and was used to such looks, but Chen Feng's gaze was too intense, making her extremely uncomfortable. Dad, Mom, he bullied me. While Chen Feng was still admiring the female Dr. Yi Xie, the little girl Yi had already complained to her parents discontentedly. Yi's parents' faces changed immediately, and Yi's mother even rushed up to break Chen Feng's hand. Rongyan, call the police. Yi's father Lu Rongyan looked stern and took out his phone to call the police. Chen Feng smiled wryly, handed Yi over to her mother, and said calmly, your daughter wanted to run away. I think she is about to undergo surgery, so you should be in a hurry to find her and bring her back. Lu Rongyan and his wife were stunned, even stopping the action of calling the police, and the female Dr. Yi Xie also looked surprised. Because they had indeed discovered that they couldn't find Yi just before she was about to undergo surgery. But how did this strange person Chen Feng know? Did Yi tell you? Louis suddenly shouted, I didn't tell this weirdo. If it weren't for him, I would have run away long ago. As soon as Louis's words came out, her face suddenly changed, realizing that she had let slip. Lu Rongyan and his wife suddenly became somewhat embarrassed. They knew their daughter's personality very well, and as soon as she said that, they knew she was deliberately causing trouble again. How did you know she was going to have surgery? Yi Xie suddenly stared at Chen Feng and asked. Her toes are a bit twisted, the nails are unevenly worn, and there is a small dark red bruise under the nail of her left big toe, indicating that she often engages in intense physical activity. And this activity should often put pressure on her toes, causing toe injuries. If I'm not mistaken, the little girl likes playing soccer, right? Judging by the degree of wear on her toes, she must be on the school's soccer team. Yi Xie and Lu Rongyan were once again stunned, not expecting Chen Feng's observation skills to be so meticulous. Wow, how did you know, weirdo? Louis looked at Chen Feng in amazement, also inadvertently confirming his speculation. Chen Feng smiled, pointed to Yi's foot, and continued, the skin color on this little girl's ankle and foot is different, and there is still a smell of plaster, obviously indicating a serious ligament injury, just remove the plaster. I have treated many professional soccer players and know very well that this is an injury to the anterior cruciate ligament, requiring surgery for repair. Are you a doctor too? Yi Xie reacted immediately, looking at Chen Feng in astonishment. Sort of. Chen Feng was not just a doctor. It is no exaggeration to say that no doctor in the world could surpass Chen Feng, not even in 2019, let alone in 2008. In order to cure his own liver cancer, he mastered all medical disciplines, including internal medicine, surgery, and even traditional Chinese medicine, to the max. He didn't even know how many Nobel Prizes in medicine he had won. Chen Feng was different from ordinary doctors. He had countless time to study and practice. What ordinary doctors could do in surgery, Chen Feng could do the best. The high-risk surgeries they dared not perform, Chen Feng could perform even when the patient was extremely weak in the late stage of cancer. He had even conducted experiments that were strictly prohibited by law, such as live experiments and live dissections. However, Chen Feng still had some bottom line. He only experimented on himself or those ruthless criminals. The medical experience he gained in this way was far beyond the reach of those who graduated from medical school and worked in hospitals. When he could not make a breakthrough in medicine, he had to resort to researching anti-cancer drugs, developing many drugs that could delay the onset of cancer and enhance one's physical strength in the late stage of cancer. Oh, by the way, I also wrote that book I Created the World, so the protagonist's name and the author's name are the same. Are you the doctor who will perform the ligament repair surgery on her? Chen Feng finished answering and suddenly asked again. Yi Shixia nodded in confusion, but gave Chen Feng a strange look before turning to Mr. and Mrs. Lu Rong'an and saying, Mr. Lu, let's take Yi back to prepare for the surgery. When Lu Rong'an heard that Chen Feng was a doctor, he finally understood the cause of the incident and knew not to blame Chen Feng. I'm sorry, doctor. Our Yi has always been mischievous. Please don't mind her. Lu Rong'an smiled apologetically at Chen Feng and was about to leave with Lu Yi. Dad, when have I been mischievous? I'm smart, clever, and brave. Lu Yi protested discontentedly to Lu Rong'an. Yi's mother gently tapped her on the head and indulgently said, Yes, you're smart, clever, and brave enough to get yourself into the hospital. Lu Yi pouted, if it weren't for my crucial goal, our school would have lost. Wait. Chen Feng saw the family about to leave and called out again, the little girl has endocarditis. If she undergoes this ligament repair surgery, she will die. The expressions of Mr. and Mrs. Lu Rong'an suddenly changed. If Chen Feng had said this earlier, they wouldn't have believed it, but what happened just now had already proven his keen eyesight and medical knowledge. Moreover, the consequences Chen Feng mentioned were extremely serious. The surgery would lead to Lu Yi's death, so they immediately focused their attention on Yi Shixia. Compared to Chen Feng, who was still a stranger, they trusted Yi Shixia more, as she was the most outstanding and youngest surgical doctor at the First People's Hospital. It took a lot of effort to bring Yi Shixia in for the surgery. However, Yi Shixia frowned. She gave Chen Feng a cold look and said, Please do not question my professionalism as a doctor. I have conducted preoperative examinations and checked Yi's heart. There are no murmurs in her heart, nor is there any genetic history of congenital heart defects. So you only used a stethoscope and conducted a simple preliminary examination, without performing a standard endocarditis test, is that right? And you can diagnose based solely on that? Chen Feng's series of questions caught Yi Shixia off guard. Although she had only used a stethoscope for the examination, she was confident in her judgment, based on years of practice and experience. In most cases. Chen Feng interrupted Yi Shixia, don't think about most cases. This concerns a child's life. If you can diagnose endocarditis without conducting a standard test and solely relying on a stethoscope, it shows a lack of regard for the patient's life, doesn't it? A hint of anger appeared on Yi Shixia's face, and she blushed slightly from being upset. Then may I ask, mysterious doctor, are you a specialist in cardiology? On what basis can you determine that Yi has endocarditis? The bleeding and splitting of the toenail are the most direct evidence of endocarditis. The split is very subtle, and many doctors may mistake it for a soccer injury and not take it seriously. I know you're not convinced, but I suggest you perform an echocardiogram before the surgery. Yi Shixia was once again taken aback, as Chen Feng had hit the mark. Although she had noticed the bleeding on Lu Yi's toenail, considering that Lu Yi was a member of the school's soccer team, she naturally assumed it was just an injury from playing soccer and didn't consider the possibility of endocarditis. When Mr. and Mrs. Lu Rong'an saw Yi Shixia suddenly fall silent, they also felt uncertain. Dr. Yi, why don't we perform the examination that this doctor suggested before the surgery for Yi? Mr. Lu Rong'an glanced at Yi Shixia's expression and cautiously asked. Yi Shixia glanced at Chen Feng again, seeing his calm expression and exuding an unusually confident aura. He didn't seem like someone who would speak without thinking, and it didn't seem to benefit him to act this way. Moreover, the examination was not very troublesome, and results could be obtained quickly. I did notice the blood on Yi's toenail, but I didn't examine it carefully, which was my negligence. Let's go for another checkup, hoping that what you said is correct. Yi Shixia looked deeply at Chen Feng and then left with the Lu Rong'an family. Chen Feng smiled, finding Yi Shixia somewhat interesting. Most doctors, when publicly questioned, would likely become angry or find various reasons to refute. Chen Feng was prepared to follow the Lu Rong'an family and make sure Lu Yi underwent an echocardiogram before leaving. However, Yi Shixia directly admitted her negligence, showing that she valued the patient's life more than her own reputation. Chen Feng saw no need to accompany them for the examination. He turned and walked towards Jiang Mingcheng's ward. When he reached the door of the ward, he didn't knock but pushed the door open without hesitation. The ward was spacious, with an area of over 100 square meters, furnished with sofas, a television, and nurses on duty. There were several people in the ward, both men and women of different ages. Chen Feng quickly spotted Jiang Junyan among them, as he only knew Jiang Junyan in the room. However, the current Jiang Junyan was only 32 years old, much younger than in later years when he would be in a wheelchair with white hair in his 40s. He almost didn't recognize him at first glance. "Who are you?" The people in the room were surprised to see Chen Feng enter, as no one recognized him. "Mr. Jiang Junyan, I would like to talk to you about Chairman Jiang Mingcheng's will." As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent, and everyone looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, sizing him up. Those present in the ward were the closest relatives of the Jiang family, such as Jiang Junyan and his wife, his brother Jiang Juan's wife, and others. They all knew that Jiang Mingcheng was terminally ill with brain cancer and that his will was of utmost concern. However, Jiang Mingcheng had said before falling into a coma that the will would be disclosed by a designated lawyer after his death, so no one in the room knew its contents. "Are you a lawyer from Zhenwei law firm?" Jiang Junyan was momentarily puzzled but quickly realized and asked in confusion. Chen Feng did not answer but calmly said, "Please come with me for a moment. It's not convenient to discuss this matter in front of so many people." Jiang Junyan glanced at the various expressions of the people in the room, hesitated for a moment, and followed Chen Feng out of the ward to the corridor. "My father has not passed away yet. Why has someone from your law firm come?" As they left the ward, Jiang Junyan observed Chen Feng, who exuded a strong sense of confidence and presence, appearing more like the boss of a law firm than a lawyer. "After Mr. Jiang Mingcheng's death, the police will come to arrest you for the murder of his two illegitimate sons." Jiang Junyan was stunned, feeling a bit dazed and unable to react for a moment. The information in Chen Feng's previous words was too overwhelming, as he seemed to know when his father would die and even mentioned the police coming to arrest him. If it weren't for the sentence about murdering the illegitimate children later on, Jiang Junyan would definitely have thought Chen Feng was crazy. Because Jiang Mingcheng had two illegitimate children, only he and his twin brother Jiang Juanzi knew about it. After Jiang Mingcheng was hospitalized with brain cancer, there was a period when he was lucid. He knew he didn't have much time left, so he called his two brothers to his bedside and told them a long-hidden secret. When Jiang Mingcheng was young, he was a playboy and had relationships with many women, two of whom gave birth to a son and a daughter for him. Over the years, although he had not been in contact with these two illegitimate children, facing death, he felt guilty towards them and wanted to make amends. When the two brothers Jiang Junyan and Jiang Juanzi learned about this, they were shocked and angry at first, but considering that their father Jiang Mingcheng was about to die, they couldn't blame him. However, what puzzled the two brothers was that Jiang Mingcheng proposed to leave a portion of his inheritance to those two illegitimate children. Jiang Mingcheng wanted to give them real estate and millions in cash, which was a huge sum in 2008. After Jiang Junyan calmed down, knowing that this was their father's final wish, he agreed generously. But his younger brother Jiang Juanzi firmly refused and left in anger on the spot. What made Jiang Junyan even more heartbroken was that the next day, his brother fell down the stairs due to being upset about this matter, hit the back of his head, fell into a deep coma, and was admitted to the First People's Hospital, where he has not woken up since. "How do you know about this?" Jiang Junyan looked at Chen Feng in shock. Obviously, his father could not have told such a secretive matter to an outsider. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "Are you the private detective hired by my father?" Jiang Mingcheng had said that he had hired a private detective to investigate the current situation of those two illegitimate children and found that they were living in difficult circumstances, which led to the idea of leaving them a portion of the inheritance. Chen Feng calmly said, "Mr. Jiang, you are focusing on the wrong point. Didn't you hear what I said clearly? You will be taken away as a suspect in the murder of your two half-siblings. Of course, you are being framed, and the real culprit is..." Chen Feng glanced around, but still walked up to Jiang Junyan and whispered in his ear, "The culprit is your brother Jiang Juanzi." Jiang Junyan was first stunned, then his face quickly turned red. He angrily pushed Chen Feng away and shouted, "Are you crazy?" It's no wonder Jiang Junyan lost his composure. Jiang Junyan and Jiang Juanzi were twins and had been close since childhood. Now, with their father dying soon and his brother seriously injured and unconscious in the next room, Jiang Junyan's emotions were pushed to the extreme, already on the verge of exploding. Now this crazy person in front of him suddenly appeared, first saying his father would die, then saying he would be arrested by the police, and even saying that his unconscious brother killed the two illegitimate children of their father. A normal person couldn't bear it. Jiang Junyin's suppressed emotions erupted completely at this moment. He angrily clenched his fists, looking like he couldn't hold back from hitting Chen Feng. Chen Feng remained indifferent, giving a faint smile. Remember, when your legs are broken and no doctor in this world can make you stand up again, remember to come find me. Because only I can save you. My phone number is already in your pocket, goodbye. Jiang Junyin was even more furious at these words. Chen Feng not only accused his brother of murder but also cursed him with broken legs. He was immediately enraged and about to punch Chen Feng. However, at that moment, the door of the hospital room suddenly swung open, and a woman rushed towards Jiang Junyin, urgently calling out, "Junyin, Dad is not doing well, come quickly." Jiang Junyin's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even care about teaching Chen Feng a lesson. He turned around and rushed into the ward. Chen Feng's eyes flashed. When he first met Jiang Junyin, he said that when Jiang Mingqing died, he was taken away by the police for investigation and couldn't even attend Jiang Mingqing's funeral, which became his biggest regret. And now that Jiang Mingqing was about to pass away, it meant that the police would be coming soon. Chen Feng suddenly frowned. Ho Yaozong had asked the doctor, and the doctor had said that Jiang Mingqing had at least 3 more days to live, so how could he suddenly die? Although no one could predict cancer, since the doctor had said there was still so much time, it wouldn't be unreasonable. As Chen Feng was pondering, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from behind. He saw Yi Xixia walking towards him with a proud expression. When Yi Xixia noticed Chen Feng looking over, she quickened her pace as if eager to get ahead. Chen Feng was taken aback. He had already guessed what Yi Xixia was up to. This girl had come to show off her results and embarrass him. How could he let her have her way? Did the echocardiogram not show anything? Without waiting for Yi Xixia to speak, Chen Feng asked first. Yi Xixia's expression froze. She had come with the intention of proving herself right and Chen Feng wrong, but she didn't expect him to guess the result first. This made Yi Xixia feel frustrated, as if punching cotton. Chen Feng had already guessed what Yi Xixia was up to. She had come to show off her results and embarrass him. How could he let her have her way? These are the images. Please have the expert take a look and confirm if this is endocarditis. Yi Xixia snorted and tossed the images she was holding to Chen Feng without courtesy. Chen Feng took the image and looked at it. At first glance, he couldn't help but furrow his brows because the image didn't show any signs of endocarditis. Chen Feng quickly felt it was impossible. With his intuition and experience, the likelihood of making a mistake was extremely low. He thought for a moment before speaking again. Do another transesophageal echocardiogram. I can confirm she has endocarditis. Yi Xixia was taken aback at first, then chuckled. If you made a wrong judgment, just admit it. What's the big deal? Why be so stubborn when the evidence is right here? Is saving face that important? Oh, I see. Is it because I'm a woman? Ha, you men. Chen Feng looked at Yi Xixia dumbfoundedly. He glanced at this strong-willed female doctor and couldn't help but find it amusing. From your expression and tone, it's likely that you've faced a lot of unfair treatment due to your gender, such as being looked down upon or even discriminated against by male doctors. Perhaps this attitude started in medical school and continues in this hospital, right? Yi Xixia's contemptuous smile faded instantly as she looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, not knowing how he knew these things. Do you know me? Yi Xixia looked at him incredulously. Chen Feng smiled without answering, and continued, furthermore, it's highly likely that your family follows traditional values of favoring sons over daughters. Even though she has worked hard to become a doctor and the best surgeon in this hospital, she hasn't received the recognition and respect she deserves. So you feel that many people treat you unfairly because of your gender. Those despicable men are not impressed by your medical skills, but by your appearance. Yi Xixia's expression suddenly changed, and she involuntarily took a step back, shocked and speechless for a moment. Who are you, really? Yi Xixia couldn't imagine that a stranger, just after their first encounter and a few casual conversations, seemed to know her for a long time and deduced her experiences over the years. Who am I? It doesn't matter. I'm just a passerby who wants to prevent you from causing harm, Chen Feng said with a smile. Impossible. Yi Xixia couldn't believe what Chen Feng said because his reasoning ability was too terrifying, beyond what a normal person could possess. Wait, you're not the person that Xiaofan introduced me to, are you? Yi Xie suddenly remembered something and looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. Since graduating and entering the First People's Hospital, Yi Xie had been busy every day, not even finding time to date for several years. So her best friend Wu Xiaofan suggested introducing a boyfriend to her, a young and promising man who was an executive in a company, only 32 years old this year, 4 years older than Yi Xie. Wu Xiaofan knew that Yi Xie was busy with work, so she arranged for the blind date man to come to the hospital to meet her. Chen Feng, in terms of age and temperament, was very similar to the person described by Wu Xiaofan, so Yi Xie, unable to believe Chen Feng's terrifying reasoning ability, subconsciously assumed that her friend had told him her information. Chen Feng chuckled. He understood what Yi Xie was thinking. This woman couldn't accept being seen through at a glance, so she found a seemingly reasonable excuse to deceive herself. When Yi Xie mentioned that person, Chen Feng also guessed what she meant, most likely a blind date arranged by a friend or family member. Impressive, impressive. You actually guessed it. No wonder you're a doctor. Chen Feng teased Yi Xie playfully. Yi Xie visibly relaxed, actually believing without any doubt. She seemed to think it was more reasonable this way. However, soon Yi Xie looked at Chen Feng in surprise, but Xiaofan said you work in an investment company. When did you become a doctor? Oh, I studied medicine before, but I found it too difficult, so I switched to studying investment management, Chen Feng replied naturally, maintaining a poker face while lying. With Chen Feng's acting skills at an Oscar level, Yi Xie couldn't detect anything unusual. I see, that's why you said you could be considered a doctor earlier. Yi Xie had a look of realization, starting to rationalize the abnormality. Dr. Yi, regarding Yi's surgery, I still insist on performing an esophageal Doppler echocardiogram. Yi Xie was suddenly pulled back from her earlier astonishment by these words, remembering she had a surgery to perform. However, she had a strange expression on her face. What kind of weird blind date was this that Xiaofan arranged? Coming to the hospital without contacting her, pretending not to know her, and asserting dominance right away? Was this a test to see if she was a mediocre doctor? Who was this person? Look at this, even now they were trying to direct her, doubting her decisions. According to Chen Feng, he was at best a medical school student, so why should he be teaching her? Although Yi Xie was dissatisfied, she couldn't ignore the fact that this was a blind date arranged by her best friend. She couldn't lose face and make a fuss. After all, another examination wouldn't be troublesome, and she could have the results in just 20 minutes. Fine. Yi Xie glanced at Chen Feng, but if the examination shows no issues, I will proceed with the surgery and won't be free until the afternoon. That's too long. How about we schedule another time? Chen Feng smiled slightly, no need, I don't have anything to do today. You go ahead with your work, and remember me when you're done. Then I'll go for another checkup. Wait for me in the rest area, Yi Xie replied decisively, without any unnecessary words, nodded, and left directly. When Yi Xie left, 3 police officers in uniform, led by a nurse, passed by her and walked towards the ward. Yi Xie was puzzled as to why police officers were in the VIP ward area, so she couldn't help but stop and turn to look back. At the same time, Chen Feng also had a strange expression on his face as he looked at the 3 police officers. The appearance of the police officers as expected indicated that something was about to happen. However, Chen Feng was surprised not by the presence of the police officers, but because the 3 of them included a woman, who was none other than Tang Qin, the woman with 3060 that Chen Feng had encountered the night before. Chen Feng was surprised by the coincidence but remained calm. Last night, Chen Feng had his face covered, so Tang Qin had not seen his true face. Indeed, when Tang Qin and her 2 companions reached the door of Jiang Mingcheng's ward, she calmly glanced at Chen Feng, then followed the nurse and pushed open the door to enter the ward. Chen Feng's eyes flickered, and he immediately followed inside. On the other side, Yi Xie saw this scene and once again had a bewildered expression, not understanding why Chen Feng suddenly barged into someone else's ward. Chen Feng was there for a blind date, so if he knew someone in the ward, why didn't he tell her earlier? Could it be that he saw the police officers entering and thought there was something interesting to watch, so he ran over to join the crowd? Yi Xie was at a loss and increasingly felt it was possible. She hurried over, ready to pull back this unreliable guy. Xiaofan, what kind of person did you introduce me to? Yi Xie thought to herself, she actually didn't have a good impression of Chen Feng from the beginning. Although he seemed like a person of importance, what had he done so far? Despite being an adult, he still enjoyed watching the excitement like a child. But when Yi Xie followed into the ward, she couldn't help but be stunned. Before the police officers entered, the ward was filled with cries, with Jiang Junyan kneeling by the bedside, holding the hand of an elderly person on the bed and crying bitterly. When Jiang Junyan returned to the ward, Jiang Mingcheng didn't say a complete sentence, just held Jiang Junyan's hand, mumbled a few words unclearly, and then passed away. While they were in tears, a nurse led 3 police officers into the room. The police officers were also somewhat surprised by the scene before them. Seeing no response from the ventilator, they guessed what had happened. However, knowing his side, they had to do what needed to be done. One of the male police officers took out a hand-drawn portrait, quickly found their target after a comparison, and said, "Mr. Jiang Junyan, you are suspected of involvement in 2 murders. Now, according to the law, we will take you back for investigation. Please come with us." The relatives of the Jiang family in the room, who were still crying, were stunned when the police entered, and even the crying stopped, not knowing why the police were there. When the police mentioned Jiang Junyan's involvement in the murders, everyone was shocked once again, unable to believe what had happened. After the police spoke, ignoring the reactions of the people in the room, they directly grabbed Jiang Junyan, who was still kneeling on the ground, and walked towards the ward's exit. Jiang Junyan was struck as if by lightning. He had just been immersed in the grief of losing his father, and the police suddenly appeared and accused him of murder, leaving him dumbfounded. "Wait! I didn't kill anyone, don't wrongly accuse me. Mr. Jiang Junyan, if we don't have evidence, we won't randomly arrest people." The police seemed accustomed to the suspect's denial and simply left a cold remark before taking Jiang Junyan away. Jiang Junyan, who had just lost his father and was now being taken away as a murder suspect, felt his heart collapse. "I'll go with you, but please let me see my father one more time." Jiang Junyan's eyes were filled with tears, struggling to return to the sickbed, but was forcibly taken away by the 2 police officers. "Junyan!" Jiang Junyan's wife, Zhao Wen, suddenly changed her expression. She wanted to catch up, but was blocked by Tang Qin. When Jiang Junyan was taken to the door of the ward, he suddenly saw Chen Feng inside the ward. His whole body trembled, thinking of the words Chen Feng had just said. "After Mr. Jiang Mingcheng's death, the police will come to arrest you, accusing you of murdering his 2 illegitimate sons." Jiang Junyan forgot to struggle, just staring at Chen Feng with wide eyes, stuttering, you. Jiang Junyan tried to speak for a long time, but couldn't say a complete sentence. At this moment, he was filled with shock, grief, anger, and deep confusion, a mix of emotions that left him speechless. The police, lacking patience, directly took Jiang Junyan away. Chen Feng remained indifferent, not paying attention to Jiang Junyan, and walked to the sickbed. Chen Feng actually had the ability to help Jiang Junyan clear his name and avoid losing his legs, but this guy didn't believe in himself at all. Without letting Jiang Junyan suffer a bit, knowing he was his only savior, there was no way to control this person. The people in the ward had not yet recovered from the shock, and when they saw Chen Feng approaching, no one questioned him, thinking he was a lawyer coming to read the will. An elderly man in his 60s suddenly spoke up, "Lawyer, did you come with the will?" The old man's words were harsh, as Jiang Mingcheng had just died, Jiang Junyan had been taken away, and Jiang Juanze was still unconscious, yet he was already asking about the will. "Uncle, what do you mean?" Zhao Wen's expression changed drastically, glaring at Jiang Mingyi as if she was about to devour him. Jiang Mingyi regretted asking the question as soon as it left his mouth, as his words seemed highly inappropriate given the current situation. However, facing Zhao Wen's questioning, he remained unapologetic and coldly said, "What do I mean? The company is in turmoil now that the eldest brother is gone, and neither Junyan nor his brothers can handle the business. We must prioritize the overall situation and stabilize the company first. You." Zhao Wen was trembling with anger, unable to speak as she pointed at Jiang Mingyi. Jiang Mingyi gave Zhao Wen a cold look. "What about you? You should quickly find a lawyer to see what happened to Junyan." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became tense, even the previous grief was swept away. The Jiang family had long coveted Mingcheng Pharmaceutical, but the company was built from scratch by Jiang Mingcheng. Although Jiang Mingyi had some shares, he couldn't compare to the shares held by Jiang Junyan and his brothers. With Jiang Mingcheng still in charge, he couldn't make any big moves. Now that the Jiang family was on the verge of collapse, if they didn't act now, when would they? Tang Qin had just reached the door of the ward when she heard the argument inside. She couldn't help but shake her head at the behavior of these people, feeling a chill. However, it was none of her business, and she had no interest in continuing to listen to the melodramatic struggle for inheritance among the wealthy. Just as Tang Qin was about to leave, she suddenly heard a voice behind her. "Officer, please wait a moment." Chen Feng had been observing Jiang Mingcheng's body at the bedside, even picking up his hand and wrist to examine them carefully for a while. In just a moment, a strange color appeared in his eyes. Because at that moment, Chen Feng knew why, despite the doctor saying Jiang Mingcheng had at least 3 more days to live, he suddenly died. Tang Qin's figure paused, turned around and looked in the direction of Chen Feng. The others in the ward were also stunned, their eyes focusing on Chen Feng. Mr. Jiang Mingcheng did not die of natural causes, he was murdered, Chen Feng said. The room fell silent for a moment, everyone staring at him in disbelief. But soon, except for Tang Qin and the just-arrived Yi Xie, everyone else wore a ridiculously incredulous expression. They all knew that Jiang Mingcheng had less than a week, or even less time to live, so who would be so foolish as to go and kill him? You're talking nonsense, Yi Xie said, momentarily stunned, then hurried over to pull Chen Feng away. She was truly angry and anxious at this moment. This guy was her blind date, and he had come into this ward for no reason, took one look at the body, and shouted to the police that someone had been murdered. Is this person crazy? Or has he watched too much of the animated Detective Conan? Chen Feng smiled, you've come at the right time. Can you determine the cause of his death? Yi Xie was not in the mood to listen to Chen Feng at this moment. After all, this guy was her blind date, and if he messed up here, she would be embarrassed as well. I'm sorry, he's a bit. Yi Xie didn't know how to describe Chen Feng for a moment. She couldn't just say he was crazy, that would be even more embarrassing. Tang Qin frowned, looking at Chen Feng and then at Yi Xie, also wearing a strange expression on her face, not knowing what the relationship between these two people was. However, she did not leave immediately, but looked at Chen Feng and asked, how do you know he was murdered? Tang Qin actually wanted to hear Chen Feng's explanation. If there was no reason, she would naturally not waste any time. Dr. Yi, please explain the cause of Mr. Jiang Mingcheng's death. Yi Xie felt a headache coming on. She just wanted to get away from here, but Chen Feng seemed determined not to leave, making her want to turn and leave. But seeing everyone's attention focused on her, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Mingcheng's body. There is a small blue spot on the old man's head, below the hairline, which is a marker for positioning chemotherapy, indicating that the deceased had brain cancer. There are blood clots on his body, but these are common complications of cancer, and the blood clots led to pulmonary embolism, ultimately causing the old man to die of heart failure. This is a natural death, not a murder. Yi Xie did not know the Jiang family, nor did she know what disease he had, but as a professional doctor, her ability was beyond doubt, and she immediately determined the cause of Jiang Mingcheng's death. As soon as Yi Xie spoke, the others in the ward looked at Chen Feng with strange expressions. As a doctor, Yi Xie had made a judgment of natural death, while Chen Feng, a person of unknown origin, said that Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered, which made the Jiang family feel dissatisfied and even angry. Jiang Mingyi spoke directly, unceremoniously asking, are you really a lawyer at Zhengwei law firm? Chen Feng didn't even look at him, but walked to the bedside, grabbed Jiang Mingcheng's finger, and presented it to Yi Xie. Take a closer look at this place. Yi Xie was stunned for a moment, she leaned in closer, and only then did she notice a blood clot on Jiang Mingcheng's finger, occupying half of the fingertip. Death from heart failure is the surface cause, but in fact it was caused by adrenaline, Chen Feng explained as Yi Xie observed. Yi Xie frowned. Cardiovascular complications from cancer treatment have always existed, and it is not uncommon for some cancer patients in the early stages of cancer to be cured of cancer, only to die of heart disease. The old man must have developed cardiovascular complications during the treatment process. Adrenaline is a common medication for treating heart disease, so what's the problem? That's correct, there's no problem with that, but the blood spot on his finger is the issue. Yi Xie's brow furrowed even deeper. This is local bleeding, caused by the contraction of the blood vessels in the elbow joint, leading to tissue death, possibly caused by the adrenaline injected into his arm. The interesting thing here is that you overlooked a very important factor. Adrenaline is usually only used when the disease occurs. If hormones were only injected during his heart stoppage process, it wouldn't cause local ischemia after his heart stopped. Yi Xie's expression suddenly changed. She didn't know what she was thinking and exclaimed, are you suggesting that someone intentionally injected adrenaline into this old man when his heart was fine? Yi Xie and Chen Feng's conversation was easy to understand, even for those present who didn't understand medical knowledge. The blood spot on Jiang Mingcheng's finger was caused by heart failure due to adrenaline injection when he was not ill. The people from the Jiang family had different expressions, some were full of suspicion, some were puzzled, and some had a cold expression, seemingly unconcerned about how Jiang Mingcheng died. But at this point, no one interrupted, not even Jiang Mingyi, who was questioning Chen Feng aggressively, closed his mouth in surprise. After listening to the conversation between the two, Tang Qin also realized that something was amiss, and just as she was about to ask, Yi Xie suddenly spoke again. Wait! Adrenaline acts quickly, it takes effect immediately after injection. Did someone inject medication into this old man just now? Yi Xixie's last sentence was directed at the people from the Jiang family present. The Jiang family members all looked puzzled, but soon shook their heads. No, we were all here in the room until Big Brother passed away, and no one injected him with medication. Jiang Mingyi looked coldly at Chen Feng and suddenly spoke. This time, including Tang Qin, everyone's gaze in the room focused back on Chen Feng, wanting to see how he would explain. There were 10 relatives from the Jiang family present, each with their own contradictions. If it was indeed one of them who injected the medication, they wouldn't cover up for each other. Chen Feng smiled faintly. So, you were all not here just over 10 minutes ago, right? The people from the Jiang family were first stunned, then all showed strange expressions on their faces. About 20 minutes ago, a cleaner wearing a mask came in and said he needed to disinfect the ward, so he asked us to leave for a while. Zhao Wen suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The members of the Jiang family all paled, realizing what had just happened. All these connections, it's possible that Jiang Mingcheng was really murdered? Chen Feng calmly pointed to the intravenous tube still in Jiang Mingcheng's wrist. The killer mixed adrenaline into the intravenous injection and then lowered the infusion pump rate. So, before the patient died, the killer had at least 10 minutes to escape calmly. Yi Xixie's face changed again, and this time even Tang Qin walked over to check the infusion pump's displayed rate. The infusion pump was set to 40 milliliters per hour, just basic nutrients, glucose, and water. There's no reason to adjust it to below 100 milliliters. Yi Xixie was stunned by the numbers displayed on the infusion pump. And upon hearing Yi Xixie's explanation, Tang Qin also instantly understood. Combining the analysis of these two people just now, along with what the Jiang family members said earlier, it was basically confirmed that Jiang Mingcheng was indeed murdered. Of course, if this policewoman still doesn't believe it, we can perform an autopsy, Chen Feng said, suddenly reaching out and grabbing Yi Xixie's wrist, leaving her stunned and not understanding what he was doing. Yi Xixie was still shocked by Chen Feng's reasoning ability at this moment, unable to speak, and even when her hand was grabbed, she didn't react. Chen Feng rolled up her sleeve, glanced at the time on the dial. However, 10 minutes have passed now, the culprit should have run far away by now, we probably won't be able to catch them. Chen Feng said this, then suddenly changed the subject, smiling at Yi Xixie. Well, don't you still have examinations and surgery to do? Let's go. Chen Feng didn't care about the stunned people in the ward, he casually held Yi Xixie's hand and walked towards the exit. Yi Xixie was a bit dazed, only realizing what was happening when Chen Feng led her out of the ward, then blushing suddenly and shaking off Chen Feng's hand. You, why are you like this? Yi Xixie was now filled with amazement, confusion, and a bit of embarrassment. Chen Feng had clearly done it on purpose just now, taking the opportunity to hold her hand. Oh my, how could there be a man who holds a girl's hand on the first blind date? Yi Xixie's emotions were extremely complicated, but for some reason, she didn't feel repulsed, just filled with more curiosity towards the man in front of her. Chen Feng chuckled, completely unconcerned, showing no hint of embarrassment, and even took a step forward, forcing Yi Xixie to step back a few steps until she hit the wall behind her. I've always been like this, did it surprise you? Did it make you curious about how I did it? Yi Xixie's eyes widened, she was almost going crazy. She had been on blind dates before, and had been pursued by others, but everyone was polite, trying their best to showcase their strengths, fearing to leave a bad impression. However, encountering someone like Chen Feng who would say such things without reservation on their first meeting, Yi Xixie truly encountered it for the first time. What made it even more unbearable was that Chen Feng was openly trying to corner her in the hospital corridor. Yi Xixie hurriedly avoided Chen Feng, speaking urgently, I'm going to check on Yi, goodbye. Watching Yi Xixie's flustered appearance, Chen Feng couldn't help but smile, finding this female doctor truly adorable. She appeared proud and strong on the surface, but deep down, she was a fragile and shy woman, using this facade to protect herself from getting hurt. Chen Feng saw through her disguise at a glance, unable to resist teasing her, finding her shyness and panic quite amusing. Just as Yi Xixie ran off, the door of the ward was pushed open. Tang Qin walked out from the ward, her gaze shifting, suddenly looking at Chen Feng in confusion. Have we met somewhere before? Chen Feng remained calm. This policewoman is so beautiful. If we had met before, I would definitely remember. Chen Feng quickly pondered in his mind. There were no flaws left behind at the hotel last night. Firstly, his appearance was different yesterday after disguising, and even when he took off his mask in the elevator, he stood in a blind spot of the surveillance camera, so his face couldn't be captured. Moreover, when he spoke last night, Chen Feng also altered his voice, not using his original voice. The issue of voice, Chen Feng had considered it early on. For example, in his current identity as Chen Xiao, he used a mature and steady voice. When teasing Tang Qin yesterday, he used a different young and playful voice, completely different from the voice he was using now. This is extremely difficult for ordinary people, but it is not a problem for Chen Feng. Chen Feng has not only honed his acting skills to the level of a film emperor, but he has also worked as a voice actor, known as a Siu, reaching the pinnacle of perfection in simulating various voices. Chen Feng has even recreated the content of the article Oral Skills from the middle school textbook, where the oral performer uses various sound effects to realistically simulate a rhythmic and continuous life scene. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Feng knew where the problem lay. Although Tang Qin couldn't recognize Chen Feng from his appearance and voice last night, a person's gaze does not easily change. They had made eye contact, and the woman seemed to have some impression of him, which is why she remembered. It seems that even my gaze needs adjusting in the future. Chen Feng realized where the problem lay and had a solution. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, but for highly skilled actors, they can bring any character to life by understanding the character's innermost thoughts and portraying them. At that level, both the gaze and demeanor will adjust accordingly. Chen Feng found it not difficult to achieve this because over thousands of years, he had developed a carefree and willful personality and was too lazy to adjust to play other roles. Tang Qin stared at Chen Feng for a few moments, feeling familiar but unable to recall where she had seen him. However, she did not delve deeper and simply asked, "What is your relationship with the Zhang family? Why were you there? Why did they think you were a lawyer?" Faced with Tang Qin's series of questions, Chen Feng just smiled and said, "I am just a passerby who happened to stumble upon some clues. Instead of suspecting me here, officer, why don't you check the hospital's surveillance cameras first? You might find the suspect's appearance." Before Tang Qin could react, Chen Feng left. Watching Chen Feng's retreating figure, Tang Qin wanted to call him back but had no reason to. Because what Chen Feng said made sense, the murderer had just left, and if caught on camera, his movements could be tracked, possibly leading to his capture. Although there were many doubts about Chen Feng, she had asked the Zhang family, and Chen Feng appeared after the janitor. And Tang Qin had not yet seen the murderer return to the crime scene and confess to the murder. As she quickly headed towards the hospital's surveillance room, Tang Qin called the station to report what had happened and requested a forensic examination. At this point, Tang Qin realized that this might be a major case. Jiang Mingcheng's son had just been taken away on 2 murder charges, and now Jiang Mingcheng had been murdered, all while he was terminally ill with brain cancer. Why couldn't the killer wait a few more days? Why was he so impatient to see him dead? Chen Feng found a seat in the rest area and leisurely waited for Yi Cixi's test results. He knew who the killer was and why they were so eager to see Jiang Mingcheng dead. But Chen Feng needed the killer to reveal their entire plan before exposing them. With a hint of a smile on his lips, Chen Feng anticipated that Zhang Zhenyan would contact him soon. Meanwhile, in the interrogation room of the Hualan Sub-Bureau, a police officer was questioning Zhang Zhenyan. "Where were you on the night of September 5th? Zhang Zhenyan had calmed down by now, and upon hearing the officer's question, he thought carefully but couldn't remember due to the passage of time. "It's been too long, I can't remember." The questioning police officer sneered, "You're not forgetful, you're pretending to be forgetful, aren't you?" Zhang Zhenyan frowned, his expression calm as he said, "Then may I ask this officer, what did you do on September 5th, do you remember?" The police officer was taken aback by the question, but quickly regained his composure and coldly replied, "You need to understand the current situation, we are the ones asking the questions, not you. I have already answered you, it's been too long, I can't remember, does this officer even have such a short memory?" Zhang Zhenyan was clear that he had never killed anyone. After the initial panic, he had calmed down and was not afraid of the police officer's attitude. With his experience, he could see through the tactics these police officers were playing. It was just a routine of good cop bad cop, trying to see if he looked guilty. The police officer was almost choked by Zhang Zhenyan's fearless attitude. He suddenly slammed the table and asked again, "You can't remember what happened on the 5th, then where were you on the night of September 20th, 5 days ago, do you remember?" Zhang Zhenyan hesitated for a moment, but quickly replied, "In the past week, I have been dealing with some matters at the company during the day, going to the hospital in the afternoon, and resting at home in the evening." "Very well, then where were you at 10 o'clock on the night of September 20th? Zhang Zhenyan did not hesitate, but quickly replied, "After leaving the hospital, because of my father and brothers. Situation, I was feeling very depressed, so I sat in the nearby park for a while, I should have left around 11 o'clock. Did anyone see you?" Zhang Zhenyan shook his head, "No, it was too late, there were hardly any people in the park at that time." so no one can prove that you were in the park. When Jiang Junyan heard this, he realized where the problem lay. The police officer had asked about 2 evening time points in a row and inquired if anyone could prove it, indicating that those 2 time points mentioned by them were definitely related to the 2 murder cases. After the police officer finished speaking, he took out 2 photos and placed them in front of Jiang Junyan. Do you know them? Jiang Junyan's gaze suddenly sharpened, his face changed in an instant. Since the police officer took out the photos, he had been watching Jiang Junyan's expression. When he saw the change in his face, he immediately smiled. It looks like you know them. Jiang Junyan not only knew them, but these 2 people were Jiang Mingqing's 2 illegitimate children, one was his half-brother and the other was his half-sister. When Jiang Mingqing told Jiang Junyan about his siblings, he also gave them their information. But what shocked Jiang Junyan was not this, but the sentence Chen Feng had said, that he would be taken away because of these 2 illegitimate children who had murdered their father. At the beginning, Jiang Junyan had held out some hope, thinking that Chen Feng might be talking nonsense. But now, seeing the photos of these 2 people, even if he was foolish, he understood that these 2 people were really dead. How did Chen Feng know in advance? Could it be that Chen Feng framed him? But soon Jiang Junyan felt it was unreasonable, because if the other party wanted to frame him, why bother telling him in advance? Moreover, Chen Feng's prediction of the time was very accurate. Indeed, just after his father's death, he was brought here by the police. How did Chen Feng know the exact time of his father's death and that the police would come at that time? It was almost like predicting the future. Who exactly was that mysterious person? Jiang Junyan was at a loss for a moment, and even forgot to answer the police officer's question. What's wrong, can't speak now? Jiang Junyan was startled by the other's voice, took a deep breath, and slowly said, I know them, they are my half-brother and half-sister from the same father. The police suddenly stared at Jiang Junyan and assessed him. So, do you know that they are dead? Although Jiang Junyan had expected it, hearing this news from the police still made his heart sink, and his face immediately turned ugly. This is a surveillance video near your half-brother's house. Do you recognize this person? The police pushed a photo in front of Jiang Junyan and pointed to a person in the photo. The moment Jiang Junyan saw the photo, he trembled all over. Although the person in the photo was wearing a hat, covering half of his face, and the night lighting was too dark to see the facial features clearly, Jiang Junyan still recognized at a glance that the person in the photo was himself. But Jiang Junyan was very clear that it was not him, but his younger brother, Jiang Juanzi. Jiang Junyan saw the timestamp on the photo, which was 12:07 a.m. on September 5, 2008. How is this possible? His younger brother, Jiang Juanzi, was clearly in a deep coma and had been lying motionless in a hospital bed for a month. This is my younger brother, Jiang Juanzi. Heh, I knew you would say that. The police sneered, your brother has been in a deep coma for a month due to an accident. We have confirmed with Jiang Juanzi's attending physician at the hospital that he cannot wake up during this time. And we found your fingerprints on the 2 deceased, and eyewitnesses saw you coming out of the victim's house and helped us draw this sketch. Otherwise, how do you think we found you? Now the evidence is conclusive, but we still want to give you a chance to confess voluntarily. If you confess now, we will consider it as a meritorious act. Jiang Junyan's expression changed drastically. No wonder the police brought him here directly. This evidence was almost ironclad, and no matter how he tried to defend himself, it would be futile. Jiang Junyan's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. In almost despair, he suddenly thought of Chen Feng's figure and the words he said. The murderer is your brother, Jiang Juanzi. Could it really be his brother who did it, and then framed and set him up? When this thought crossed Jiang Junyan's mind, he almost collapsed. He couldn't understand why his brother would do this. Jiang Junyan and his brother were twins, always close since childhood. With some special connection between twins, they could sometimes sense each other's thoughts. When his brother was sent to study in Country D during college, they grew apart. When he returned 4 years later, they were no longer as close as before, and they couldn't sense each other's thoughts anymore. Jiang Junyan even felt that his brother was distancing himself from him, and gradually he realized where the problem lay. During Jiang Juanzi's time abroad, Jiang Junyan had been learning management alongside Jiang Mingqing, treating him as the heir to the company. At first, Jiang Junyan didn't pay much attention, thinking that his father, Jiang Mingqing, valued his brother Jiang Juanzi more, otherwise he wouldn't have sent him abroad for further studies while keeping him in the country. Even Jiang Juanzi thought so. However, when Jiang Juanzi returned to the country, although Jiang Mingqing let him into the company, he didn't give him important responsibilities but made him start from the bottom. Jiang Junyan became Jiang Mingqing's right-hand man, handling many important business matters for Mingqing Pharmaceuticals. It seemed that from that time on, they grew more distant. But Jiang Junyan couldn't. Imagine that his brother, Jiang Juanzi, would kill two half-siblings and frame him. Jiang Junyan could guess that his brother might be after the family fortune, but he couldn't understand or accept it. But at this moment, all signs indicated that it was indeed possible that his brother had done it. Who else in the world could be exactly like him and easily obtain his fingerprints to frame him? But what Jiang Junyan couldn't understand the most was, how did Jiang Juanzi do it? He was clearly in a deep coma, unable to move. This was not just the judgment of a doctor at the First People's Hospital. After Jiang Juanzi fell into a coma, Jiang Junyan spared no expense to invite domestic and even foreign brain specialists to Pengcheng for consultation. The results were surprisingly consistent, indicating a severe coma. Because the human brain is a very complex organ, research in this field is scarce, and it is impossible to determine whether he can wake up. Jiang Juanzi had killed 2 people in a row. He had to sneak out of the hospital, commit the murders, and then return to lie down pretending to be in a coma. How could he deceive the hospital's doctors and nurses? But Jiang Juanzi really did it, which meant it had turned into a perfect murder and frame-up. He had almost no chance of turning the tables. Suddenly, Jiang Junyan thought of something and frantically searched through his pockets, quickly finding a note in the inner pocket of his suit. "I want to contact my lawyer." Meanwhile, at the People's Hospital, Chen Feng spread his hands and placed them on the backrest of a long sofa in the rest area, then crossed his legs and arrogantly occupied the entire sofa. There were other people in the rest area, with all other seats taken except for his, creating an extremely eerie scene. When Yi Shixia walked over and saw the scene, she couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yi Shixia was a bit speechless. This guy seemed to exude an aura of being the best at any time and place, making her want to beat him up when she saw him, wondering how he managed to survive without being beaten to death. However, at this moment, Yi Shixia was filled with gratitude towards Chen Feng, mixed with more curiosity. Because the results of the second test were out, Lu Yi indeed had endocarditis. Endocarditis can lead to embolism in the lower limbs and cerebral arteries, which under normal circumstances would not pose a significant problem. But if ligament repair surgery is performed without considering the effects of endocarditis, there is a high chance of developing deep vein thrombosis in the lower limbs or pulmonary embolism after surgery, which is highly fatal and reacts very quickly post-surgery, not even allowing time for rescue. If Yi Shixia did not listen to Chen Feng and insisted on ligament repair surgery, Lu Yi's chances of death would be as high as 99%. Once Lu Yi died, not only would Yi Shixia's career be over, but the Lu family would probably not let it go. Moreover, if a 10-year-old girl died due to her negligence, Yi Shixia would never have peace of mind in her life. So at this moment, Yi Shixia's gratitude towards Chen Feng was self-evident. Yi Shixia's curiosity was also heightened to the extreme at this moment. How could Chen Feng, if he had really left the medical school halfway, see at a glance that Lu Yi had endocarditis? And what happened in Zhang Mingcheng's ward just now was not something that a person who had abandoned medicine for years could have judged. To achieve such experience and judgment, it requires a lot of repeated practice and practical experience. And medical knowledge is advancing every day. If one does not study the latest knowledge for a period of time, they will fall behind. It's already noon. Let me treat you to lunch. Yi Shixia suppressed her curiosity and decided to treat Chen Feng to a meal to thank him properly, and also satisfy her curiosity during the meal. Sure, where's the most expensive place here? Chen Feng chuckled and asked Yi Shixia. Yi Shixia looked at Chen Feng speechlessly, never having encountered such a peculiar blind date partner. She invited him to dinner, and instead of being polite, he directly asked where the most expensive place was. However, Yi Shixia was not angry, just feeling that Chen Feng exuded an unpredictable feeling, making her more eager to find out. There is a Western restaurant nearby, which should be the most expensive. Chen Feng smiled and leaned towards Yi Shixia, saying, "Let's go." Yi Shixia thought Chen Feng wanted to hold her hand, and instinctively stepped back in fear. What's wrong? Am I that scary? When Yi Shixia realized that Chen Feng was teasing her with a smirk, she immediately understood that this jerk was deliberately flirting with her. Yi Shixia blushed, glared angrily at Chen Feng, and said sternly, "Yes, you are scarier than a thug, stay away from me." Chen Feng chuckled, "No way, I haven't had steak in a long time. I must treat you to a meal today." Yi Shixia sighed helplessly, followed Chen Feng into the elevator, went to the parking lot downstairs, and then drove towards their destination. Upon entering the upscale Western restaurant called Zhizhen, Chen Feng's first impression was very positive. The French plane tree decorations at the entrance made the restaurant elegant and unique, with a comfortable and pleasant interior design, exuding an exotic atmosphere. Every corner of the restaurant was meticulously arranged, with beautiful lighting and warm cushions, creating a relaxed dining atmosphere. The business here was exceptionally bustling, especially during mealtimes, with almost all the tables occupied. When Chen Feng and Yi Xixia entered, there was only one empty seat left, saving them from queuing. After sitting down, Chen Feng glanced around the surroundings, and when the waitress brought the menu, without waiting for her to speak, he bluntly said, "No need, just bring us your most expensive steak." Chen Feng deliberately raised his voice, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. Yi Xixia was shocked by Chen Feng's uncouth behavior, and when she noticed the curious looks from others, she felt embarrassed and wished to leave immediately, pretending not to know this jerk. Yi Xixia covered her face with one hand to avoid those strange glances. However, she soon realized that Chen Feng was looking at her with an amused expression, full of laughter in his eyes, and she instantly understood. This jerk was doing it on purpose. He wanted to make fun of her. Yi Xixia felt both embarrassed and angry, wishing to punch Chen Feng in the face, but with so many people around, she couldn't bring herself to do it. Yet, she couldn't swallow this humiliation, so she suddenly lifted her foot and stomped hard on Chen Feng's foot under the table. Chen Feng seemed to anticipate it and calmly withdrew his foot, avoiding Yi Xixia's stomp. Instead, she almost sprained her own foot due to the excessive force. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face, but he ignored Yi Xixia and ordered another bottle of liqueur, addressing the waitress who was trying to hold back her laughter, "Bring another bottle of 90-year-old liqueur." The waitress hesitated for a moment. "Sir, we have several types of liqueur here." "The 90-year-old, the most expensive one," Chen Feng replied without hesitation. The waitress almost burst out laughing, clearing her throat. "All right, sir, please wait a moment." Yi Xixia missed her target this time, and upon hearing Chen Feng ordering another bottle of 90-year-old liqueur, she felt her heart ache. Liqueur is one of the 5 first growths of Bordeaux's left bank, known for its robust and powerful wines, with a rare depth that few other wines can match, earning it the title of Bordeaux's Wine King. Of course, it comes with a hefty price tag, and a bottle of 90-year-old liqueur is estimated to cost over 10,000 yuan. In 2008, it was around 10,000 yuan, equivalent to about 25,000 yuan in 2019. Yi Xixia's monthly salary is just over 10,000, and she has to work overtime to earn it. When Chen Feng arrived, he said he would treat her to a good meal. She thought he was joking, but it turned out that this jerk really saw her as a cash cow. Feeling the killing intent in Yi Xixia's eyes, Chen Feng laughed. "Look, I helped you solve a big problem, and yet you can't even bear to spend this little money." "Huh, I can bear it, I can bear it, what's there not to bear?" Yi Xixia said expressionlessly. As she spoke, she actually felt extremely resentful. If it were any other man, Yi Xixia would have made an excuse to leave long ago, but for some reason, even though she found this man exceptionally annoying, she didn't want to leave. "Are you always so unscrupulous in your speech, not caring at all about other people's feelings?" Chen Feng chuckled. "Life is short. If I always cared about other people's feelings, how tiring would that be?" Yi Xixia glanced at Chen Feng, realizing that he and she were completely different. She was too concerned about others' opinions, which was why she worked so hard to prove herself. But this man, who was so different from her, exuded a strange charm that made her involuntarily want to get closer. As Yi Xixia fell silent, the waitress returned and showed them a bottle of wine. "Sir, is this acceptable?" Chen Feng had tasted countless wines and even worked as a professional sommelier, so he could tell if a wine was genuine just by looking at the packaging and label. In order to make a profit, many Western restaurants would often use inferior wines as substitutes for good ones, especially in this day and age. However, to Chen Feng's surprise, this wine was actually genuine. With just a glance, Chen Feng nodded and pointed to a nearby table. "Send it to them." Yi Xixia and the waitress were both puzzled and followed Chen Feng's gesture to the table nearby, where a man and a woman were dining and chatting happily, sitting close together with sweet smiles on their faces, clearly a couple. "Are you crazy? You ordered the most expensive wine just to give it to someone else." Yi Xixia was immediately displeased. This jerk had already taken advantage of her, and now he wasn't even going to drink it himself, but was giving it away? "They're about to propose, so of course I want to witness it." Chen Feng smiled slightly and gestured for the waitress to bring the wine over. "Wait, how did you know he was going to propose?" The waitress was also curious as to how Chen Feng knew that the couple at the next table was going to propose. She had hesitated to bring the wine over when she heard Yi Xixia's outburst, and when she heard Yi Xixia call out to her, she stopped, because she also wanted to know the reason. The young man's suit showed signs of wear from dry cleaning, and it should be his only suit, so he must have prepared it for a very special occasion. When I sat down just now, I noticed that he looked very nervous and kept touching the inside pocket of his suit, as if he was confirming that something valuable was still inside. He's going to propose, so I want to give them this expensive wine to celebrate, or mourn. Both Miss Xie and the waitress were stunned. Chen Feng had only just sat down, and yet from several meters away, he had deduced so much? The waitress instinctively felt it was impossible, but Miss Xie had witnessed Chen Feng's terrifying reasoning ability and didn't immediately deny it, but instead looked over seriously. After a while, Miss Xie seemed to have noticed something, and she nodded to the waitress, "Go ahead and take it over. When you deliver it, don't mention that it's from us, or the price. Just say that your restaurant specially sent it to congratulate them." The waitress was taken aback by the words, but quickly understood. With a sense of wonder and curiosity, she took the bottle of wine and walked over. Just as the waitress was about to approach, the young man suddenly took out a ring box from his pocket, then knelt in front of his girlfriend. "Ting Ting, will you marry me?" The surrounding guests quickly noticed the scene and turned their attention this way, understanding what was happening. Smiles appeared on their faces, mostly with good intentions and blessings, and some even cheered. "Say yes! Say yes!" Ting Ting, the girl, had a look of surprise and excitement on her face, tears welling up in her eyes as she nodded repeatedly, "I do." The waitress was stunned, holding the bottle of wine in her hand for a while before reacting. She glanced back at Chen Feng, with a look of surprise in her eyes, then adjusted her expression and walked to the table. Fortunately, the waitress didn't forget Chen Feng's instructions. She smiled and said that it was a congratulatory gift from the restaurant. The couple also had faces full of surprise, thanking the waitress profusely. Other guests couldn't help but show surprise as well, not expecting the restaurant to be so thoughtful. They also secretly noted it, with many even considering proposing here. "Aren't you someone who never considers others' feelings? Why didn't you let the waitress reveal the price, and that it was from us?" Chen Feng looked at Miss Xie with a smile. "Even if you don't consider others' feelings, it depends on the person and the occasion. The young man's financial situation is obviously not affluent, yet he chose this expensive Western restaurant to propose, clearly valuing his girlfriend. Oh, wait, it's obvious that he's placing his fiancée in a very important position. If a stranger like me were to send over an expensive bottle of wine, it would only lead to unnecessary thoughts for him, and might even dispel the courage he gathered to propose." Miss Xie stared at Chen Feng for a moment, not sure what kind of person he really was. His medical knowledge and his terrifying deductive ability were amazing, yet he also had a reckless and uninhibited style. While Chen Feng seemed to disregard others, he also thought for them, considering such detailed issues. "Did you really not graduate from medical school?" Miss Xie asked a question she had been curious about for a long time. "Of course, I didn't receive a diploma or a medical license." Chen Feng didn't lie. Although he had studied for many years at world-renowned medical schools, he didn't need a degree or diploma. As for a medical license, he could easily create one, even making it look authentic and verifiable in the system, without the need for exams. "It's impossible. If you haven't practiced medicine for so long, how could you diagnose their symptoms at a glance?" Miss Xie didn't believe it at all, even suspecting that Chen Feng might be practicing medicine illegally without a license. It wasn't impossible. Miss Xie knew that many people without medical licenses ran clinics or treated injuries for the privileged, handling conditions like domestic violence injuries that couldn't easily be taken to a hospital. Perhaps I'm the kind of genius that legends speak of, learning at once and being effective when used. Chen Feng laughed heartily, looking very pleased with himself. Miss Xie watched Chen Feng's arrogant demeanor and was speechless, saying in exasperation, "Do you brag without even preparing your story?" Chen Feng's mouth curved into a smile as he said to Miss Xie, "Since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. You can choose any knowledge or skill, and if I can't learn it or do it, I will strip naked and run to the hospital from here." Miss Xie looked at Chen Feng in astonishment, unsure if this guy was confident or just plain crazy to make such a bold statement. "This is your idea. Don't back out if you lose," Miss Xie said defiantly, staring at Chen Feng. "I always keep my word, never go back on it," Chen Feng smiled slightly. "But if I lose, there will be a punishment." "What if I win?" Miss Xie snorted, "You dare to think about winning even after setting such conditions? What if I win?" Chen Feng didn't answer but continued to ask with a smile. Without hesitation, Miss Xie said, "If you win, I'll do whatever you ask me to do. It's a deal." Chen Feng laughed heartily and said to Miss Xie, "Here's another offer for you. I don't need you to do anything else. Just ask me to do something, and I'll do it. You can kiss me until you're satisfied." Yi Xie blushed suddenly and exclaimed, "Pervert! I am a pervert, so do you agree or not?" Chen Feng, looking unbothered, leaned closer to Yi Xie. Startled, Yi Xie quickly withdrew her hand from the table and moved back, trying to keep a safe distance from Chen Feng. I agree. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, you're going to lose." Chen Feng turned to the waitress and said, "Did you hear what we just said?" The waitress blushed, feeling embarrassed that Chen Feng had caught her eavesdropping. Since she delivered the wine earlier, she had been listening attentively. This was the first time she had encountered someone as mysterious as Chen Feng, who could discern so much with just a glance. "I'm sorry, sir, I didn't mean to eavesdrop on your conversation." Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "I'm not blaming you. I just want you to be a witness so that no one can go back on their word. Do you agree?" Although Chen Feng was speaking to the waitress, his eyes were fixed on Yi Xie, clearly suspecting her of going back on her word. Yi Xie chuckled, "All right, let's see who will keep their word." Chen Feng smiled slightly and gestured, "Let's begin." Yi Xie hesitated for a moment because she couldn't think of a skill to challenge Chen Feng with. However, when she heard the piano music coming from the restaurant, her eyes lit up, and she pointed to the piano in the center of the restaurant, saying, "That one." "Play a piece," Chen Feng said directly with a silent smile. Yi Xie was dumbfounded, realizing from Chen Feng's calm expression that he was likely able to play the piano. Despite feeling some regret, Yi Xie quickly composed herself, as Chen Feng's demeanor suggested he came from a well-off family and might indeed know how to play the piano. However, Yi Xie soon regained her composure because Chen Feng was too arrogant, letting her choose the piece. Although Yi Xie couldn't play the piano, she knew that some pieces were not easy to perform. "Wait a minute." Yi Xie took out her phone, opened the browser, and searched for world's most difficult piano piece in the search engine. Yi Xie quickly saw a search result, and then she smiled, with a provocative tone, saying, "Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3. Chen Feng looked at Yi Xie with a smile that was not quite a smile and asked, "Are you sure?" Yi Xie felt a little flustered by Chen Feng's gaze for no reason, not knowing why. The expression on his face seemed to be telling her that she had made a wrong choice. Chen Feng smiled and continued, "Have you seen The Pianist on the Ocean?" Yi Xie was slightly startled. This movie was extremely famous, telling the legendary story of an abandoned baby named 1900 who became a piano master on an ocean liner. The movie was released globally in 1998, although it was not shown in China, it could be downloaded and watched online long ago. Yi Xie naturally knew about this movie, liked it very much, and had watched it many times. Most people might forget the plot over time, but she knew she could remember the climax of the piano duel even after 7 or 8 years. Do you happen to know that four-hand piano duet?" Yi Xie suddenly widened her eyes and stared at Chen Feng, her tone becoming a bit stuttered. The so-called four-hand piano duet is a performance form in which two people collaborate to play on the same piano, requiring tacit cooperation to complete. The reason why the piano duel in The Pianist on the Ocean was so shocking was that the protagonist 1900 completed the four-hand piano duet that normally requires two people to play. And it was all played on the black keys of the piano, meaning all halftones were played, showcasing master-level piano playing skills. Chen Feng smiled slightly, "So, this one then?" Yi Xie was stunned for a moment. Although she didn't understand piano music much, even with common sense, she could tell that completing a four-hand piano duet alone was more difficult than the Piano Concerto No. 3. Without waiting for Yi Xie's response, Chen Feng stood up directly and said to the waitress, "Please bring me a cigarette." The waitress had been listening the whole time. When she learned that Chen Feng wanted to perform the four-hand piano duet from The Pianist on the Ocean, she was once again surprised. Unlike Yi Xie, she had witnessed Chen Feng's abilities at the hospital, so although she was skeptical, she didn't think it was completely impossible. However, deep down, the waitress didn't believe it at all. She had also seen the movie, and the kind of piano playing skills shown were something only a piano master could achieve. An ordinary person simply couldn't do it. When she heard what Chen Feng said, she was actually quite skeptical, even holding a bit of anticipation to see what would happen. "Okay, sir." Chen Feng walked slowly to the piano and sat down. At this point, the other customers were still unaware of what was happening. When they saw Chen Feng sitting down, they thought it was the restaurant's pianist coming to perform and didn't pay much attention. Yi Xie, on the other hand, had already stood up from her seat and walked closer, staring at Chen Feng's hands. Even when the waitress and a male colleague quickly brought a cigarette, they rushed over. As a result, the surrounding customers couldn't help but shift their gaze involuntarily. Mainly because Miss Xie was so beautiful and had an outstanding figure, she stood out so conspicuously that it was difficult not to notice her. When they saw both women staring at Chen Feng, they were all surprised and turned their attention to figure out what was going on. The next moment, they suddenly heard a burst of urgent piano music. Chen Feng had once been obsessed with recreating those incredible or eye-catching scenes from movies, such as the explosive car stunts in the Fast and Furious series. For example, in the 007 and Mission Impossible series, he can faithfully recreate those thrilling action scenes. Even though many are created with special effects, existence is reasonable, and Chen Feng has the time and energy to accomplish these things. He naturally did not miss the classic piano duel scene in The Legend of 1900. At the beginning, Miss Xie and the restaurant guests couldn't quite figure out what was happening, but soon they could taste the flavor. The music started to fluctuate, like the buzzing of bees, sometimes near, sometimes far, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, full of charm. Chen Feng's slender fingers moved like flying, dancing on the black keys, so fast that it was almost overwhelming to the eyes. Miss Xie and the waitress couldn't believe their eyes. Chen Feng's fingers were so fast that they had the illusion that there were actually 4 hands dancing on the keys. Miss Xie stared in amazement, fixedly watching Chen Feng's hands without looking away for a moment. Just from the beginning, looking at Chen Feng's fingers, Miss Xie knew that this man could really play with 4 hands. And the piece Chen Feng was playing now, she could tell, was the same flight of the bumblebee played by the protagonist in the movie. At this moment, the cheerful melody transitioned into a more intense one. The piano actually played with a symphonic feeling, the passionate and stirring sound of the piano rushing like waves, captivating everyone. Even someone who knew nothing about piano music could easily feel the dynamic momentum of the flight of the bumblebee in the music. Everyone fell into a deep silence, not a single person made a sound, only the increasingly intense piano sound reverberated throughout the entire hall. Before long, all the restaurant guests stood up involuntarily and gathered around Chen Feng. Not only them, even the restaurant waiters, and even the newly arrived guests were all irresistibly drawn to the piano music. Flight of the Bumblebee has the characteristic of infinite motion, referring to an instrumental piece played with fast notes, a kind of music with a fast-paced rhythm throughout. This music basically starts with a strong and short prelude of notes, foreshadowing the strong momentum and tense atmosphere of the entire piece. Chen Feng's performance brought out this momentum and emotion to the fullest. Under the strong and powerful melody, the audience felt their blood boiling, wanting to shout out loud, but afraid of interrupting this extremely exciting performance. Bang! Bang! Just as everyone was immersed in this stormy performance, feeling breathless, Chen Feng's fingers pressed heavily on the keys, ending the final melody. The hall remained silent, not a single person made a sound, only the creaking sound of chairs as they stood up. Chen Feng took a deep breath, the high-intensity performance had seriously drained his energy. In just a short while, his forehead was covered in sweat. Chen Feng turned around and saw countless eyes staring at him, not knowing when, his surroundings were already crowded with people. These people looked at Chen Feng in awe, shock, and disbelief, their expressions rich and varied. Who said I was going to write Piano Concerto No. 3? Of course, I won't play by the rules. Chen Feng smiled slightly, walked up to the stunned waitress, took the cigarette from her hand, and then walked back to the piano. The crowd had not yet come to their senses, not knowing what Chen Feng was about to do. At the next moment, they saw Chen Feng uncover the piano lid and place the cigarette on the piano strings. Soon, a puff of smoke rose up. Amid the astonished and almost ghostly expressions of the crowd, the cigarette was lit. The Western restaurant fell into a silence so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Some people had their mouths wide open, unable to close them for a while, almost doubting their own eyes. Anyone who knows a little about pianos knows that to heat the strings enough to light a cigarette, the playing speed must exceed the limit, causing the steel wire connecting the keys to the string cone to heat up, making it possible to light a cigarette. Achieving this level is not just a matter of frantically pressing the keys with your fingers. It requires reaching the pinnacle of rhythm and speed during playing, keeping the strings continuously heated so that they remain hot even after the performance stops, allowing the cigarette to be lit. Amazing! My goodness, how did he do it? Do we have such a talented piano master in our country now? Wait, I feel like I've seen this scene before. Yes, this piece also seems familiar, but I can't remember where I heard it. I remember now, it's the most classic scene from the movie The Pianist on the Ocean. Oh my, I remember now too. Can someone really do that? After some people realized what had happened, all the guests watching suddenly remembered. Then, the entire restaurant erupted in thunderous applause and screams, with everyone looking at Chen Feng as if he were an idol or a deity. Holding the cigarette, Chen Feng walked up to Yi Xie and asked with a smile, "Do you smoke?" Yi Xie was also in a dazed state at this moment. Upon hearing Chen Feng's question, she could only reflexively shake her head, not knowing how to respond. Yi Xie was deeply shocked, as she had never imagined that Chen Feng's piano skills could reach the level shown in the movie. Could this man really learn any skill instantly and make it work on the spot? Impossible. How could there be such a person in the world? Dr. Yi, it's time to fulfill the bet now. After handing the cigarette to the female server, Chen Feng approached Yi Xie again. Yi Xie was first stunned by his words, then her face quickly turned red because she knew what Chen Feng meant. Yi Xie's face showed a mix of conflict and regret. She had never thought Chen Feng would win, so she had agreed without even considering it. But who knew, Chen Feng actually did it, putting her in a dilemma. Now, in front of so many people, with everyone watching, Yi Xie had no courage to kiss Chen Feng. But if she didn't follow the agreement, this jerk would probably not let her off the hook. Yi Xie bit her red lips, hesitated, and said, Can we change the conditions? Chen Feng chuckled. He found Yi Xie's embarrassment and shyness the most amusing, so he naturally wouldn't change the conditions at this moment. Of course, not. When Yi Xie heard the first two words from Chen Feng, her heart hung in the balance, thinking he might consider her situation like when he proposed to the couple. But this jerk made a 180-degree turn, and what's worse, he had a mischievous smile on his face, clearly teasing her. Yi Xie was close to biting her lips off, knowing there was no escape, so she hesitantly leaned towards Chen Feng. At this moment, the surrounding guests all stared wide-eyed at them. They hadn't heard about the bet between Chen Feng and Yi Xie, so they were all curious about what these two were doing. When Yi Xie saw that Chen Feng was about to die, she closed her eyes and quickly leaned in to kiss Chen Feng on the face, causing a commotion among the onlookers. The guests clapped and screamed, making Yi Xie's face turn as red as if she had been stained with blood, and she just wanted to run away as far as possible. When Chen Feng was kissed by Yi Xie, he did not force it into a French kiss like he did with Xie Ruyan, because he knew that Xie Ruyan and Yi Xie were not the same type of woman. Xie Ruyan was a very dominant woman, both in appearance and personality. Even though she had androphobia, she could still overcome her psychological barriers to kiss a man for the greater good. On the contrary, Yi Xie used arrogance to disguise herself, but deep down, she was a very shy woman who had never been in a relationship. A woman like her kissing his face in front of so many people was already pushing her limits, and she wouldn't be able to handle a French kiss. Do you want to continue? Chen Feng asked Yi Xie with a smile. Yi Xie was flustered at this moment, being watched by so many people. She just wanted to escape their gaze and had no intention to continue gambling with Chen Feng. Just as Yi Xie was about to refuse, her phone suddenly rang. Yi Xie breathed a sigh of relief. The call came at just the right time. Sorry, I need to take this call, Yi Xie said as she walked outside with her phone. The guests made way for her to pass, and Chen Feng smiled and returned to their table, then waved to the waitress. Sir, hello, how can I help you? The waitress's eyes sparkled as she looked at Chen Feng, and she eagerly brought the POS machine over for him to pay. When she returned with the receipt, there was a phone number written on it. Chen Feng saw it and just smiled, not saying anything, and kept the receipt. He admired her courage a bit, seeing that his companion was Yi Xie, yet she still left her phone number. After a while, the two steaks Chen Feng ordered were served, and Yi Xie finished her call and walked back in. However, Yi Xie's face was full of anger and embarrassment as she walked in, her high heels clicking loudly as she seemed very upset. Yi Xie walked up to Chen Feng in a few steps and asked angrily, Who are you exactly? Ignoring Yi Xie's angry expression, Chen Feng laughed and said, Looks like I've been found out. The one who called you just now was your friend Xiaofan, right? Seeing Chen Feng's carefree smile, Yi Xie was truly about to explode with anger. Because Chen Feng's guess was correct, the one who called just now was indeed Wu Xiaofan. When the blind date partner Luo Kai arrived at the hospital and couldn't find Yi Xie, he called Wu Xiaofan to ask for her contact information to confirm the meeting time and place. But when Wu Xiaofan revealed this, Yi Xie was stunned. She had always thought Chen Feng was Luo Kai, so how could there suddenly be another person? The two immediately explained the situation, and they both understood that Chen Feng was impersonating the blind date partner. When Wu Xiaofan found out that Chen Feng had ordered the most expensive wine and steak, she immediately wanted to call the police and have him arrested. However, Yi Xie stopped Wu Xiaofan because regardless of whether Chen Feng was the real blind date partner, he had helped her after all. Yi Xie didn't care about the money, but she couldn't tolerate the jerk teasing her like that and enjoying it. Upon seeing Ye Xie widen her eyes, looking fierce as if she wanted to eat herself, Chen Feng stood up with a smile and walked over to her. I've always said I'm just a passerby. It's you who insisted on treating me as your blind date, right? Ye Xie was speechless, unable to say a word. She recalled the incident at the hospital, realizing that she had mistakenly assumed Chen Feng was there for a blind date, fearing that he wouldn't admit it. In fact, it's a common human psychology to not want to admit being seen through at first glance. Chen Feng's reasoning ability was too terrifying, forcing Ye Xie to come up with a plausible explanation for herself. But you can explain, why don't you say anything? Ye Xie was initially taken aback, but quickly raised her voice in anger, trying to appear confident by deliberately raising her voice. The surrounding guests, who had been watching Chen Feng's amazing performance, turned their attention to them when they heard Ye Xie's angry outburst. They were surprised to see the couple who had been affectionate just moments ago now arguing. Chen Feng, with a smile in his eyes, took a step forward and said, because I find you cute and I'm interested in you. Ye Xie's angry expression froze for a moment, then a blush quickly appeared on her face. She never expected Chen Feng to be so straightforward. Ye Xie had been confessed to before, but she had never felt so flustered as she did at that moment. Her mind was in chaos, unsure of what to do. You jerk, I don't believe your nonsense. Ye Xie saw Chen Feng approaching step by step, getting closer to her, and she suddenly felt a bit panicked. She turned and ran out of the Western restaurant without even finishing her meal. Hey, aren't you going to pay the bill? Chen Feng laughed heartily and called out to Ye Xie's retreating figure. Just as Ye Xie reached for the door handle, she heard Chen Feng's voice and remembered that she was the one treating. She hesitated, then silently turned back towards the cashier. Chen Feng watched as Ye Xie, with a mix of panic, shyness, and embarrassment on her face, walked back silently like a bullied child. Unable to contain himself, Chen Feng burst into laughter. Without waiting for Ye Xie's reaction, he walked over, held her hand, and led her outside. Ye Xie was confused again. When they reached her car, she finally realized and quickly pulled her hand away from Chen Feng. What are you doing? We haven't paid yet. Ye Xie tried to remain calm and turned back towards the restaurant. We haven't eaten, why should we pay? Today's meal is on the house. Chen Feng laughed and led Ye Xie towards her car. No way. What if the restaurant calls the police on us later? I can't afford to lose face like this. Ye Xie struggled again to go back. Seeing her serious expression, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh again. Silly girl, I've already paid. Otherwise, why didn't the restaurant staff chase us out? Ye Xie was stunned for a moment, realizing the truth. But this jerk, deliberately asking her to go back to pay earlier, was he just trying to make fun of her? Ye Xie felt a surge of anger again and kicked towards Chen Feng's leg. That's harsh, especially in high heels. Chen Feng easily dodged the kick, winked at Ye Xie, who missed, and turned back towards the restaurant. Hey, why are you going back? To pack up. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment at the words, then suddenly burst into laughter again. This woman was not only cute but also very practical. Ye Xie had thin skin and was definitely embarrassed to sit back and eat under the gaze of so many people, so she simply packed up and left. Chen Feng didn't follow her, waiting for Ye Xie to come back with the takeout box before getting in the car and rushing back to the hospital. While in the car, Ye Xie remained silent with a straight face. As they neared the hospital, she pretended to be indifferent and asked, "What's your name, and what do you do?" "My name is Chen Feng, a reincarnator. In simple terms, I died in 2019 and then was reborn, back to 2008. Do you understand now?" Ye Xie rolled her eyes at his words, glared at Chen Feng without good humor, and coldly snorted, "Humph, if you don't want to say, forget it, who cares?" After a moment of silence, Ye Xie suddenly spoke again, "My name is." "Your name is Ye Xie, 28 years old this year, graduated from the best medical school in the country, Beijing Union Medical College Hospital, and now the best surgeon at the First People's Hospital. How do you know that?" "Guess." Chen Feng looked at Ye Xie with amusement as he drove. Ye Xie really felt like she was seeing a ghost. Could this bastard even deduce this? Seeing Ye Xie's expression, Chen Feng couldn't help but laugh again. "You are so cute when you're silly. When you went to do the second check for that little girl, I asked the nurse." Ye Xie was almost choked by Chen Feng's words. She was about to retort when a phone rang. Chen Feng picked up the phone and smiled as he said, "The call finally came." Chen Feng had bought a new phone and number, only telling Zhang Junyan. Miss Xiao, hello. Chen Feng answered the phone and spoke directly. Zhao Wen on the other end of the line was stunned. She didn't react for a moment. How did Chen Feng know it was her calling? Do you know me? Have my number? Zhang Junyan can't make calls in the station now. Miss Xiao, as his most trusted person, naturally you would make this call. Chen Feng smiled slightly and explained casually. However, Chen Feng did know Zhao Wen, not now, but in 2019. After Zhang Junyan encountered successive accidents and lost his legs, Zhao Wen had been by his side. Even when Zhang Junyan took over Mingqing Pharmaceutical and faced several crises that almost led to bankruptcy, Zhao Wen never left him, helping him through the difficulties. Zhang Junyan's ability to develop and expand Mingqing Pharmaceutical was also thanks to Zhao Wen, the woman behind the successful man. So their marriage has always been harmonious and happy. Even among those wealthy families, it was rare. Zhao Wen quickly came back to her senses and remembered what she said to Zhang Junyan when they met at the police station. Perhaps only that person can help me. Contact him as soon as you leave. Zhao Wen asked who Chen Feng was, and Zhang Junyan said he didn't know, only telling her that he was the person who came to see him in the ward. After hearing this, Zhao Wen immediately knew who Zhang Junyan was referring to. Chen Feng had judged at a glance in the ward that Zhang Mingcheng was murdered, and the subsequent forensic autopsy confirmed this. Such a person naturally left a deep impression on Zhao Wen, making it hard to forget for a while. However, with Zhang Mingcheng's recent death, one of the Zhang family brothers was in custody, and the other was in a coma, causing unrest among the Zhang Mingyi's people. Both Mingqing Pharmaceutical and the Zhang family were in a state of anxiety, making Zhao Wen hesitant to trust a mysterious stranger. However, Zhang Junyan's words dispelled her thoughts. How much worse can it get? The current situation is indeed like this. Once Zhang Junyan is convicted, it is highly likely that he will be sentenced to death. Money can be earned back, but once a person is gone, there is truly nothing left. As long as Chen Feng can save Zhang Junyan, she is willing to exchange the entire Zhang family's assets for it. Since you know who I am, you should know the purpose of my call. Zhao Wen remained calm, not showing any sense of urgency, because she knew that the more urgent she appeared, the other party might demand more. Chen Feng smiled, quite appreciating this woman. Very well, I like straightforward people. To not waste each other's time, I will state the conditions directly. I can help clear Zhang Junyan's suspicion. After he is released, I need to have access to Mingqing Pharmaceutical's biological laboratory at any time. When medication is needed, it will also be provided by you. Zhao Wen was taken aback by this. She thought Chen Feng would ask for money or more stringent conditions. But Chen Feng unexpectedly wanted to use Mingqing Pharmaceutical's biological laboratory, which puzzled her. However, Zhao Wen was soon shocked. You're not a drug dealer, are you? It was not surprising for Zhao Wen to have this thought, as some drug dealers set up biological laboratories to produce drugs. Chen Feng chuckled. Don't worry, Miss Xiao, I can assure you that I will not do anything illegal in your laboratory or conduct any illegal experiments. I just need to conduct some drug research, and I will provide you with a list of medications for analysis by Mingqing Pharmaceutical's research staff or other experts. Zhao Wen breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Chen Feng might do something illegal. If something went wrong, how could their Zhang family escape the consequences? Then, I agree on behalf of Junyan. Very well, take note of an address. Please wait. Zhao Wen trembled. Although she did not know what Chen Feng was going to say, she guessed that this was likely the key to saving Zhang Junyan. Building 36, Unit 301, Fuyunu Village, Datong Street, Tianfu District. The person living there is named Su Shenyang, a stalker and voyeur. When he was stalking and taking photos of women, he accidentally captured Zhang Junyan in the photos. Those photos are the key evidence to clear his suspicion. Find him, and Zhang Junyan can clear his name. Zhao Wen was stunned. One of Zhang Junyan's biggest problems now was the lack of an alibi, as the time would be displayed when photos were taken with a digital camera. Since Chen Feng said these photos could clear Zhang Junyan's suspicion, it meant that Su Shenyang's photos were taken at the time of the victim's death, providing Zhang Junyan with an alibi. But what shocked Zhao Wen even more was how Chen Feng knew about this. Perhaps not even Su Shenyang had realized it, nor did he know that it was a matter of life and death for someone. Remember, have someone watch him first, and inform the police in 3 days. Just say you found out about this from an anonymous call. Zhao Wen was once again stunned. She wanted to call the police immediately to arrest Su Shenyang and clear Zhang Junyan's name, but Chen Feng insisted on waiting for 3 days, which she could not understand at all. Why? Don't ask why. I said 3 days, so it's 3 days. Not one more day, not one less day, or else you will bear the consequences. Chen Feng did not explain further and continued in a calm tone, that's it. 3 days later, when Jiang Junyan is out, have him contact me. Without waiting for Zhao Wen to react, Chen Feng hung up the phone. Hello? Zhao Wen stared at the disconnected phone, unsure of what to do next. She did not doubt what Chen Feng said, because as long as she found Su Shangyang, she would know whether he had taken that photo. But why did Chen Feng insist that she wait 3 days before reporting to the police? Could there be some hidden agenda behind this? Zhao Wen hesitated for a long time, but ultimately chose to trust Chen Feng. Firstly, it was because of the abilities that Chen Feng displayed, as well as the incredibly strong confidence he exuded when speaking, which made her unable to doubt him. Secondly, she was too afraid that something unexpected would happen, preventing Jiang Junyan from clearing his name, and with only 3 days left, she could afford to wait. Meanwhile, in the car, Miss Xie looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. The person taken away by the police at the hospital just now was Jiang Junyan? Are you here for him? Miss Xie had actually been listening the whole time, and Chen Feng did not deliberately avoid her. Although she did not hear Zhao Wen's voice on the phone, she heard Chen Feng's words loud and clear. Miss Xie was not stupid. After listening to what Chen Feng said and recalling the events at the hospital just now, she immediately guessed why Chen Feng had come to the hospital. Chen Feng smiled and glanced at Miss Xie, giving her a thumbs up. Impressive, impressive, you figured it out. If she had heard this before she knew Chen Feng, Miss Xie might have thought it was a compliment. But the words sounded familiar and strange to her. Miss Xie recalled where she had heard it before. Wasn't it when she mistakenly thought Chen Feng was a blind date and he said that? Miss Xie was about to go crazy. This guy always seemed to have a way of infuriating her with just a few words, and he seemed to enjoy it. Don't get angry, don't get angry. Miss Xie repeated in her mind several times before finally calming herself down. How did you know that the stalker who took photos of Jiang Junyan was caught? Although Miss Xie didn't know what Jiang Junyan had done, it was clear that Chen Feng already knew the other party was innocent, which was why he had come to the hospital early to use this as leverage in a deal. Chen Feng chuckled, didn't I tell you before? I am a reincarnator, I already know what will happen in the future. Is there anything strange about knowing this? This incident was actually something Chen Feng had heard from Jiang Junyan himself in 2019. In his past life, Jiang Junyan had been arrested as a suspect, with seemingly solid evidence against him, awaiting trial. Faced with that evidence, even his lawyer could only hope for a suspended death sentence to prepare Jiang Junyan mentally. But as luck would have it, 3 days after he was imprisoned, the Hualong Sub-Bureau received a report. A girl had called the police, saying that a stalker had been following and taking photos of her for some time. The police from the Hualong Sub-Bureau responded and caught the guy red-handed when Su Shangyang was once again following and taking photos. Then, while searching for evidence in his camera, they coincidentally found Jiang Junyan in one of the photo sets. Su Shangyang confirmed that the location where the photos were taken was the park Jiang Junyan had mentioned. Comparing the timestamps on the photos, it matched the time of the second victim's murder. Moreover, the park was over an hour's drive from the crime scene, making it impossible for Jiang Junyan to commit the crime unless he had the ability to be in 2 places at once. Even more coincidentally, in Su Shangyang's camera, they found evidence that Jiang Junyan was not present during the first case. Su Shangyang stalked single women at night, and it just so happened that before the first case occurred, he was following Jiang Junyan's half-sister. At that time, Jiang Junyan happened to be meeting this half-sister to get to know her better, and Su Shangyang captured him on camera. Jiang Junyan said at the police station that he couldn't remember because it had been too long. It wasn't that he truly couldn't remember, but he knew that once he mentioned this matter, even if he had a mouth all over his body, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. The reason why he was caught in a photo and could still prove that he wasn't present was simple. Su Shangyang saw the 2 people meet and talk for a while before separating before the incident, then followed Jiang Junyan's sister home without seeing Jiang Junyan appear. Based on Su Shangyang's testimony, the police retrieved surveillance footage near the meeting place of Jiang Junyan and his sister, and indeed found Jiang Junyan's movements, confirming that he did not commit the crime. In addition, the unclear faces on the surveillance footage and the different clothes Jiang Junyan was wearing at the time helped clear his suspicion. Chen Feng insisted on having Zhao Wen report to the police 3 days later because he wanted to maintain the original course of events. If Jiang Junyan had come out early, Chen Feng didn't know what butterfly effect might occur, leading to changes in subsequent events. Chen Feng knew these things, but Miss Xie did not. When she heard Chen Feng say this, she thought he was talking nonsense again. Yi Xie sneered, since you are a reborn person, then tell me, what will be the lottery numbers tomorrow? Chen Feng chuckled and asked back, if you were sent back to 1998, would you know the lottery numbers for that year? Yi Xie was stunned for a moment, then unwillingly said, then how can you prove that you are from 2019? Chen Feng smiled and suddenly said, how much more do you need for the down payment on your house? Yi Xie was taken aback, her face full of astonishment, how did you know? Chen Feng laughed, you didn't even think about how to prove that you are a reborn person, you just mentioned the lottery directly. This shows that you have been short of money recently, and the shortage is significant enough to make you think that the only solution is to win the lottery. This matter must have been troubling you for a long time, causing you great distress. With your income as a doctor, which is probably between 10 to 20,000 a month, what could make you short of money must be something of relatively high value. You've already bought a car, so the most likely thing is a house. Yi Xie was dumbfounded, she was almost afraid to speak to Chen Feng, this guy was simply too terrifying, he could deduce so much information from her unconscious words. How do you know that I need money for something else, not just to buy a house? Yi Xie still looked incredulous, staring at Chen Feng. Chen Feng pointed to the brochures of several real estate projects in the back seat of Yi Xie's car and said with a smile, silly girl, you have several real estate brochures there, isn't it obvious? You are so strong-willed, you must not want to borrow money from others, or even ask your family for help. If I'm not mistaken, you must have been through a lot at home, right? Buying a house is not only to prove your ability but also to move out and live on your own. Yi Xie's heart trembled, she had never expected Chen Feng to understand her so well in just half a day, completely deciphering her thoughts. Hey, silly girl, watch the road, I don't want to die at your hands. Chen Feng saw Yi Xie distracted, about to make a turn but not moving, so he quickly reached out and placed his hand on the steering wheel to adjust the direction. Yi Xie then woke up and began to control the steering wheel again. By the Royal Dragon Huafu among those real estate projects. In 5 years, a subway line will pass through, and by 2019, the price will at least increase tenfold. Chen Feng smiled and continued, I don't know the lottery numbers, but I can tell you about 3 stocks. Buy as much as you can afford. But remember, once the price has increased 5-fold, sell everything immediately, understand? Yi Xie looked back in astonishment once again, because Chen Feng's tone and expression did not seem like a joke, as if stating something that was destined to happen. Are you serious? Yi Xie looked at Chen Feng in surprise. Aren't you trying to prove whether I am a reincarnator? You can try buying the stocks I mentioned. Not only can you earn the down payment money, but you can also verify if what I said is true. Isn't it a win-win situation? If you don't believe it, you can buy a little less, and when you earn money, you can continue to add more. Chen Feng looked at Yi Xie with a smile, knowing very well that even if Yi Xie bought the stocks and they rose, she wouldn't believe he was a reincarnator. After all, it was a bull market now, with the overall market rising, it was just a matter of which stocks rose more and which rose less. Even if Yi Xie made money in the end, she would think he had insider information and wouldn't believe what Chen Feng said was true. Yi Xie hesitated for a moment, then said disdainfully, humph, I don't have the spare money to buy stocks. What if I lose? When will I have enough money for the down payment? I'll write the names of the stocks for you, whether you buy them or not is up to you. But, don't regret it later. Chen Feng finished speaking and started looking for a pen and paper in the car. In a short while, he found paper and a pen in the storage space in front of the co-driver's seat. He wrote down the names of the 3 stocks starting with ST that he had mentioned to Ho Yaozong, then stuffed it into Yi Xie's bag. This is all I can do to help you, the rest is up to you. Yi Xie looked at Chen Feng, unsure whether to believe him or consider it another one of his tricks. Because since he appeared, Chen Feng had been teasing her and liked to play tricks, but every time she got angry, it mysteriously disappeared. If he was trying to trick her into buying stocks, was it to play a trick on her again? Well, maybe I'll buy one to try, just invest a little money. If I lose, I'll kill this bastard. While Yi Xie was engaged in complex psychological activities, the car had already arrived at the hospital parking lot. When the two got out of the car and arrived at the hospital building, a man in a black suit suddenly walked over, looking puzzled, and asked, You are Dr. Yi Xie, right? Yi Xie looked at the man in the suit in surprise, Who are you? Hello, I'm Luo Kai, from Xiaofan. Luo Kai smiled and introduced himself, reaching out to shake hands with Yi Xie. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly took the initiative and shook hands with Luo Kai, saying, Hello, I'm her boyfriend, nice to meet you. The smile on Luo Kai's face froze instantly, and he looked at Yi Xie in astonishment. Dr. Yi, what do you mean by this? Yi Shixia was also puzzled. She stared at Chen Feng with wide eyes, realizing that she had underestimated Chen Feng's shamelessness. It was one thing for him to take advantage of opportunities to hold her hand twice, but now he was directly claiming to be her boyfriend in front of a real blind date. Yi Shixia had never seen such a shameless person in her life. Before Yi Shixia could speak, Chen Feng grabbed the hand that Luo Kai was shaking and pressed on his pulse. Accelerated pulse, significantly increased breathing rhythm. In just a short time, you blinked frequently, your eyes were unfocused, showing signs of difficulty concentrating. The suit you're wearing is loose, but new, indicating a significant weight loss recently, but you haven't had time to buy new clothes. Shixia, do you know what these symptoms mean? Chen Feng suddenly turned to Yi Shixia and asked with a smile. Yi Shixia was going crazy. Before she could even explain that Chen Feng was just a friend, he had already started examining her. Yi Shixia was too flustered to distinguish the symptoms and just wanted to get out of this awkward situation quickly. This is just the excitement that comes shortly after smoking meth, Chen Feng said calmly as he withdrew his hand and glanced at Luo Kai. Perhaps you have drugs hidden in your pocket right now? After Chen Feng finished speaking, both Yi Shixia and Luo Kai were stunned. Yi Shixia never expected her blind date to be a drug user and couldn't help but scrutinize Luo Kai. Upon closer inspection, Yi Shixia noticed that Luo Kai's reaction was indeed similar to that of a drug user, almost indistinguishable if not observed carefully. What the hell are you talking about? The previously polite Luo Kai suddenly became furious, pointing at Chen Feng's nose and cursing. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Let's see if there's something in your right pocket. Luo Kai's face darkened with anger, but he quickly became even more enraged. Who the hell do you think you are, telling me to? Ah! Chen Feng suddenly grabbed Luo Kai's hand, exerted a little force, and twisted it, causing him to scream in pain. Chen Feng reached into Luo Kai's right pocket and pulled out a small packet of white powder in a transparent plastic bag. Yi Shixia's expression changed abruptly. Now there was physical evidence. Yi Shixia was furious, never expecting Wu Xiaofan to introduce her to such a person. She glared angrily at Luo Kai, then turned and walked into the hospital, ignoring Chen Feng as well. Chen Feng smiled and didn't pay it any mind. He casually let go of Luo Kai and walked towards the direction of the trash can. Give it back to me. After being released, Luo Kai completely ignored Yi Shixia's reaction and immediately rushed towards Chen Feng in anger, trying to snatch back the bag of drugs. Chen Feng showed a playful smile at Luo Kai and opened the bag of drugs right in front of him, spilling it all into the trash can. Seeing this, Luo Kai was furious and threw a punch at Chen Feng. Chen Feng frowned, grabbed Luo Kai's hand, and pushed him towards the trash can. Trash belongs with trash. Bang! Luo Kai's head hit the trash can with a crisp sound, and he fell to the ground unable to get up for a while. Chen Feng didn't even spare him a glance and walked into the hospital. Yi Shixia had already gone inside, but when she heard the sounds of fighting and a loud noise outside, she was startled. Not knowing what was happening, Yi Shixia felt a bit worried about Chen Feng and quickly turned to go back and see what was going on. Unexpectedly, Chen Feng strolled in leisurely, waved at her with a smile, and said, "It's okay, let's go." Seeing Chen Feng unharmed, Yi Shixia felt a slight relief, but she didn't show it. Instead, she snorted coldly, turned around, and walked away. Yi Shixia's proud demeanor made Chen Feng smile involuntarily as he continued walking forward. However, Chen Feng didn't follow Yi Shixia but headed towards the inpatient building to meet the mastermind behind the current and subsequent conspiracies, Zhang Juanzi. When Yi Shixia saw that Chen Feng didn't follow her but went towards the inpatient building, she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Chen Feng had been showing signs of wanting to pursue her, so she naturally thought he would continue following her. Now, seeing him suddenly leave, she thought he was angry. "Hey, aren't you going to eat?" Yi Shixia watched as Chen Feng walked further and further away. She glanced at the packed lunchbox in her hand and suddenly shouted at him. Chen Feng waved lazily at Yi Shixia and said, "No, I have something to do." Yi Shixia was stunned for a moment, and when she saw Chen Feng not even looking back, she became angry and went straight to her office without paying any attention to him. Yi Shixia also had a lot of work to do. Louis's ligament repair surgery could not be done, and she had to first treat endocarditis. However, she was not a heart specialist and needed to communicate with the relevant departments of the hospital. It was already difficult for her to find time to have lunch with Chen Feng at noon. Chen Feng strolled slowly to the VIP floor of the inpatient department. On the way, he sent a text message to Zhaowen, asking her to send Zhang Juanzi's ward number. Although Zhaowen did not know what Chen Feng wanted to do, she already saw Chen Feng as her last straw and did not ask for the reason, but directly replied with the ward number. When Chen Feng found the ward according to the ward number, he looked around and suddenly smiled. Interesting. Zhang Juan's ward was obviously deliberately arranged. When you came out of the ward and turned right, it was the emergency exit, which could directly lead to the corridor and was conveniently located in the blind spot of the surveillance. When Chen Feng pushed open the door of the ward and entered, there was a female nurse washing Zhang Juan's body. "Who are you?" The nurse was somewhat surprised to see someone coming in. "I am a friend of Zhang Juan's." Chen Feng smiled and walked to the bed to look at Zhang Juan's. Perhaps due to long-term bed rest, Zhang Juan's face was unusually pale and he looked very weak. The nurse was stunned for a moment, but soon smiled and said, since he was hospitalized, few friends have come to see him. "Is that so?" Chen Feng casually replied with a smile, "I am also a doctor. Can I check his condition?" The nurse looked at Chen Feng in surprise, and, after observing his demeanor, attire, and confident tone, she involuntarily believed him. "Sure, but many domestic and foreign doctors have been invited by Zhang's family to diagnose him, but they have not been able to find the cause of his coma." Chen Feng smiled and did not speak, but instead grabbed Zhang Juan's right hand, lifted it up, and then suddenly let go when it was near his head. Snap! Zhang Juan's right hand naturally fell down and hit his own face, making a crisp sound. The nurse widened her eyes and looked at Chen Feng in astonishment. "What are you doing?" Chen Feng seemed to have anticipated this, and immediately reached out to open Zhang Juan's eyelids, saying, "This is called a false coma test. Place his hand above his face, then let go. If his hand hits his face when falling, then it is a real coma. However, this can be easily faked." After examining Zhang Juan's pupils, a smile suddenly appeared on Chen Feng's lips, just as I thought. A false coma test can be faked, but breathing and pupil reactions cannot. Zhang Juan's had indeed fallen into a real coma, but it was achieved with the help of a professional. Chen Feng confirmed his suspicions and suddenly smiled, then turned and walked out of the ward. Just as Chen Feng turned to leave, a female doctor in a white coat pushed open the ward door and walked in. "Who are you?" The female doctor looked at Chen Feng in surprise and asked with some confusion. Chen Feng looked at the female doctor with a playful expression and asked, "Are you Dr. Yu Yan?" Yu Yan was even more surprised when she heard this, not knowing how Chen Feng knew her. "It's me, who are you?" Chen Feng laughed, "Oh, I heard that Dr. Yu is very beautiful, so I came specially to take a look." With that, Chen Feng left, leaving Yu Yan bewildered and a female nurse looking confused. In the future, Zhang Junyan had just cleared his name and had a car accident within 3 days. But Zhang Junyan was incredibly lucky. The driver and secretary in the car both died, but Zhang Junyan survived alone. However, due to a spinal fracture and nerve compression caused by the accident, he was left partially paralyzed from the waist down and had to use a wheelchair. Zhang Juanza failed to kill Zhang Junyan twice and unwillingly planned several more murder attempts. Strangely, all these attempts failed inexplicably. Zhang Juanza secretly poisoned Zhang Junyan, but he was promptly taken to the hospital for treatment. On the day the brake line of Zhang Junyan's car was cut, the driver suddenly decided to inspect the vehicle for no apparent reason and was discovered in time. Since then, Zhang Junyan realized that someone was plotting to kill him and became extremely cautious, depriving Zhang Juanza of any opportunity to harm him. Zhang Junyan initially suspected his second uncle Zhang Mingyi, but later Zhang Juanza was suddenly arrested by the police, revealing the truth. It turned out that when Zhang Juanza learned that Zhang Mingchen wanted to divide the inheritance among the 2 illegitimate children, he harbored murderous intentions, planning to kill all the heirs, including Zhang Junyan, and take the family fortune for himself. He found his mistress, Yu Yan, and staged a fall to fake an injury, then used drugs to induce a coma. Yu Yan, a doctor at the People's Hospital, helped him replace the brain CT scan and deceived all the doctors who came to examine him. Zhang Juanza had long been monitoring Zhang Junyan, and during his feigned coma, the person monitoring him was in contact with Yu Yan. When Yu Yan learned that Zhang Junyan was going to see his half-sister, she immediately realized it was a perfect opportunity and injected a drug to wake Zhang Juanza up. After committing the murders, Zhang Juanza left Zhang Junyan's fingerprints at the scene and deliberately revealed his own identity before returning to the hospital to continue pretending to be in a coma. The same scenario played out with the second victim, where Yu Yan seized the opportunity to wake up Zhang Juanza and frame Zhang Junyan. The interesting part is how they eventually got caught, as Zhang Juanza and Yu Yan turned against each other. Yu Yan agreed to do these things for Zhang Juanza because he promised that once he obtained the entire inheritance, he would divorce his original wife and marry her. However, despite all his efforts, Zhang Juanza failed to kill Zhang Junyan and only managed to get a small portion of the shares. He needed the support of his wife's family to secure his position at Mingcheng Pharmaceutical. causing delays. Yu Yan couldn't wait any longer and divorced him first, but after waiting for 2 years, Jiang Juanzi refused to divorce her, making various excuses. Yu Yan took great risks following Jiang Juanzi's orders, living in constant fear and insecurity. She urgently needed to marry Jiang Juanzi to feel secure. As Jiang Juanzi refused to divorce, Yu Yan lost her patience and gave him an ultimatum: if he didn't divorce her, she would reveal everything. Jiang Juanzi was someone who could even kill his own father and siblings, viewing Yu Yan as disposable. This threat from Yu Yan was like sounding her own death knell. However, Yu Yan also knew Jiang Juanzi very well. When she issued the final ultimatum, she also left a backup plan. Yu Yan had some evidence of Jiang Juanzi's crimes and recorded all the criminal activities on video, which she handed over to a trusted friend for safekeeping. Yu Yan told that friend that if she died one day, to hand over the evidence to the police. Soon after, Yu Yan accidentally died, the evidence reached the police, and Jiang Juanzi was arrested, finally bringing the matter to an end. Chen Feng had just checked Jiang Juanzi's body to confirm whether he had killed Zhang Mingcheng. At a glance, Chen Feng knew that his speculation was correct. The effects of barbiturates vary depending on the dosage. From low to high doses, they will sequentially produce sedation, hypnosis, anticonvulsant, and central nervous system depression effects, but it is known that this type of drug has side effects. Overdosing can lead to central nervous system suppression, significantly affecting the respiratory, cardiovascular, and digestive systems. Jiang Juanzi had pretended to be in a coma a month ago and had been taking barbiturates during this period, leading to an overdose and even toxic reactions. If he continued to pretend, his body would not be able to handle it. His half-siblings had already been taken care of, Jiang Junyan had been successfully framed, and the earlier Jiang Mingcheng died, the sooner he could wake up to inherit the estate. In any case, Jiang Mingcheng would eventually die, and there was no difference between dying sooner or later, but Jiang Juanzi couldn't wait another day, so he decided to send his father on his way early. Jiang Mingcheng could have died at any time, and a sudden death would not raise suspicions of murder. If Chen Feng wanted to, he could expose Jiang Juanzi and Yu Yan now and send them to prison, but these two still had some utility. Chen Feng was actually waiting for Jiang Juanzi to target Jiang Junyan again. When that happened, he would save Jiang Junyan, offering him significant benefits and making it easy to control him. Chen Feng had many drug formulas he had researched, and just the muscle-building drug he wanted to produce now was unique in the world. While regular muscle-building drugs could increase muscle fiber, they came with severe side effects. Chen Feng planned to make his own version without any side effects. Just this one drug had immense market potential. Furthermore, Chen Feng had also developed various anti-cancer drugs. It could be said without exaggeration that if he released all his drug formulas, Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals would become a global leader in biopharmaceuticals. Chen Feng was considering whether to prevent the car accident from happening or wait for Jiang Junyan to have an accident and then save him. Paraplegia caused by the car accident would require surgery to restore the spinal canal diameter to allow nerves to pass smoothly, creating favorable conditions for nerve function recovery, but it would not restore the nerves themselves. Chen Feng's surgical skills were unquestionable, and no one in the world could surpass him now or in the future. Moreover, Chen Feng had drugs that could restore damaged paralyzed nerves, so he was confident he could help Jiang Junyan stand up again. After weighing the options repeatedly, Chen Feng decided to prevent the car accident. Initially, he had planned to let Jiang Junyan fall into despair before intervening, so that the couple would be more grateful to him and easier to control. However, Chen Feng thought of another issue. In the future, the reputation of Jiang Junyan and his wife was excellent, whether among the general public or entrepreneurs. The reason was simple: after Mingcheng Pharmaceuticals went public, Jiang Junyan and his wife gradually stepped back from the company, handing it over to professional managers and choosing to spend the rest of their lives on charitable activities. In poor areas, they build bridges and roads, donate and build schools, and help widowed and elderly people, and they don't just rely on others to do these things, but personally take action to do them. This is one of the reasons why Chen Feng admires them. Since he can avoid Jiang Junyan suffering with just a little reminder, why wouldn't he do it? Although the effect may be somewhat inferior, it will still have an impact. With a decision in his heart, Chen Feng no longer wastes time and quickly leaves the hospital, returning to the rented house. After exercising for 2 hours and taking a rest, he starts thinking about another matter: how to give money to his parents in a reasonable and legal way. It won't be long before Ho Yaozong can get that money from the stock market. Calculating half of it, it's nearly 50 million. This is a huge sum for his parents, and if they knew it was from his stock trading, they would probably be shocked and wouldn't believe it. After pondering for a moment, Chen Feng quickly comes up with a preliminary idea. He can't give the money in person, but he can find someone to do it. Ho Yaozong is involved in the underworld and shouldn't have too much contact with his parents, but Jiang Junyan doesn't have this problem. Once Chen Feng saves Jiang Junyan, he can use him to give the money to his parents. The reasons for the money transfer won't be hard to find, such as patent fees for medication formulas or saving Jiang Junyan's life. As long as he can get some legitimate income first, Chen Feng can find a way to make this money grow, so that his parents no longer have to worry about money. After thinking it over several times, Chen Feng feels there's no problem and immediately takes a shower, washing away the sweat, and heads to Longcheng High School. Not seeing Gu Qinghuan for 2 days makes Chen Feng eager to see her. When Chen Feng arrives at the school, it's already time for evening self-study. The teacher hasn't arrived yet, and most of the students are reading on their own. When they notice Chen Feng entering, the classroom becomes eerily quiet. Chen Feng seems to have a calming and attention-grabbing effect whenever he enters the classroom. He pays no attention to this and leisurely walks to his seat, then looks over at Gu Qinghuan. To his surprise, Gu Qinghuan is sleeping with her head on the desk and hasn't noticed his arrival. In Chen Feng's memory, he has never seen Gu Qinghuan sleeping during class, not even during break time. With her head resting on her arm, only half of her face is visible, still breathtakingly beautiful. She seems very tired, sleeping soundly and completely unaware that class has started. The classroom lights shine on Gu Qinghuan's flawless face, as if casting a radiant glow. Combined with her sweet sleeping posture, she looks like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale. Suddenly, Chen Feng feels a surge of emotion in his heart, a feeling he has only experienced once before, from Xia Ruyan. But with each cycle of rebirth and the passage of time, that feeling has gradually faded. In over 2,000 years, Chen Feng has learned to navigate through the complexities of life without getting emotionally involved, only following his instincts. Chen Feng is clear in his heart that no matter how much he likes someone or how strong the feelings are, they cannot withstand the erosion of time. Yet at this moment, seeing Gu Qinghuan, Chen Feng can't help but feel that excitement again, a feeling he hasn't experienced in many years. In this moment, Chen Feng suddenly has the urge to freeze time forever. As he gazes at Gu Qinghuan in a daze, he suddenly notices her eyelids twitching, as if she's about to open her eyes. Quickly, Chen Feng takes a textbook from the desk and places it on top of Gu Qinghuan's head, blocking the light shining down from above. When Chen Feng saw Gu Qinghuan's reaction, he knew it was because the classroom lights were too bright, making her uncomfortable. After blocking the light, Gu Qinghuan's slightly opened eyes closed again, falling back into a deep sleep. The classmates around them had been glancing over occasionally, but Chen Feng's sudden change caught their attention, making them unable to help but start observing his actions. Chen Feng had skipped school for 2 days in a row, and even the homeroom teacher, Wang Aihua, didn't ask, nor did the other teachers, as if he didn't exist. When Chen Feng appeared today, he inexplicably made such a gesture, leaving them all stunned. People in the distance didn't know what was happening, but the classmates around Chen Feng and Gu Qinghuan's desks immediately understood. They were all stunned, but quickly realized that Chen Feng was blocking the light for Gu Qinghuan to let her continue sleeping. Is this even possible? At that moment, Wang Aihua walked in holding a textbook, heading straight to the podium without noticing what was happening below. Next week is the monthly exam, you all. Wang Aihua was interrupted when he suddenly felt a gaze locking onto him, making him feel uncomfortable as if he had a guilty conscience. He looked over in surprise and saw Chen Feng holding a textbook, looking at him indifferently. Wang Aihua was taken aback, not understanding what was happening. You all. Chen Feng frowned, putting a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, clearly indicating for him to be quiet. Wang Aihua stood frozen, feeling awkward as he looked at Chen Feng, unsure if he had offended him again. The students in the classroom were dumbfounded, almost thinking they were seeing things. The situation before them was clearly Chen Feng arrogantly gesturing for Wang Aihua to be quiet, yet Wang Aihua seemed like a student who had made a mistake and didn't know what he had done wrong. The students in the class felt like their worldviews had been shattered, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. After Wang Aihua fell silent, Chen Feng's gaze returned to Gu Qinghuan, as if she was the only one in the world. At that moment, all the students in the class, regardless of gender, were on the verge of exclaiming in disbelief. It was clear to everyone that Chen Feng wanted Wang Aihua to be quiet so as not to disturb Gu Qinghuan's sleep. Wang Aihua was stunned for a moment, and when he realized what was happening, he felt his face flush with embarrassment, sensing an instinctual fear of Chen Feng. It wasn't just that Chen Feng had something on him, but ever since that night, Chen Feng's eyes had made him uneasy, not the gaze a student should possess. Ahem, you may continue studying. Wang Aihua coughed as if trying to save face, then awkwardly left the classroom. Even when he spoke, his voice was very low, as if afraid of upsetting Chen Feng. Chen Feng never looked up throughout, quietly focusing on Gu Qinghuan's profile, silently vowing, "In this lifetime, I will never allow anyone to harm you." Chen Feng stared at Gu Qinghuan, completely forgetting everything around him. After some time passed, Chen Feng suddenly took out a blank sheet of paper and a pencil from his desk. With one hand shielding Gu Qinghuan from the light, he started drawing with the pencil. His hand moved swiftly, sketching on the paper as if flying. The classroom was unusually quiet, with only the sound of the pencil scratching on the paper. After witnessing a single action and glance from Chen Feng that made Wang Aihua retreat, the students were unsure of what was happening and dared not make too much noise, to the point where the entire classroom could hear the sound of Chen Feng drawing. However, one person refused to back down. Miss Xie stood up abruptly and strode towards Chen Feng. Miss Xie had been wanting to pick a fight with Chen Feng for the past few days, but found out that he suddenly stopped coming to school. Naturally, he thought that the Qinglong Fish gang had scared him off. But today, when Chen Feng appeared again, he immediately drew all the attention in the class. Of course, Miss Xie was filled with anger. Chen Feng heard the footsteps behind him and could tell from the heavy and urgent sound who it was without even turning around. Chen Feng calmly took out his phone, opened QQ, and sent a pre-cut small video to Miss Xie's QQ. "I've prepared a little gift for you. Check your phone and make a choice." Chen Feng glanced at Miss Xie, a cold smile playing on his lips. While Chen Feng was speaking, Miss Xie had already put his hand in his pocket, where he had a palm-sized stun gun. After being beaten up by Chen Feng twice in a row, he had learned his lesson and knew to bring a weapon. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Miss Xie couldn't help but pause, his hand movement coming to a halt. In the past, he would have thought Chen Feng was bluffing, but after 2 consecutive losses, he had some doubts in his mind. Seeing Chen Feng's playful eyes, he suddenly had a bad feeling and quickly took out his phone from his pocket. As he looked at it, Miss Xie's pupils dilated suddenly, and he was petrified. Although the 2008 version of QQ on mobile phones could send video files, it was still the 2G era, with terrifyingly slow internet speeds. Combined with the limitations of phone functions, the files that could be received were not very large. The small video sent to Miss Xie by Chen Feng had been compressed and edited multiple times, reducing its size to less than 3 megabytes, and naturally decreasing its clarity and duration. It was more like a GIF than a video. However, this did not prevent Miss Xie from recognizing the female protagonist in the video. Because the GIF showed Lin Yun's clear face, with a seductive expression, engaged in intense exercise. In an instant, Miss Xie felt a surge of blood rushing to his head, a dizzy feeling, and staggered a few steps, almost fainting. His mind was filled with anger, shock, shame, and deep fear. He couldn't believe the content of the GIF and was even more puzzled as to why Chen Feng had it. "It must be fake, it's fabricated." Miss Xie tightly gripped his phone, squeezing it so hard that it made an unpleasant sound. The students in the class widened their eyes one by one. Since the GIF sent by Chen Feng had no sound, they didn't know what he had sent to Miss Xie, causing him to tremble with anger. "You mother *****. Shut up." Chen Feng coldly spat out 2 words, "Say one more word, and I'll send this to everyone in the class." Upon hearing this, Miss Xie shuddered, his face turning snow white, clearly realizing the consequences of Chen Feng's actions. Although Lin Yun had never been to the school, Miss Xie had several lackeys in the class who had been to Nia's house and had seen Lin Yun a few times. If this GIF were to be released, along with Miss Xie's reaction, they would immediately know who the female protagonist was. At that time, Miss Xie wouldn't dare to show his face in school, let alone leave his house. When Miss Xie saw his classmates staring at his phone like curious babies, he quickly hid his phone as if he were a thief, and then left the classroom without making a sound. Miss Xie was in no mood for class now, he just wanted to find his father, Miss Xie, to solve this matter. Miss Xie rushed out of the classroom, found a secluded corner with no one around, and opened his phone to confirm once again whether the person was his mother, Lin Yun. But when Miss Xie opened QQ again and found the photo Chen Feng had sent him, he was stunned. The animated image had turned into an upright middle finger, with the words "idiot" written below it. Miss Xie was momentarily confused. Did he just have a hallucination, or was he seeing things? Just as Miss Xie was bewildered, a message popped up in the chat box. "You're not seeing things. I can send it to you for your enjoyment at any time. Now get lost as far as you can. Don't let me see you today." Miss Xie was dumbfounded. He didn't understand why the content of the animated image had suddenly changed, nor could he comprehend why Chen Feng knew he would open it again and immediately sent a message after he saw it. But he knew that Chen Feng was threatening him. If he didn't disappear immediately, that animated image would likely be spread throughout the entire school. Miss Xie's expression changed rapidly. He didn't dare to return to the classroom and left the school directly because he knew that Chen Feng would probably do just that. How could Chen Feng not anticipate what Miss Xie, a little brat, would do? He would definitely confirm the authenticity of the image as soon as he received it and then seek help from Miss Xie. If Miss Xie could still come to school and cause trouble, it meant that Lin Yun was still preparing and hadn't torn things apart with Miss Xie. But this wasn't surprising. After all, it had been less than 2 days, and Lin Yun was probably holding back some big move, waiting for a fatal blow. If that animated image were exposed, Miss Xie would definitely come knocking, seeking clarification from Chen Feng about its source, causing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Miss Xie was likely to confront Lin Yun. If that woman knew the video had been obtained by others, she might come after him first. So Chen Feng added something to the animated image. After it was played for the first time, the subsequent image would directly cover it, and it wouldn't be visible when played again. Without the image, there would be no evidence, and even if Miss Xie sought Miss Xie, he wouldn't be believed. Besides, Chen Feng knew that Miss Xie wouldn't be able to speak about it. It was difficult for anyone to talk to their father about seeing their mother's intimate photos. With just a few words, Chen Feng scared away Miss Xie, the unrivaled bully in the class, shocking all the students once again. The day before yesterday, Chen Feng was about to use force, and now he just needed to speak? The class fell silent again for a moment, becoming cautious, afraid of disturbing Gu Qinghuan's sleep. At this moment, Chen Feng's attention once again focused on Gu Qinghuan. He still held the posture of holding the textbook, while his left hand continued to work on the sketch. This time, there was no interruption, and the drawing speed was extremely fast. As his hand moved quickly with the pen, Gu Qinghuan's sleeping appearance appeared vividly on the paper. The two students behind Chen Feng had been watching the drawing the whole time. While others couldn't see what Chen Feng was doing, they could see it clearly. When they saw Chen Feng drawing Gu Qinghuan on the paper, the two students behind him were stunned. Because anyone could recognize Gu Qinghuan from the sketch. From the appearance to the clothes, Chen Feng had drawn everything perfectly. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have doubted whether it was a photo taken by a camera. What is even more terrifying is that when Chen Feng was drawing this picture, he was a bit tired from holding the textbook to block the light for Gu Qinghuan, so he exchanged arms several times, alternating between using his left and right hands to draw. Whether using his left hand or right hand, his drawing speed was not affected at all. Instead, he drew even more delicately